hot war between Israel and Iran could threaten the United States. It's best we stay out of it.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying Israel took unilateral action against Iran and that the U.S. is not involved in strikes.
We're not involved. That's good. That's good.
The U.S. says it was informed beforehand.
Good neighbor policy. I mean, we were informed. They let us know. Still not being involved, really.
President Trump acknowledged yesterday that he was aware of the Israeli operation, and he gave it a green light.
They don't know what they're talking about. We were told, we approved. It's still Israel's game.
Israel used American equipment during its initial strikes against Iran.
What the f*** are we doing? All right, so we knew, and we approved, and we gave them all the shit to do it with. I'm confused. Are we involved? I think I need clarification from our parade grand marshal in chief.
The President made it clear that the United States is not involved. He wanted to make that very clear, but at the same time, it's possible that we could get involved, but we're not involved at this moment.
See? We're Switzerland. Perhaps the reason why the president is being cagey about all this is because not all of the MAGA are embracing Netanyahu's bomb fetishes.
We cannot be inexorably dragged into a war in the Middle East.
We put America first, and that means American interests first.
Our MAGA base, they do not want the United States to be engaged in this.
I don't know anyone that wakes up and thinks about bombing Iran.
She doesn't know anyone who wakes up and thinks about bombing Iran. I got to tell you. I don't think she knows anyone who wakes up and thinks. But credit. They enjoyed that. But you know what? I'm going to say this. This may surprise some people. Credit where credit is due. I certainly have tremendous policy and, in some instances, space laser differences with these folks. But I applaud any group that is steadfast in a diplomacy-first posture. The only problem with their posture that I see with it is their reluctance to commit America's military to fighting drawn-out and often pointless wars doesn't seem to extend to America.
President Trump should fully deploy the military in the streets. Take back the streets of L.A. Do it and do it fast.
Huh? Doesn't want to be in Iran. He wants to be in L.A. He doesn't want to deploy the military overseas. He wants to save the military for the real threat, us. He's not being hypocritical, just fucking mind-blowing. The MAGA mindset appears to be, we didn't vote for foreign wars. We voted for civil war.
This is a war. The battle for America was going to take place in Los Angeles. The only way to win here is to double and triple down.
The current war that we are seeing waged by the Democrats, by the foreign nationals waving Mexican flags.
The city of Los Angeles is an occupied city. It is time to retake the cities of this country. It is time to use force.
What the f***? They are looking for any pretense. They are looking for any pretense to sick their robot dogs on Democrats. And the strategy that they're using is to inflate the threat that this country now faces, to so rile up their base as to make the left in this country, represented by over 75 million votes in the past presidential election, as a legitimate military target for the United States of America. It's a strategy that's been used before to gin up military conflict. See if you recognize it.
The good people of Iraq, they want a peaceful country. They want security.
The good people of Los Angeles deserve to be secure in their homes.
We're not going anywhere until there is a stable environment.
We're not going anywhere. We're here to maintain the peace.
Liberate Iraq from the tyranny.
Liberate the city from the socialists.
We will liberate the people of Iraq.
We will liberate Los Angeles.
We must! They don't understand yet. We must invade Los Angeles. We cannot have the world's most dangerous people eating the world's most delicious tacos. It's so fucking absurd to paint the opposition party in your country as a fifth column, an enemy from within. But again, like, I don't want to overreact. I don't want to strain the metaphor too much. It's not like the right is calling for the need for a kind of Iraq-like de-Baathification program to remove Democrats from government post-liberation.
We need like a de-Baathification program, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state, replace them with our people.
They're insane. By the way, was that guy's beard used to color J.D. Vance's eyes? So there you have it. We've got Israel stoking foreign wars. We've got the right in this country pushing for domestic war. And I haven't even gotten to the one thing this weekend that was actually really so f***ed up. It's almost too much show. You know, in fact, I'm going to break form. Let's take an intermission. Here we go. All right. Intermission over. Thank you. Welcome back to the show. All right. This is the kind of shit that I hate having to do on the show. But as you know, Minnesota was the site of horrible violence where a state house leader and her husband were killed. A state senator and his wife were shot. The only positive is that the person who perpetrated these acts has finally been caught. Finally. But what I was really struck by is what seemed to be on everybody's mind in the midst of this horror.
This morning, a lot of questions remain, like what was his motive?
Why? A motive? Why did he do this?
When do we learn about motive?
Everyone wants to know why, Bill.
His roommate, he says that the suspect was a Trump supporter.
This is a Tim Walz appointee. This is a Democrat.
I'm going to be honest, and I truly mean this. I mean no disrespect. Like, I don't give a f*** why this person did it. I just don't give a f***. I don't care. I don't care whose team he's on. I don't care if he listens to NPR or Fox News. I don't give a flying f***. What blows my mind is our resignation in the aftermath of this nonsense. What are you going to do? I don't know, put a shit ton of funding into mental health funding, put a shit ton of money into illegal weapons interdiction. Maybe that chip, maybe the, what do you call it there? Maybe the chip that Bill Gates had injected in all of us during COVID could have a self-destruct button? Take people out before they do this shit? For God's sakes, can't we do that? Grubhub knows when I want pizza. You don't think Grubhub doesn't know when people are getting murderous? What's the difference between hungry and hangry? What's the difference? We're willing to do things about other issues. We just heard about it. Why are they attacking Los Angeles right now? Why is the right so willing to tear our cities apart in this moment?
Dangerous criminals continue to flood our nation and kill our citizens.
This has to stop. I mean, I think about it for my grandkids. I mean, how safe are they in this society?
One woman or one child violated by an illegal alien is one too many.
The alarm bells were going off a long time ago. A lot of Democrats will defend this and say, well, you know, it's such a small percentage. They have blood on their hands, pure and simple. One is too many.
One is too many. One death. By the way, true. It is too many. Violence should never be accepted. It should never be tolerated. But that's for their issue. In the wake of Sandy Hook and Uvalde and Parkland and El Paso and Lewiston and Aurora and Buffalo and Boulder and Binghamton and Highland Park and Monterey Park and San Bernardino and San Jose and San Francisco and the Pulse nightclub and the Colorado Springs nightclub and the Little Rock nightclub and the Borderline Bar in Thousand Oaks and the Ned Peppers Bar in Dayton and the Waffle House in Nashville and Virginia Tech and UVA and MSU and UCSB and FSU and NIU and SMC and the Sutherland Springs Church and the Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston and the Living Church of God and the Tree of Life Synagogue and the Allen Mall and the Westroads Mall and Fort Hood and Lockheed Martin. And what are we f***ing doing? What are we doing? By the way, that is a wildly incomplete list. We kept it to the last 25 years, and it's still not everything. And what's their response to all that?
They're doing the same thing that they always do after there's a mass shooting. They politicize it.
The issue is not with the Second Amendment. Guns aren't the problem.
Does a gun commit crime?
Democrats want to take away your guns. They don't want to solve problems.
Turns out, when it comes to mass shootings, one's not too many. Actually, a shitload isn't too many. And by the way, you can say Second Amendment all you want, but you definitely don't seem to mind throwing out the Constitution when it comes to deportation. And I am legitimately asking this question. This is truly legitimate. Like, I know I can be like, but like, I am genuinely baffled. Why is it when a foreigner or someone that shouldn't be here kills one of us, we're going to put $150 billion into border security. We're going to militarize our cities. We're going to spend trillions of dollars to bomb and destabilize foreign countries overseas. We're going to ban people from random countries from ever f***ing visiting here. We're going to take our shoes off at the airport forever. But when we do it to ourselves, nothing. Is it that the only acceptable deaths are those that are made in America? Our only response now is to tally up the psycho scoreboard on whose side the perp belongs to? I honestly would like to know. Like, it makes no sense. It's jarring cognitive dissonance. This is Senator Mike Lee, all right? Great state of Utah, which, by the way, suffered a tragic shooting death at one of their No Kings events over the weekend. And just a little backstory. I've met Senator Lee. He's the best. In 2019, when we were trying to get permanent reauthorization of the Ray Pfeiffer, Louis Alvarez Droga Act, we met with Senator Mike Lee in his office down in Washington. We had a team of Feel Good Foundation and a team of first responders with us. Firefighters, cops, other people. One of the cops had been in the first tower when it collapsed, right? So all these first responders are going around the table, and they are sharing their stories to try and get Senator Mike Lee to support this bill that's going to provide life-saving coverage and money to the victims of this terrible terrorist attack and the illnesses they are suffering since then. When the one cop says his story about being in the tower that collapsed and the aftermath, when he told Senator Lee about that experience, Senator Lee smiled and said, I bet you've got a lot of stories. Of like what? Spring break? Like, what are you talking about? We met a lot of people in Washington. Some were hopeful, some of those meetings. Some were upsetting meetings. That was the only meeting where we all walked out and looked at each other and went, what the f is wrong with that guy? The only one. I say this for context, for why I use Senator Lee as the avatar for the insanity of this moment. Here he is on the Senate floor talking about why he is for these, you could call draconian immigration policies.
The tragic case of Lakeland Riley, a life cut short by an illegal alien. Her case represents hundreds of thousands of families across this nation whose lives have been upended by the invasion that our leaders allowed to happen.
Now, look, he's right to be upset at our leaders for allowing unsafe conditions to happen. That's fine. Here's Mike Lee tweeting this weekend about the assassination of a Democratic legislator and her husband, just hours after we all learned about this tragedy.
Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah posted a picture of the suspect at the door of one of the lawmakers with the caption, "This is what happens when Marxists don't get their way."
And by the way, he didn't just post that. He didn't just post that. He pinned that to the top of whatever the f it is that you pin stuff on Twitter, your Twitter refrigerator to show off your Twitter work. And then to let all of us know that that is not the depth of his depravity, that he can go deeper, he posted this.
The senator posted another picture with the caption, "Nightmare on Wall Street," mocking, of course, the name of the Minnesota governor.
Okay, first of all, Elm Street to Wall Street is a shitty pun. As a comedian, I must object. You've got Wolf of Wall Street just sitting there. And second, I truly want to know why in his mind, one death, the hands of an immigrant, is worth $150 billion of border security, a militarization of American cities. Well, just the blue cities. I know the undocumented immigrants in red state fields are the good ones now suddenly. That and I guess Mar-a-Lago hospitality workers. But I want to know why those deaths in Minnesota are worth only a night of edgelord shitposting. No billions for mental health, no stopping illegal weapons trafficking, no nothing. We should ask him why. I bet he's got some stories to tell. Meanwhile, the process of streamlining our beautiful democracy continues apace. And a couple of months into Trump's second of his, let's say, 4 to 7 terms, he continues to live up to his vaunted apprentice catchphrase, "You're fired."
More than 1,300 workers now fired at the Department of Education.
The IRS beginning to lay off more than 6,000 employees.
The Social Security Administration will cut 7,000 jobs.
The U.S. Postal Service will trim its workforce by 10,000.
HHS will be dropping around 20,000 workers.
The Department of Veterans Affairs looking to cut 80,000 jobs.
In the administration's defense, those veterans shouldn't have been having affairs in the first place. That's on them. And by the way, do we need a department for that? The layoffs have been harsh, unpredictable, and needless to say, the mainstream media has been outraged.
So what's the end game here? Killing American jobs?
They're risking hurting those hardworking Americans. That bothers me.
You're playing with real people's money, real people's jobs, and real people's lives.
Rooting for Americans to lose jobs.
I'm sorry, that's empathy for Tesla workers. Apparently at Fox, those are the only hardworking Americans whose jobs matter. But the question is, with hundreds of thousands of civil servants being often haphazardly fired, is there any corner, no matter how small, of our current government that is safe from Musk's chainsaw of efficiency?
President Trump telling NBC News he has no plans to fire anyone following that controversial Signal group chat.
Yes! Veterans Affairs, Department of Education, USAID, f*** you, f*** you, f*** you, because all is right at the Department of Accidentally Texting War Stuff to Reporters. But fear not, regular civil service government parasites. Perhaps this incident offers an opportunity for you all to get the kind of job security that clearly doesn't come from the quality of your work, but the assiness of your kisses. So, for instance, this Friday, when you, as a civil servant, have to send in your mandatory email to DOGE listing the 5 things you did that week, you can keep your job by following the same strategies that these careless Snapchatters employed to keep their jobs. Number 1, don't write down, what did I do this week? You know, I took my federal car and went to Hooters and cried there for 7 hours. No. You want to save your job, point the same finger of blame that they did for their indiscretions.
It's important to remember why this powerful action took place in the first place. Because of Joe Biden's incompetence.
The complete opposite approach from the fecklessness of the Biden administration.
In contrast to Joe Biden.
Did something that the Biden administration did not do.
Did the job that Joe Biden wouldn't do.
We take out people that the Biden team never could.
You get it? What did you do this week at work? Number 1. I repaired the damage done by f***ing Joe Biden. How could I be f***ing up now at my job, considering how bad Joe Biden f***ed up before? It's not possible. You need to be in your job to repair his damage. You were at the Hooters because Joe Biden wouldn't. Or couldn't rage eat that many wings. All right. Now, you might be thinking, these Doge guys are slicker than that. They're not just going to fall for blame Biden. That's why we hired you. You're sharp. It's not your only move.
If you want to talk about classified information, talk about what was at Hillary Clinton's home that she was trying to bleach bit.
Hillary Clinton's bit bleaching. Who amongst us hasn't tried to bleach our own bits? I think, obviously I'm referring to anuses. So what are we talking about? Biden doesn't work? Throw a slash. All right. Number 1, that's where you fill in. Blame Biden gets you 80% home. Hillary drives you the rest of the way in the trunk of her car shouting Benghazi. All right. Now, I know that's a bit of a big swing for your number 1 thing, because here's the problem. Neither Joe Biden nor Hillary probably work in your office, which is why, for the number 2 thing you're going to write to the Doge folks, you're going to bring that finger-pointing technique a little closer to home. The Yemen text group chat understood rule number 1 of self-preservation. Me? No, it was that guy. Because remember, you don't have to be faster than the bear. You just have to be faster than your slowest coworker. So, CIA Director Ratcliffe, who are you faster than?
I've understood from media reports the Secretary of Defense has said the information was not classified.
Boom. By the way, nothing like the director of the CIA going, I read in the paper the Secretary of Defense was the guy to blame. I don't get reports. I just read the New York Times. I have no idea. He's blaming the Secretary of Defense. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, what do you say?
I'm wondering if you feel, as the leader of the Defense Department, you have any level of responsibility.
Thank you for the question. I'm responsible for ensuring that our department is prepared and ready to deter and defeat our enemies.
My biggest weakness? I'm glad you asked. I think it's that I rule too hard. I may be too awesome. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, maybe you should have known if this was classified or who was on the text chain.
I defer to the Secretary of Defense, the National Security Council.
Oh! The National Security Council has entered the chat. That's you, Mike Waltz. Do we have ourselves a blame census? J.D. Vance.
Members of the administration, including my dear friend Mike, have taken responsibility for it.
That is the coldest, my dear friend Mike, I have ever heard. Anyway, Brutus, you were saying about your... Your dear friend Caesar. Now, President Trump, do you want to join the pylon?
Mike Waltz, I guess he said he claimed responsibility, I would imagine. Had nothing to do with anyone else. It was Mike, I guess. I don't know. I was told it was Mike.
Why are you asking me? I'm just an innocent passerby. I didn't see the accident, officer, but I got to tell you, it looks like classic Mike to me. Well, there you have it. Looks like the bottle stopped spinning on Mike Waltz. Time for you to take responsibility and French kiss that Doge chainsaw. Unless you've obviously got a more plausible explanation for how a journalist ended up on your incredibly sensitive text chain.
You know, Laura, I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
Normally, that's a disqualifying position for this administration. But go on.
But of all the people out there, somehow this guy who has lied about the president, and he's the one that somehow gets on somebody's contact and then gets sucked into this group.
It's not somebody's contact. It was your contact. And he wasn't sucked in by unseen gravitational forces. You added him to the f***ing chat. Which brings us to number two. Number two on your Doge list. What did you do this week? I did a ton of stuff. All of it was right until I was tricked by the lamestream media. Can I tell you something? It's very hard to write backwards. All right, that might save your job if you're a low-level staffer, but what if you're the department head and Doge wants to know the 5 things that you did? How are you going to keep your job when it's your name on the bombs? Well, it's step 3. Confidently and definitively admit nothing. Thank you all for coming.
I've heard I was characterized. Nobody was texting war plans, and that's all I have to say about that. Nobody's texting war plans. I know exactly what I'm doing, exactly what we're directing, and that's all I have to say about it. I noticed this morning out came something that doesn't look like war plans. And as a matter of fact, they even changed the title to attack plans because they know it's not war plans.
You get it? We didn't endanger troops in a war plan. We endangered them in an attack plan. Who's the asshole now? You know, he must be so upset that every time he lands, everywhere he goes, the reporters keep finding him at every stop. He's probably like, shit. Did I mistakenly add you guys to my travel group chat? Number 3. What did I do? I would tell you, but you're probably too stupid to understand, but it was awesome. I'm awesome. That's number 3. So now, 1, 2, 3. What do we got? 2 more to go, right? 4 and 5? 60% of your work week is done. We're past hump day and cruising to TGIF, and that sweet government cheese continues to roll in. Maybe by day 4, it's time you stop justifying your actions to Doge and start celebrating your actions.
At the end of the day, what is most important is that the mission was a remarkable success.
What we should be talking about is it was a very successful mission.
The real story here is the overwhelming success of President Trump's decisive military action against Houthi terrorists.
The last place I would want to be right now is a Houthi in Yemen.
Not to be that grammar guy. But a Houthi is not a place. You can't. But the point is, for number 4 on the list, if they're not buying 1 through 3, what did you do this week at the Department of Agriculture? I bombed the shit out of the Houthis. Now, obviously, these strategies may lead to some of your superiors saying things like, so just bombing the Houthis stops the whole problem? Because I think we've been bombing Yemen for decades. Do we have a follow-up plan to that? And will journalists be on that follow-up chain too? At which point, case, we turn to number 5. It's a Hail Mary. And President Trump has spoken about how important it is for this administration to own their mistakes.
We're bringing honor and integrity and accountability back throughout our government. We're going to bring transparency and accountability back to our government. You know the old statement, the buck stops here, right? Famous statement. Well, I can say the same thing. The buck stops here.
Boom, that old Harry Truman chestnut. This is President Trump living those accountability values. Here he is when he was first asked about the Signal chat incident.
I know nothing about it. You're saying that they had what?
I'm sorry, there's a buck now, what? So I was just with you, accountability, and you people bought it. No, my friends. Number 5 is, what? That's the get out of jail free card. When all other justifications fail, you can never go wrong with your last list on your Doge 5 things you did this week should always be, I have no idea what the you're talking about. Hold on, I think I'm getting a call. And Trump has deployed this strategy better than anyone. For instance, when asked if we're actually deporting like gay hairdressers with Real Madrid tattoos instead of Venezuelan gang members, the president stood on that principle.
I don't know. You have to speak to the lawyers about it.
Or how about the Justice Department's bizarre decision to pause its case against Eric Adams if he promised to cooperate on immigration?
I know nothing about it.
Well, okay, but those are just his central policies. Surely the buck literally stops with Trump with the launch of Trump's own crypto coin.
I don't know much about it other than I launched it.
I don't know much about it other than I launched it. The President of the United States, I don't know much about it except I launched it. Crypto coin, nuclear missiles, I don't know much about it, I just launched them. Hey, Mr. President, could you take this? Yeah, what should I do with it? Just launch it. You start to wonder, does the buck stop anywhere with this dude?
I don't know when it was signed because I didn't sign it. Other people handled it. I don't know. You'll have to ask them. I don't know what it is, no. I don't know what it is. I heard about it at the same time. Maybe you heard about it. I don't know anything about it. I don't know the situation. I know nothing about WikiLeaks. It's not my thing. I don't know her. I never met her. I have no idea who she is. No, I don't take responsibility at all. I had nothing to do with that.
January 6th? January 6th is like your whole brand. It'd be like the Hawk Tuah girl going, actually, I only do hand stuff. Now you're grossed out? So many things that Trump seemingly has no involvement in. Is it possible he's been severed? Is that what all the choreography and merriment is about? Now, maybe you're saying, hey, the man's pushing 80. Maybe it's not a matter of trying to shirk responsibility. Maybe he legitimately cannot remember any of this shit.
I have a good memory and all that stuff, like a great memory. I have a great memory. One of the great memories of all time.
Oh. Well, then the only other thought here is that the I don't know, I don't remember is a cynical strategy to avoid the buck stopping anywhere near you and evading accountability at all costs. If only there was one clip that answered that question. Definitively.
Did I say I have a great memory or one of the best in the world?
One of the best in the world is what the reporter quoted you to say.
I don't remember that.
The second Trump administration is off to a roaring start, if you don't count the economy, inflation, rampant corruption, cyberbullying of ally nations, and we're all going to die of measles. So it makes sense that on Sunday he said he's considering running for a third term. But of course, the liberal media is freaking out.
New fallout after President Trump did not rule out the possibility of a third term.
A move that would require breaching the two-term limit outlined in the Constitution.
Caroline, what method would the president use to potentially run for a third term?
Look, you guys continue to ask the president this question about a third term, and then he answers honestly and candidly with a smile, and then everybody here melts down about his answer.
Yeah, right. No, right. Obviously, this is the media's fault, okay? If they ask the president a question, of course he's going to give you a deranged answer. He's the president. What do you expect him to say? No, I'm constitutionally barred from running again. Come on. The guy's just having a good time. His fellow Republicans, nobody gets comedy like the Republicans.
Don't you think he's probably kind of trolling?
I think he's probably having some fun with it, probably messing with you.
This is a president who loves to give a snake in a can to the media just to watch them open it. And he's doing that. This is another jump scare that has just lit up the internet.
Yeah, guys, relax. The president of the most powerful nation in the world he's in his Dennis the Menace phase. The point is, everybody knows he's joking. Trump isn't serious about a potential third term.
Trump insisted he was serious about a potential third term. Trump said, I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
No, that can mean anything. That can mean anything. Look, the truth is, Trump doesn't really joke so much as he jokes, right? The same way that guys joke to their wives about having a threesome. You know, that would be so wild. Obviously, we'd never do that. I mean, definitely not with my coworker Cindy that you said was pretty once, and I'm sure she's open to stuff because her nose is pierced. That would be so hilarious, right? Or would it be sexy? Personally, I'm not freaking out that Trump is going to defy the Constitution because he's already been doing it. For weeks now, ICE has been rounding up any immigrant who they suspect is a member of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, or as Trump pronounces it,
Tren de Aragua.
Muy bien, señor presidente. But this week, we found out that instead of sending these suspects to a trial or a hearing, all the due process shit in the Constitution, the ICE agents just fill out a checklist on the suspect. And if the suspect scores an 8 or more, they get deported to an El Salvadorian prison. Look, I'm not a legal expert, but I'd rather not be sentenced to life in a foreign prison with the same checklist system that Cosmo uses to decide if I'm good girl hot or bad girl hot. By the way, I'm bad girl hot. Woo! And reading through the checklist doesn't make me feel any better either. Okay, you get points just for having a tattoo of a star or a clock or the Michael Jordan logo. It doesn't even have to be a tattoo. You could just get points for wearing a Bulls jersey. So have fun in prison, Hannah Montana. If that's even your real name. But hey, I'm sure the famously detail-oriented Trump administration isn't going to deport people without making sure they're hardened criminals, right? Right? Right?
The Trump administration now admitting that a Maryland father from El Salvador was mistakenly deported to a super prison. Government lawyers just confirmed that the man who was granted protected status in 2019 was deported due to, quote, an administrative error.
Oopsie doopsie, I did a poopsie. Could it be that the geniuses who added Jeffrey Goldberg to the strike team group chat aren't great at identifying the correct people? If only there is a way that they could have presented this suspect before another person, someone who, I don't know, and I'm just spitballing, maybe could have judged whether or not the person could have been deported. Maybe that person, I don't know, could be behind a tall desk and they hold a stick and with a robe and they're federally appointed and they say things like, another DUI, Mr. Costa? I'd put you in prison, but you're too bad girl hot. No. Let's just do another checklist. Thank you for that. But hey, no harm, no foul. We can just get that guy back on the next flight, right? Right?
But here's the thing. The administration argues he can't be brought back because now he's in El Salvador's custody.
Wait. What are you talking about? We can't get one person out of a prison that we sent to that prison? J.D. Vance is out there calling dibs on rare earth minerals underneath Greenland and Ukraine. But with El Salvador, suddenly they're like, hey, sorry, no hablo español. Trump, don't you speak Spanish?
Trendy, Arguay.
Tremendioso. Seeing all these constitutional crises pile up, it makes me wonder what sort of evil machinations Donald Trump is plotting inside the Oval Office right now.
A friend of mine, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. I know him as Bob, but he's been a good friend for a long time, many years, and he's been after something that is for the good of a lot of people.
Mr. President, I don't mean to alarm you, but the guy next to you, he's scoring a lot of points on that checklist right now. Let's kick things off with that big Supreme Court race in Wisconsin that we've all been following closely ever since everyone started telling us how important it was for reasons we tried really hard to understand, but ultimately ended up just taking their word for it. Well, last night, despite Elon Musk putting $25 million to back the conservative, the liberal judge won the race. That's right. Suck it. Yeah. Suck it, Elon. Now you only have $340 billion. What are you going to buy with that, dumbass? And here's something we haven't said in a while. A second good thing happened for Democrats.
Update the history books. Last night, Democratic Senator Cory Booker concluded the longest speech in Senate history, clocking in at 25 hours and 5 minutes.
He was protesting what he called a crisis brought on by the Trump administration's policies.
I don't know how to solve this. I don't know how to stop us from going down this road, but I know who does have the power. The people of the United States of America.
What an amazing day for Cory Booker. Not so great for the C-SPAN cameraman who missed the birth of his first child and kindergarten graduation. It was a long speech. And Booker not only set a new record, he broke the 1957 record held by segregationist Strom Thurmond, a man so racist we never even talk about how weird of a first name Strom is. Is that short for Stromboli? What the hell's going on here? You never want a huge racist at the top of the record books. If, like, the world record for eating the biggest burrito was held by Hitler, someone should probably beat that sooner rather than later. And the amazing thing is that Booker didn't just get up there and read from Wikipedia. He stayed focused on condemning the Trump administration's assault on working people and the rule of law. So you can imagine that when he was done, the media had a lot of questions for him about these serious issues.
Does he get any bathroom breaks?
Did he have a bathroom break?
No sitting and no bathroom break.
You couldn't take a bathroom break.
How did you not have to use the restroom for 25 hours?
Were you wearing anything that allowed you to not have to go to the bathroom for 25 hours?
Senator, pee-pee? Senator, a follow-up, poo-poo? This is why our country is in the shape that it's in. The media won't talk about the substance of his speech. They'd rather talk about how he held it in for so long. No one cares about that. But just out of curiosity, how did he do it?
My strategy was to stop eating. I think I stopped eating on Friday. And then to stop drinking the night before I started on Monday. And that had its benefits and it had its really downsides.
Yeah. The downside is that he was hungry the whole time, but the benefit is that he can go straight from the Senate floor to his colonoscopy. So that's a bonus. But that is pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. He didn't eat for 3 days, although he is a vegan, so that's not much of a sacrifice, you know? Oh no, a weekend without tempeh. But let's move on, because while Democrats were congratulating themselves for their bladder control, Donald Trump was shitting out a new holiday.
A big day for the country. President Trump calling it Liberation Day.
Liberation Day.
Liberation Day. The world is watching.
Right, Liberation Day. That sounds like the fake holiday your friends make up after you get dumped, you know? Nah, man, who needs that beautiful, smart, independently wealthy woman in your life when you could die alone? This is your Liberation Day, bro. But actually, what is it?
Our breaking news just moments ago, President Trump officially announcing widespread, what he calls reciprocal tariffs, at least 10% on practically all goods coming into the United States.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed.
Okay, so Liberation Day is just the day that Trump announced new tariffs. I kind of doubt this day will be remembered for all of history, but if you give me a day off from work, you can call it whatever you want, to be honest with you. Now, you might be thinking, what am I even being liberated from? The ability to afford goods and services? Yes. But what Trump is hoping happens is that businesses move back to America. But until then, Republicans are preparing Americans for the inevitable rocky road ahead.
I feel like in some ways in the economy, this is kind of like a kitchen remodel or a bath remodel. There's a bit of a mess at the beginning, but everybody has a long-term look of where we're headed.
I mean, if you're going to remodel your house to make it better in the end, it's going to be really annoying in the short term when your house is getting remodeled. And there's drywall dust everywhere and there's workers in your living room. The reality is that remodel has got to happen in order to make things stronger and more stable on the back end.
Great. It's like a home remodel. I feel much better about tariffs now that you compared it to something famous for costing people way more than they ever expected. Nobody likes a remodel. And they especially don't like the people in charge of the remodel. Even the homeowners who hired Jesus to be their carpenter hated him. Is he seriously going out for another walk on water? I'm going to kill that guy. But look, guys, whether you like it or not, Republicans don't want to hear your bitching because we all knew this was coming.
It's going to be a rocky road, and Trump has admitted that.
Trump has acknowledged that there will be some minor inflationary aspect of that.
As he begins to realign the economy to put America first. Everybody knows, and when they voted in November of 2024, they knew that's what they were voting for.
Yeah, that's right, voters. You can bellyache all you want, but we all knew what we were voting for. Trump was very honest during the campaign that tariffs would drive prices higher, right? Right? Right?
You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher.
Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices.
Okay, technically he said prices wouldn't go up, but in his defense, he was lying. And you should have known that, so that's on you. But you know what? Yeah, perfect. Some people at Fox News would like to know why you're so obsessed with your money in the first place, huh?
There are some things more important than money. And the president's trying to tell Americans, you know, there may be a little suffering going on here.
It's a little volatile right now, but people have been very happy and very enthusiastic since the administration was inaugurated.
Look, I wouldn't watch the stock market every hour, every day.
I really hope that somehow the average person out there can separate themselves in their mindset from Wall Street. You know, don't get fooled by what's happening in the stock market.
Yeah. Making money isn't everything. Take it from the guy hosting the show called Making Money. Wow. Oh, man. Why would you think that making money was something this guy cared about? Just because it's on the desk and the screen and the wall and the other wall? Life isn't about making... Oh, also another one on that same wall? Yesterday, Donald Trump announced sweeping tariffs across the entire globe. Asia, South America, Narnia, Arendelle, Wakanda, Bachelor Nation. If you can imagine it, Trump slapped a tariff on it. And today, the reviews came in.
Carnage
on Wall Street.
Markets falling, tumbling.
Stocks plunging. Down, down, down.
The Nasdaq's getting crushed. Small caps are getting crushed.
This is a shock to the system.
It is ugly out there, worse than worst case scenario.
Stocks are getting slashed and burned. $2.5 trillion vaporized.
$2.5 trillion vaporized. Your kid's college fund disintegrated. Your 401k given the death penalty. Your pension waterboarded in Guantanamo. Those stocks your Nana gave you 20 years ago accidentally stepped on a landmine while vacationing in Vietnam. Economists say we could be on the verge of a recession, so things are looking scary right now. But don't worry. The only thing the president is better at than negotiating is speaking soothing words of comfort in times of need.
We have heard from President Trump. He took to Truth Social, wrote this: the operation is over. The patient lived and is healing. The prognosis is that the patient will be far stronger, bigger, better, and more resilient than ever before.
Boy, I feel so much better now. Always reassuring when the surgeon comes out screaming at the top of his lungs, "The patient is fine! Everything is going great! Does anybody have a mop?" The thing is, the patient didn't need major surgery. We just needed a teeth cleaning. Keep it clean and shiny. No one wants to wake up from heart surgery to their dental hygienist shouting, "I think he's gonna live!" Also, the patient is gonna be bigger? Was the surgery a penis enhancement? If so, what kind? Was it latex injections, scrotoplasty, ligament extension, ventral phalloplasty, a fat transfer to enhance girth? I think those are the options. I don't know. Now, look, you could argue that it's bad that my retired 78-year-old mom is polishing up her resume now, but to Donald Trump, it's all worth it because we're correcting a grave injustice.
President Trump says the higher penalties come in response to tariffs those countries impose on American products they import.
Reciprocal, that means they do it to us and we do it to them. Very simple.
Yeah, it's very simple in that it is simply not true. All right, the reality is that the numbers on his board are not the tariffs other countries are charging us. They actually represent the trade deficit between the U.S. and those countries, meaning we buy more stuff from them than they buy from us. I'm just going to repeat this. Those numbers don't represent the tariffs. They represent that we buy more stuff from them than they buy from us. That means we're basically punishing other countries for selling us stuff that we want. This is like me going to John Varvatos and beating the shit out of him because I like his socks. Why don't you ever buy my socks, John Varvatos? I don't make any socks, but that's no excuse. But that's really what's going on. It's not actually about tariffs. It's about other countries not buying enough of our stuff. Although Howard Lutnick, Commerce Secretary and cologne sponge, had another way to put it.
The European Union won't take chicken from America. They won't take lobsters from America. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak. It's unbelievable. We can't sell corn to India. We can't sell rice to Asia.
Yeah, although I'm not sure tariffs are the reason we can't sell rice to Asia. I think they figured rice out about 10,000 years ago. Now, if they want to add aroni, well, then let us know. You got that figured out. By the way, Europe's beef is weak? I'm sure that's not true. They famously have a running from the beef event where the beef tramples people. But you know what? I'm not too concerned about Donald Trump not understanding how his tariffs work because he's Donald Trump. He doesn't understand how to make money running a casino. The important thing is that there are adults in the room, like Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary and college dean who understands that boys will be boys. That guy's going to have the answers we need.
What do you expect the stock market to look like when it opens tomorrow in reaction to this?
I don't know.
Should we view these as permanent?
I think we're going to
wait and see how this plays out.
Do you plan on having negotiations before that date?
I just don't know if there are going to be negotiations.
Canada and Mexico notably missing on that chart. Why is that?
I'm not sure.
You know, I have a question. Do you know anything? Why are you out here doing interviews? It's not very reassuring to have the Treasury Secretary of the United States going, You know what? Maybe they can't give us clarification because there isn't clarification. We just assume they have a good reason for imploding the economy, because why else would you implode the economy? But then you uncover something like this and you realize, I'm not sure they even know what they're doing.
Every country on the list faces at least 10% tariffs. Even small, remote places like the Heard and McDonald Islands. They are near Antarctica and covered in glaciers, home to many penguins, but no people.
Yeah. We put a 10% tariff. We put a 10% tariff on an island that only has penguins? Trump would have been better off tariffing that island Tom Hanks got stranded on. At least it had one guy in that little volleyball he was f***ing. Is this a mistake? Look, I know old people butt dial strangers all the time, but this is the first time I've heard of someone butt tariffing an entire country.
Trump's world, and we're just cowering in it. Over just the past few days, Donald Trump deported hundreds of Venezuelans to El Salvador, despite a judge's order, extraordinarily renditioned a pro-Palestinian Columbia student with a green card, declared that CNN and MSNBC should be illegal. By the way, I'm not against everything he does. No. But perhaps most impressively,
yesterday, the president played in a golf tournament at Trump International Golf Club in Palm Beach County. He later took to social media to announce his championship win, calling the victory a, quote, great honor.
Oh! He won the tournament at Trump International. How did that happen? This dude's whole life, he's like the Make-A-Wish Batman kid. Hey, look at that, Donald. You caught all the criminals. Look, I'm opposed to anyone rolling back American democracy, but I do tip the cap to any 78-year-old winning a golf tournament. And by the way, still having enough energy left to stroll into the command center in his golf attire to bomb the shit out of Yemen. Yeah. Now look, anyone can bomb the shit out of Yemen after 9 holes, but 18? By the way, when he did that shift at McDonald's, did they just let him keep the headset? Is that? While they're bombing the shit out of Yemen, he's like, hold on, I got fries at the drive-thru window, hold on. By the way, by bombing Yemen, Donald Trump continued a presidential tradition dating back decades. It may have been what the Wright brothers invented the plane for. How much better do we have to make this for it to be able to reach and bomb the shit out of Yemen? But fear not, because Democrats put on the back foot finally have an opportunity to stand up and show their dispirited party they still have the principle and the backbone to face down this wannabe tyrant.
Republicans need at least 8 Senate Democrats to reach the 60 required votes, or the government's going to shut down at midnight tomorrow night.
Oh, shit. It is on like Donkey Kong. It turns out the Byzantine Senate rules have presented a golden opportunity to the minority party, because the budget the Republicans are proposing is a non-starter.
This is a terrible CR.
A bill that is designed to hurt the American people.
It would cut by nearly 50%
funding for medical research.
To take away nursing home care from millions of our seniors.
There's more than $1 billion of cuts to veteran benefits.
I'm voting no.
I will be a hard no.
Vote no, hell no.
I am even more hell no.
Can you be more hell no? Is that like, hell no? H-E double hockey stick? By the way, like, who's this dude fooling? You know that salty language isn't you, Merkley? Dollar in the swear jar. It's H-E double hockey sticks from now on. But this abomination of a budget shall not pass. Because, Senator Schumer, please remind the people what is necessary.
Republicans do not have the votes in the Senate.
You don't have the votes. You need congressional approval because you don't have the votes. Because the filibuster requires... I only saw the play once. You see, Republicans, your little evil budget plan might have worked if you hadn't forgotten that one Senator Schumer is Charles in charge of the Democratic Party. I'm afraid your diabolical scheme has been foiled.
Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer set off a firestorm heading into this weekend when he changed course and announced he would vote to move forward on a Republican-backed funding bill.
Turns out you had the votes. Republicans had the votes. What the happened?
I will vote to keep the government open. I believe it is my job to make the best choice for the country, to minimize the harms to the American people.
But you had said it was terrible. And wait a minute. Oh shit, I know what's going on here. All right, I know what's going on here. Yeah, you had me going, Chucky. You probably got a little something out of this, didn't you, old C-shoe? You wouldn't have given up that powerful leverage on the budget for nothing. My guess is Chucky got some cheese.
Did Schumer get anything from Republicans in exchange for those Dem votes?
He did not.
Senator Schumer, no disrespect, but you are a disgrace to Jewish stereotypes about financial negotiations. That's just... I thought the whole point of us is that's what we do. But you're out there, how much is it? $5. How about I give you $7? Like, what are you doing? And for those of you who may have felt like this was a total capitulation, Senator Schumer just felt like this wasn't the moment for Democrats to press their case because Trump is still too strong.
When he went below 40% in the polls, the Republican legislators started working with us. He was at 51. He's now at 48. We're going to keep at it, keep at it, keep at it until he goes below 40. When it happens, I am hopeful that our Republican colleagues will resume working with us.
You're going to keep at it. Keep at it, keep at it, keep at it. And what? This was it. This was the it that you would have been keeping at. The keeping of the it. It's not the keeping of the it. That's the issue. It's what the it. Don't you have to start it to keep at it? If this wasn't it, then what it? What is it if this not be it? But apparently the grand plan is Dems keep fecklessly complaining until the 48 approval comes down to 40. Which is a plan, but it's forgetting one crucial piece of information in Schumer's popularity calculation.
Devastating, cascading poll numbers for Democrats. Only 27% of voters have a positive view of the party. The lowest favorability rating in the history of NBC's polling.
You're at 27%.
You've got to get Trump to lose 8 points of popularity just for you to get to the point where you're 13 points below him. Your approval is only 7 points above, where it turns red and goes into low power mode. Maybe you're not a numbers learner. Maybe a visual demonstration of where you're here. Let me meet you where you live. All right, here we go. This is nice. I'm going to do this. This is 48% approval. This is them. This is you. This is you. 27%. This is them. Oh, I see. They're much higher. Yes, they're much higher. And if you keep this up, you'll be wearing these on your dick. Do you understand? Jesus. Perhaps I'm being too hard on the Senate. Although I am not. Perhaps he has insider knowledge of a quiet, smoldering Republican amenability to compromise. Perhaps underneath that hard shell of Republican intransigence is a soft, nougaty center of responsible legislative leadership waiting to be freed. Bargains! Driven in the hallowed yet marbled halls of power. Or maybe someplace mustier.
I talked to them. One of the places I told them to go in the gym, you know, when you're on that bike in your shorts, panting away next to a Republican, a lot of the inhibitions come off.
That's your plan. I'm going to dangle my balls out of my shorts and maybe at the gym. Oh, you know, they're going to lose all their inhibitions on the equipment. You know, actually, Chuck, I would like to work with you on Medicaid reform. And also, I never told anybody this, but I once jerked a guy off in a park. Oh, this elliptical, I just lose my inhibitions. And you know, I would probably be just a skosh more receptive to Schumer's theory of gym-based negotiation strategies if it had worked the last time.
We talk to our Republican colleagues all the time. I talk to them all in the gym. When you're a 60-year-old on a bike panting in your shorts, the inhibitions sort of fall away.
You know, I'm not here to posture shame. But for a guy who seems to be spending most of his life in the gym, a little less talky talk, a little more core. Second of all, in the gym, they're only being agreeable with you because they want you to leave them alone. In the gym, on the stationary bike. Oh, sure, Chuck, yeah, I'm definitely going to do that. But I have to tell you something. Pedaling really hard and not going anywhere, it's a great metaphor for the Democratic Party right now. Really. Also ball sweat. But for some reason, there is a persistent fiction within the Democratic Party that if they just hang out with Republicans in the gym or wait out Trump's popularity or give them concessions on a continuing resolution they said would harm the country, that Republicans will finally see the light. And Democrats will be rewarded with productive bipartisanship, or, as they put it,
this fever will break. All this excitement about Donald Trump, it's going to break.
So it is like a cult. The fever will break.
Is this the night the fever will break?
A chance to break the fever.
I believe at some point soon, the fever will break.
I think you're going to see the fever break.
President Obama saying, quote, "Now I believe when we're successful in this election, that the fever may break."
If someone's been running a fever since the aughts, that's not a fever. That is their default resting temperature. This fiction that you are inventing, this idea that somehow, they'll come to their senses. It allows Democrats to keep thinking that Republicans are actually the ones in the precarious position.
They've got a very narrow margin in the House, a bit bigger margin in the Senate, and their goals are internally conflicting.
They don't have the numbers.
Republicans need Democratic votes.
It's going to be clear they can't pass anything without Democratic help.
Congress won't be able to keep the lights on, let alone pass anything of substance, without the buy-in and blessing of House Democrats and Hakeem Jeffries.
It's a great message, except Republicans have gotten everything through, every crazy appointment. The guy who wrote the children's book on Russiagate runs the FBI. Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, Weekend Fox and Friends guy. They all sailed through. Literally, the only one that has failed so far is picking a Chucky doll that runs on cocaine and Viagra for Attorney General. And that's just because the Republicans personally hated him. Probably for something he did at the gym. Look, you don't understand. These Republicans are committed to a plan born of ideological 50 to 60-year project to remake the United States, and classifying it as a fever excuses you from having to propose an alternative, coherent vision and allows you to pretend that this is just an issue of messaging and not merit. But boy, are Dems busy fixing the messaging. Ambitious Democrats have a new game plan. They're going to yak it up about sports and go on more podcasts or whatever the hell this is.
Hi, I'm Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs. Get ready with me while I explain to you how House Republicans are trying to give away your health care to give tax breaks to big corporations. Last week, Republicans introduced their budget resolution.
I'm sorry. I'm having difficulty focusing on what you're saying because I'm terrified that you're a hard yellow light away from getting ready with Dan Crenshaw. Obviously, that is not meant in any way to diminish Congressman Crenshaw's service and how he was wounded in Afghanistan, making a Get Ready With Me video.
Now, one of Trump's big promises for his second term was deporting violent immigrants from America, and he often mentioned one violent gang in particular.
Tren de Aragua. Remove the savage gang. Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua. Tren de Arguay.
Tren de Aragua. You know, the members of that gang are like, is that us he's talking about? Trump sounds like my grandfather ordering Chipotle. I'll take the Barbara Ochoa. Buenos nachos. And over the weekend, Trump announced he was deporting hundreds of these suspected Venezuelan gang members all the way back to El Salvador. So, close enough. And of course, these suspected gang members would be afforded a rigorous legal procedure, including a trial, the presentation of evidence, and all the rights of due process. I'm just with you. He did a Trump.
The administration invoking an obscure law, the Aliens Enemies Act of 1798, which allows the government to deport people with little to no due process and was last used to round up Japanese Americans during World War II.
Last used to round up Japanese Americans during World War II. Why does Trump always have to pick the oldest, most racist laws to do what he wants to do? I'm cutting taxes under the authority of the It's Okay to Drown Italians law of 1863. It's not just that it's archaic. Invoking that law has some big problems. One is that if you're deporting gang members, but there's no due process, then you don't really know if you're deporting gang members. You're just deporting people who you think look like gang members. And if you start deporting every shady-looking guy with questionable tattoos, I mean, who's gonna go to Jets games? But you know what? I'm sure Donald Trump has the cultural understanding to carefully discern who is a member of, what's that gang name again?
Tren de Arguay.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are There's another problem with invoking this law, which is it's supposed to be used in wartime. So to make this work, Trump had to pretend that we're at war with Venezuela, which we're not. Not to mention, a pretend war is an extremely complicated concept to throw at the Secretary of Defense on St. Patrick's Day. So, man. Okay, so bottom line here. Okay, there's a lot of legal questions up in the air. So on Saturday, a federal judge decided to pump the brakes.
That federal judge, in an emergency hearing Saturday, ordered any plane containing these folks that is going to take off or is in the air needs to be returned to the United States, adding this is something that you need to make sure is complied with immediately.
Oh, well, it was a good try, Donald, but the judge has ruled, and that's the way the system works. So Trump brought the Venezuelans back, gave them due process, did the whole Constitution thing. I'm with you again. He ignored the judge.
The administration made a calculated decision to ignore a federal judge's directive to turn the flights around.
My God. I mean, if you had told me that Donald Trump would trigger a constitutional crisis just 7 weeks into his term, I would have said, that is a lot later than I thought. I mean, Donald showed a lot of restraint. I mean, Trump's really becoming presidential. Of course, the administration didn't just come out and say, we don't listen to judges from now on. They had the respect for the judicial branch to come up with some bullshit.
The White House argued that Boasberg's written order was issued when the planes were already mid-air and that his verbal order, some 40 minutes earlier, did not count.
It didn't count? Yeah. Is that how rulings work? You have to put it in writing, you can't just say it? Well, this is definitely not the first time that Trump has defended himself by arguing that oral doesn't count. Look it up. Look it up. Look, the judge wasn't terribly impressed with that argument, so Trump's lawyers went with another response, which was, can't catch me, force field.
The Trump administration argued that the court no longer had jurisdiction once the planes were over international waters.
Yes, okay, apparently the Constitution is not in effect over international waters. That explains Carnival Cruise Line's new ship, the SS Cruel and Unusual Punishment. And while the Trump administration is saying that it has the right to ignore judicial orders, President Trump himself is somehow going even further.
President Donald Trump just took to Truth Social and deemed this judge, responding to this decision here, calling him a radical left lunatic of a judge, a troublemaker and agitator who was sadly appointed by Barack Hussein Obama. He says this judge should be impeached.
So there you have it. Donald Trump went from, oh, sorry, we would have listened to this judge if we had heard it in time, to actually, this lunatic judge should be impeached. And if you would have told me that all happened in 48 hours, I would have said, wow, again, longer than I expected. Now, some of you might be thinking, Jordan, enough about this constitutional crisis. I want to hear about another constitutional crisis. Well, you're in luck.
Last night, the president posted on social media, said, quote, the pardons that Sleepy Joe Biden gave to the unselect committee of political thugs and many others are hereby declared void, vacant, and of no further force or effect because of the fact that they were done by auto-pen.
He's voiding Joe Biden's pardons. It's not enough that he's fighting the judicial branch in the present. He's also fighting the executive branch in the past. He's causing more problems in the multiverse than Jonathan Majors. But yes, I guess Donald Trump just found out about auto pens, which leads us to one of the most annoying events in a Trump presidency. Donald learns about something new, so we all have to learn about it too.
Presidents Biden and Obama both used an auto pen device to sign official documents, a practice that is legally binding.
The actual use of the auto pen dates back to Thomas Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson? I mean, I guess that makes sense. When you have that many secret kids, that's a lot of birthday cards you got to sign. Busy man. Now, to be fair to Trump, he's not just saying Joe Biden used an auto pen. It's something far more sinister. A conspiracy so evil that Trump took time out of his busy schedule waiting for the airplane bathroom to discuss.
The whole subject of AutoPen, did he know what he was doing? Did he authorize it? Or is this somebody in an office, maybe a radical left lunatic, just signing whatever that person wants?
Yes. Good question. Did Joe Biden really sign the pardons that he said several times he signed? Or did a radical left lunatic sneak into the Oval Office and start signing whatever was in the room? Pardons, laws, doctor's notes, yearbooks. I mean, did Joe Biden really want Cindy to have a great summer, or was it the deep state? Yeah, my favorite part of this whole story is how Trump tried to claim that he would never use an AutoPen, only to remember that he actually did use an AutoPen.
I never use it. I mean, we may use it as an example to send some young person a letter, because it's nice, you know, we get thousands and thousands of letters and letters of support for young people, for people that aren't feeling well, etc.
Yeah, if I'm doing important things like pardoning January 6ers, I'll sign it myself. But for doing stupid shit like writing letters to sick kids, DocuSign is fine. Speaking of a once-in-a-generation charming sex machine, Elon Musk. Now, oh baby, I love it. I love it. Now, he's the world's richest man, the leader of Doge, and guy who thinks Sauron is the hero of the story. And say what you want about Elon, but he certainly has his fans.
I love Tesla.
I'm not saying Donald Trump is racist, but that man does love a hard R. But if you step outside of the White House, you'll find a backlash brewing against the founder of Tesla.
Lawmakers across the country facing anger and outrage from their constituents at town hall meetings, and the primary source of the blowback is Elon Musk.
What are you doing to stop the activities of unelected and unconfirmed Elon Musk?
Elon Musk does have a security clearance. We need to find out what Elon Musk is doing and how we can stop him.
Elon Musk has conflicts of interest out the wazoo.
I support Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency.
Oh, tough crowd. You know you're in trouble when you even pissed off the kid with the cherry 8-ball sweater. It's like the chillest sweater there is. These crowds have been so angry towards these congressmen, some of them have decided to stop holding town halls altogether, which feels a little thin-skinned, considering this is basically the same kind of vitriol an Applebee's bartender gets when the white wine's not filled to the brim. Again, Kyle, I'm sorry I flew off the handle. Papa needs his Pinot Grigio. And some people are not content to just scream about Elon in a high school gym. They're taking to the streets or the parking lots.
Tonight, the FBI and ATF now investigating multiple cases of possible arson targeting Teslas and Cybertrucks.
This dramatic video shows multiple cars in flames. Police say the attacker used Molotov cocktails. It's the latest in more than a dozen instances of arson and vandalism targeting Tesla.
The same suspect shot more Teslas with a gun. Tesla Cybertrucks were set on fire in Kansas City, and earlier this month, shots fired at a Tesla dealership in Oregon. Cybertrucks on fire in Seattle.
Wow, you guys like petty acts of domestic terrorism, huh? Cool. Wow. Okay, let me just say, nobody should be breaking the law and blowing up Teslas, especially because if you just wait a few minutes, they'll probably do it by themselves. And in case you're wondering why people might do this, some have been leaving helpful messages.
This is what Tesla employees in Encinitas saw when they arrived to work today. The vandalism is too graphic to show in its entirety. We blurred out the swastika on this white Tesla, as well as the F word on 2 different windows in front of the dealership. Nazi and scum were written as well.
I think you might have wanted to blur out a little more there, because now it just looks like they just wrote, Obviously, Elon has a lot of kids, so he's got a lot of, but you don't have to be so overt. The point is, there's a ton of rage directed at Elon right now, which is why last night he went on Sean Hannity and made the case for his victimhood.
Bullets are being fired, charging stations are put ablaze, Teslas are being put ablaze. What have you done that warrants this? Because I see nothing that you have done except help our country.
Yeah, I mean, it's really come as quite a shock to me that there's this level of really hatred and violence from the left. Tesla is a peaceful company. We've never done anything harmful. I've never done anything harmful. I've only done productive things.
Well, I shouldn't have to explain this to Elon, but it's not about the Teslas. Teslas are actually pretty cool as a car. It's got that all-glass thing going on, kind of like a Pope-mobile that f***s. It's got door handles that are hard to find, which is what everybody wants in a door handle. Everything in the car is electronic, so if it malfunctions, you just drown in it, It's like a free coffin. It's cool. It's cool. I give them credit. I don't think people, though, are mad at you because of the Teslas, Elon. If I were to hazard a guess about why they'd be mad, it might be because in the last several weeks, you fired tens of thousands of federal workers, you made cuts to veterans care, life-saving foreign aid, and food banks, you canceled important medical research, sometimes so abruptly that this happened.
Clinical trials funded by USAID, medical experiments have been stopped midstream. Some people have medical devices still in their bodies because the trials were abruptly stopped.
Yeah, people might get a little upset if you stop their medical trial halfway through them. Imagine you had to stop getting your malaria medication or going home with half a butt lift. Imagine it. Imagine it. You'll never buy pants off the rack again. Or here's another guess. Maybe people are mad at you because you don't seem to know what the you're doing. I'm guessing. Because you fired aviation safety staff, then you had to hire them back. You fired nuclear safety inspectors, then you had to hire them back. You cut funding for Ebola prevention and then said, oopsie.
One of the things we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola prevention. I think we all want Ebola prevention.
Yeah, I think we do. And if someone just accidentally cut it, I think we'd all be pretty mad. I might even Banksy some Third Reich ejaculate. Look, I could come up with more reasons, but let's be honest. Elon knows why people are mad at him. We know he's not as smart as he pretends to be, but he's also not as dumb as he's pretending to be right now. And when he goes on Sean Hannity to complain about why people hate him, he's just proving that the troll king of the internet can't handle the consequences of the real world. But you know what? You know what, Elon? You know what? No. Here, Elon, if you genuinely want people to not hate you, you could focus on the things you are good at. I mean, you did get those astronauts back. It was a beautiful moment.
The astronaut pair who faced a prolonged stay in space, 9 months versus a planned 1 week, are back on Earth tonight.
It was a team effort between the Trump administration, Elon Musk, and SpaceX.
And how about this welcoming committee? Like we just mentioned, a pod of dolphins seen swimming around as the astronauts waited to be escorted out of the SpaceX Dragon capsule.
You know what? I think that's great. Look, I have to not be a hater for a second, okay? Elon brought them back safely from space after being stranded there for months, and dolphins even showed up to say hi. That is incredible. I mean, I wish the dolphins hadn't welcomed them back with a Sieg Heil, but still. Donald Trump made lots of promises during the presidential campaign, and he emphasized one thing in particular.
Starting on day one, we will bring competence and common sense back to the Oval Office, restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government.
Kamala says, vote for her, and you're voting for joy. Yeah. What's the one-word counterpart?
Competence.
Competence.
Well, but real competence, real competence, not just he's sort of a competent person. No, real competence.
Yes. The more you say that something is real, the more people believe you. My real girlfriend lives in real Canada. She's just not just sort of my girlfriend. She's my real girlfriend. She's real, and I touched her real boobies. By the way, what room is that? I feel like the Beast must have Belle trapped in the room next door, right? But yes, Trump promised his presidency would be marked by competence. And now that we're 2 months in, let's see how that's going.
Some serious security concerns over the newly released JFK files and real anger after Social Security numbers and other private information of more than 200 people were made public on Tuesday. The Washington Post reports that among them are former congressional staffers and one of Donald Trump's most vocal defenders, his former campaign lawyer, Joseph DeGeneva. He is furious, telling the Post it's absolutely outrageous, adding, "It's like a first-grade elementary level rule of security to redact things like that."
Whoa, man. Looks like 304-556-622 is really upset about that leak. Man, Social Security numbers, addresses, full names. The only thing that wasn't in the JFK papers was who killed JFK. And Trump's poor lawyer. He's probably like, oh man, I never would have represented you in your 2020 election fraud case if I knew you'd be untrustworthy. But we can't be surprised. Everything Trump has done so far has been sloppy. Whether it's DOJ not knowing who they're firing, ICE not knowing who they're deporting. Turns out they can't even do a classic DEI purge right.
Tonight, the Pentagon sparking outrage after removing from its website a story celebrating the Army record of American icon Jackie Robinson.
A senior military official tells us tonight that the Pentagon relies on computer software to scrub DEI content from its websites, and that ultimately those stories about Jackie Robinson were removed by mistake.
Yeah. Oh, don't blame us. Blame our racist software. We should have never used Chat KKK. Classic mistake. Classic mistake. Be careful where it is. The Jackie Robinson mistake wasn't even the most embarrassing anti-DEI flub.
In some cases, photos seem to be flagged for removal simply because their file included the word gay, including service members with that last name and an image of the B-29 aircraft Enola Gay, which dropped the first atomic bomb on Hiroshima.
That's how lazy they were with this. They just Control-F'd for gay-sounding keywords and deleted anything that showed up. Now kids won't know about the Enola Gay, they won't know about transport planes, and they'll never hear about the heroic service of Captain Grinder McScissoring. Tragic. What's extra tragic is this could have all been avoided if they had just named the plane Enola Gay No Homo, you know? But maybe getting things right isn't this administration's top priority. They have a crisis on their hands. Tesla stock is in the toilet. And they can't let that happen. Crisis. They can't let that happen because Elon Musk is a key member of the Trump administration. And more importantly, Republican Party sugar daddy. So, last night, they sent Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick to Fox News to make a pitch.
I think if you want to learn something on this show tonight, buy Tesla. It's unbelievable that this guy's stock is this cheap. It'll never be this cheap again. When people understand the things he's building, the robots he's building, the technology he's building, people are going to be dreaming of today and Jesse Waters and thinking, gosh, I should have bought Elon Musk's stock. I mean, who wouldn't invest in Elon Musk? You got to be kidding.
Whoa! This is gross, a bit gross. You know, cabinet members should not be shilling for companies. And that includes those Henry Kissinger Hims.com ads. But to be fair, he wasn't just out there shilling Tesla stocks. The Commerce Secretary was pushing Elon products that hadn't hit the market yet.
Go online and look up Optimus. It is the coolest thing you've ever seen. We're all going to be buying robots. They're going to cost about $30,000. You're going to be buying a Tesla robot, and anybody who doesn't buy a Tesla robot is going to be silly.
Yeah! You hear that? People who don't buy a $30,000 robot that isn't on the market yet and will probably strangle you in your sleep? You're gonna look silly. These poor everyday Fox viewers must be so confused. They came here for the xenophobia and pretty ladies, and now they have to mortgage their house to buy a robot with a thigh gap. It's so embarrassing that this guy is using his position on TV to sell shit to the American people. Why are you so hungry for Musk's approval when you should be hungry for a Taco Bell build your own craving box? A Chalupa Supreme, a burrito, a side, and a drink for under $7. It's called integrity. And it's how you live Moss. You know, it's not just the Trump administration. The whole team over at Fox News is doing their part.
I own a Tesla. It's amazing.
I ordered my Tesla today.
I told my wife, hey, I think we should buy a Tesla.
So you're going out to buy one?
Go get a Tesla.
I'm going to buy a Tesla today, by the way. I'm buying a Tesla today.
Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Oh, man. Pretty soon, even Fox is going to stop saying Merry Christmas and replace it with Happy Tesla December to Remember sales events.
Americans are still trying to process the global realignment that has occurred following the disastrous Oval Office meeting between the president, J.D. Vance, and Volodymyr Zelensky. What happened, they say? Are we still America, they say? Whose side are we on, they say? It's complicated. The best way that I can explain what happened and show Americans how to process this new reality was with another shocking turn of events from this weekend.
On Saturday night at the Elimination Chamber, the WWE shocked the world as John Cena turned heel, joined The Rock, and attacked Cody Rhodes.
Now, if that does not immediately explain to you our current geopolitical climate, you must have grown out of watching wrestling through the normal course of aging. I, on the other hand, understand this in my bones. This explains it, folks. All of your shock, all of your disappointment, all of your anger, it's in there. It's in the squared circle. You see, Saturday night, oh, we're doing this. Saturday night. John Cena, the good guy of professional wrestling, Mr. Hustle, the champ, the man who stood for everything, truth, justice, the guy who literally holds the record for the most Make-A-Wish Foundation meetings of all time. People would get cancer just to meet John Cena. Last weekend, Cena flipped the script and went from being a face, a good guy, to a heel, a bad guy. Now, if you don't follow professional wrestling, and I'm guessing if you watch this show, you do not. Judging from, all right. But let me continue to bore you with this metaphor. So here's what happened. The current WWE champion is one Cody Rhodes. Seven people say around. Cody Rhodes is the people's champ, unquestioned bravery. He stands in for Zelensky in this metaphor. A couple of weeks ago, The Rock, the now evil owner of the WWE, Putin in our story, made Cody Rhodes an offer.
The one thing that I want more than anything in this world is that I want your soul.
Putin, he wants Zelensky's soul. But sir, I am smaller and weaker than you. It will take incredible bravery for me to protect my soul and the soul of my people. But luckily, I am not protecting my soul alone. For I have the support of the great John Cena! So, Cody Rhodes, Zelensky, told Vladimir Putin, Rock, no soul for you, motherfucker! And that's when they met in the Oval Office. America went to hug Zelensky, but when America looked up, somehow Putin had given John Cena the international sign for its time. And rather than repudiate Putin, America smelled what The Rock was cooking. And through that borschte haze, America delivered the nut shot. The nut shot to the hopes and dreams of Ukrainians everywhere. And then, for no reason, America jumped on Zelensky and started punching him in the face as many times as he could. Too simplistic? No? This is it! Am I being too simplistic, assigning to the delicate art of realpolitik a scripted outcome? Perhaps, but judge for yourself.
Putin broken 25 times his own signature. 25 times he broken ceasefire.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III.
I need to run some of this lubricants to my carrier storage facility, and then I should be ready.
$50 billion. You're either going to make a deal or we're out.
All right.
This is going to be great television. I will
Cool.
say that.
Okay, so this will be a bunker with a ton of materials, and we actually have scouting bays, so
But isn't that what you want from the high-stakes diplomacy
if
and real
those guys had
urgency that
LOD,
ending war
we'd
demands?
be able to shoot them.
And
But they don't from here.
Even
That's fine.
reporters got some nut shots in.
Why don't you wear a suit?
You gonna keep all the Chronos in there to harvest them for blood? That's my hope. So the reason why I'm setting this base up is in what was that other game? Conan Exiles. They actually had NPCs you could put in your bases, which would be really cool if we could have that. So if I can put a bunch of NPCs around the base, eventually we can make this place look really lively. And that's sort of what I'm gearing up for. And if we can't, then whatever. It still looks pretty cool. You know?
If you think I'm pushing this metaphor, look at the stunned faces in the crowd at WWE. When John Cena
Yeah, right now a lot of
turned
this is just
heel.
set up this way. Wait, what is that?
I now present you
Oh, that guy got missed.
equally stunned
Killed
faces of those watching this Oval Office pay-per-view.
Scott, I've never seen anything like that. You've never seen anything
You build
like
underground?
that.
No. You can't terraform the ground.
Just wow. That was something. Caitlin,
This
I
is
want to
a
start
problem.
with her face.
It looks stupid.
I mean,
so I'm going to fix that.
Christian.
This pillar being in the way of this door kind of sucks.
You broke
I think I want to get rid of
Christian
these walls.
Amanpour.
Just gonna make that.
The woman wanders unprotected through Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, doesn't give a f***. 10 minutes of Trump diplomacy, and she's like, is anyone else dizzy? My A1C is plunging. Now, of course, there is one big difference between the WWE and the world of politics. In the WWE, they seem very clear on who the good guys and who the bad guys are. Nobody walked out of the match pretending that the guy who got nut-shotted was the bad guy.
There was this attitude of ungratefulness, seeing his
Okay,
smirk,
but does
seeing
that
him roll
confirm
his
that
eye,
anyway, they're
seeing
planning
him
to
refer
add
to
the
J.D.
option to
Vance,
replace one piece when the
the
Labs
vice
destroy
president,
first? That's
as
good to know.
J.D.
He shows up
Really?
in his Equinox
No
shit
shit.
outfit.
That's a great
doggone
change.
Oval Office.
President Zelensky was also antagonistic, and frankly, he was rude.
I'm really glad that they're willing to like add
Tone deaf, going in
like
and
things like
fighting
that,
back,
you know, where
getting
it's like
sassy with the
this
president.
could take a lot of time to build that, but it's a base structure change for the entire functionality of the game. Gives me a lot of hope for them fixing everything.
He was a real scallywag.
To make you feel really nice. So
You know what I would say if I was there in the Oval Office with him? I'd say, you better watch your tone, mister. I think it was Churchill who during World War II was roundly criticized for being a bit lippy.
gonna do this as pylons.
Excuse me, mister, we'll decide where you're going to fight them, whether it's on the beaches or not or whatever. Poor guy, Zelensky. His nation
I'm putting up
was
bollards so you
invaded.
can't accidentally
He's
run
against
somebody
all
over
odds,
as they
held
leave
off
the
a much
barracks.
bigger army for 3 years. And we're like, would it
Yeah, see? See, look at this. Saved.
Dress a little nicer, your beautiful country, nobody would know. show off what you got. You know what I'm talking about? Maybe some of those rare metals I've been hearing something about. But of course, if you criticize Trump's very clear hostility to Zelensky, and very clear
Too
appreciation
much OSHA compliance for me? Shake my head. Look, all right, if we lose a Harkonnen, the paperwork would be immense. I don't want to deal with it.
people quickly set up straw men north of Richmond.
We have a Harkonnen die.
What is the alternative?
We could just tell them that they defected and that we killed them.
We're not saying there should be no
I guess that's true.
negotiations.
I can't
We're
believe
just
Kronos
surprised
defected.
At the side you seem to be negotiating for.
It's sad.
President Trump recognizes the urgent need
The
to
Thopter
end
can
this
still land
war
on you?
after 3 long
No, not
bloody
anymore.
years. President Zelensky has
No, the cancel
different
land on you
aims
pins
in
you against an
mind.
avmesh. It's
Yeah,
a known
bullshit. I'm
exploit.
pretty sure everybody wants to end all. Hitler wanted to end
Yeah,
the
that guy who
war.
did it, though, got
It's
deleted.
not the way it ended. You're pretending
about it,
that we have no other options.
Our hearts all break for the suffering and loss and death. But you know what will be even worse? World War III.
Yes, I'm sure your heart, in quotation marks, is breaking. But in your little zero-sum formulation, you are correct. Total capitulation by Ukraine, loss of all their mineral wealth,
is
and
pretty
no security
legit.
guarantees.
It's looking
is
good.
still better than World War III. For now. But you know, everything sounds better if the only other option
Yeah,
is
hold,
presenting
Steph.
us
I
is
put out a
World
video,
War III.
2 videos
You
about
can
that
listen
10 months ago.
to the Amelia Perez
And they still have
composer
70% like ratios on them,
freestyle
mostly from people in the
another
industry
verse at the
and other people
Oscars.
who are trying to make video games. So if you want to know more about my stance on that, you
Or World
don't
War
need to bother
III.
me. Put it out like a year ago.
Eventually, you will agree to hear another verse by a hair.
It was great fun when I started stream
These guys are
a
so
little bit before you did, and I had people coming
Trump's
into my chat
ass,
asking
they
about it, and I was just
can't even
memeing on it.
admit
Like,
that this meeting
You love Pirate, but this game is shit?
Russia's
That's okay if you don't like it. That's fine. I like it. I think it's very fun.
Watching how Trump
Everybody can like their own
behaves
games.
and
Or not.
acts when he's
It's up to you, man.
pressed. I thought
Nothing
he
wrong
stood up for America, that we're a good
I think
people.
I could
We
agree with
wanna
that
help
statement
you,
if you flipped them
but
around.
we're going to be respected. So
What?
I think Moscow is probably more
What?
afraid
Nothing,
of
huh?
Trump than ever.
What?
What, huh?
Kronos is a big troll, I think. I think he's become a toxic streamer. That's how it works.
Yes, people get terribly
exactly.
afraid when
He's toxic
someone
now. Winky taught
viciously
him.
takes their side.
Yeah, Winky told me you're the best secrets.
They must be quaking in their.
I don't think he taught you the best.
What do Russians wear in their feet?
He saved
I don't.
those
Is it
for
shoes
himself.
inside other
Jealously.
shoes and
Yeah,
they
he
get
did.
very small?
Guaranteed.
Until the last.
Why would a
shoe
streamer
that you
give away
take
his
off is
best
a tiny
secrets,
shoe, and you're positive this has
Because
got to be
Winky's
the last
obviously
shoe. And
kind
then,
and
but
caring,
no,
right?
No. See, the next thing you have to learn as a streamer is that every other streamer is competition. And if you don't crush them immediately, you lose. See? That's how it works.
you don't.
That's right, Chet? Yeah. Every other creator is an enemy, Kronos. Definitely.
You know what? Putin must be
Gonna fight
quaking.
everyone you
Let's
meet.
get this is the
At what
actual
point were you infected
Russian
by Reddit?
state television view. On
There we
Russia's
go.
fearfulness.
That's the way.
The new administration is rapidly changing all foreign policy configurations. This largely coincides with our vision.
America said, do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with us. It's such a pleasure to watch.
Basically, he is taking
Kronos
our
is
bread and
becoming a
butter.
true
We
streamer.
wanted to solve the Western
Never
world.
thought I'd see the day. He's growing
saw
up.
through it himself.
He's growing up.
Not only are the Russians not fearful, they're f***ing delighted. Do you know how hard it is to delight a Russian? There's only 2 ways to do it. Break up the Western democratic order.
The only thing I can think of, I think Eve has ruined me
It's the
permanently.
only two
in my life.
ways.
The only thing I can think of is that every time I cough,
Social media dash
my first
cam
reaction
chat.
inside of my
3
head is
things,
die
really.
quietly.
Look, none of this is to say Zelensky handled this meeting well. Everyone knows by now Trump's love language is subservient.
It sticks around,
if he
doesn't
calls
it?
your wife
It really
ugly,
does.
you praise him. If he calls you whittle, you run his
If I'm ever
State
sick and I'm like, I
Department.
feel
And
like
if you're a foreign
I feel like
leader
I'm
who wants to be on
complaining
good
too much, I'm
terms
like,
with
no, I'm just
America,
gonna die
you gotta
quietly.
butter
Die
Trump up like
quietly,
he's
dude.
Texas toast. British PM Keir Starmer knows how it's done.
It is my pleasure to bring.
Oh god, did I get that from Eve? Yeah. The whole thing was that like people would be like, armor reptile, and then they die, and like your job as an FC is like, shut up, die quietly. We have calls to make.
This is really special. This has
Yeah, because your name is AAA. Please primary me. Like that's. What do you think was going to
I
happen?
think that just symbolises the strength of the relationship between us. So this
All right,
is
we need
a very
700
special
plus
event.
stadium.
One of the things that I was told was actually annoying about fighting me was that if I was ever called as primary, people weren't sure if it started with a C or a K.
That's pretty good. That's actually really good.
What I was told that, yeah, it's great.
You know what I should have done? I should have named myself Irish Wristwatch.
It's a letter from the king.
Yeah, that would have been good.
Like, how do they call you as primary? Try to call me as primary, chat. Irish Wristwatch. Just say Irish Wristwatch. Irish Wristwatch. Out loud.
Irish Wristwatch is primary.
See, Kronos can do it.
The king is
But think about how long you have to say
You'll
that.
be the belle of the ball,
Yes, you do have to like
and
this.
then
Slow
I'll
down
sweep
set.
your chimney. Oh.
Plastanian. Plastanian is what we need. We're making medium boxes. We need like 10 of them.
Zelensky
So we need 700
shouldn't have gone in there
Plastanian.
with Russia hasn't abided by any ceasefire agreement, so we
Which
can't
is
trust
just
them.
so
Should
much.
have gone in there with a dessert cart and a Kyiv hotel opportunity. So this meeting has deeply wounded America's alliance with Ukraine, as well as the rest of Europe. And the
Purple burglar alarm,
is having a
yes,
hard time
indeed.
figuring out the strategy.
Purple burglar alarm.
That the president is actually not interested in a deal about Ukraine, but I don't understand it.
The
question now, Jim, is what happens in Europe?
How does this make
America great again?
It just does not make any sense.
There we go.
You poor, dumb bastards. It makes perfect sense. If only you
Dravidian,
watched
you say.
professional wrestling. Do you get it? It was a heel turn. I'll explain it again. It was a heel turn.
Are there dead mice in there?
designed
No.
to create
We caught who it
the
was. It was Saba.
alliance Trump always wanted in the first place.
Win the division very
What's to
soon.
understand?
We can do it now, actually. I just need
Trump
to move this
and
material
the
around.
Republicans like Putin better. Just listen to Putin.
The radical neoliberalism destroying traditional values. The obsessive emphasis
We
on
still
race.
150 grand.
Modern cancel culture. It turns into reverse discrimination, reverse racism.
It's on the
They
ground.
invented 5 or 6 genders, transformers, trans. You see, I do
Enjoy.
not understand what it is. Share toilets for boys and girls.
Cats marrying dogs. Will and Grace.
By God, Kronos, it's finished. For now. Now it's just storage. Storage into the
Marjorie
goddamn
Taylor
sun.
Greene from the right. A woman who, by the way, gives up the whole point of this realignment.
The Ukrainian government is attacking Christians. Russia is not doing that. They're not attacking Christianity. As a matter of fact, they seem to be protecting it.
By bombing other Christians. So everyone's wondering, why isn't Trump aligning himself with the West?
Big Willie is making
In
an
his
arena
mind,
at the bottom of
he
the cliff.
is Western civilization,
It's kind of
not
legit.
Europe. To most of us, Russia is not that.
The base is
We,
looking
and
cool.
Historically, everyone has used the West
It's looking
to mean
cool.
Western values. Europe represents the expansion
panels
of
coming out
liberties
here.
advocated
That looks
by
pretty
great
neat.
Enlightenment thinkers like Locke,
Yeah, I like this.
Voltaire, and Rousseau. But to
Can we get a base
MAGA,
tour? Sure.
This is Europe.
So we've got these ramps going down here. That's where there's some sandfly bases out there. Actually, let me go get my
Super gay.
Thopter.
When
Grab my
MAGA
Thopter.
talks about Western civilization, they mean the Knights Templar. Still pretty gay.
So as you can see, we've got a bunker out the front here. We've got a storage bay, which is what we're converting that into. This over here is our vehicle, ground vehicle bay.
It's not
with
democracy
like
versus dictatorship.
buggies and stuff in
Capitalism
it.
versus communism anymore.
There is a
It's woke versus unwoke.
like ramp going from there, and then this is power generation and water generation, and then this is our Thopter bay. Should go and land here real quick,
Decided in a particularly volatile meeting on Friday.
and then we'll go inside.
Got to give credit where
We're going to
credit is
put
due. To
storage
MAGA
there
architects
for all
Steve
6
Bannon.
tiers of
They've been
material.
working on taking out the
This is our way out
for a
up into
while
this
now.
area
It's a global revolt.
for power and water
This is like-
generation.
We're on the right side of history.
And then down in here is our industry bay that has every one of the industrial buildings that are in the game, including 2 large oil refineries and 1 giant spice refinery, and then all the advanced fabs on this side and the normal fabs on this side.
Holy shit.
And then down
What
here,
a concise,
we have our
centrally
water
planned
generation room
social
from Blood
engineering
and
scheme. But here we are,
Neighbors.
the end result of a scripted arc.
And
that
we have
culminates in America
item storage right here, which is going to change. I'm going to be moving that.
Strongman partnership that carves up the world.
This one is a chill out area. I need to put like
places
more
classic
furniture and stuff in here. This is a
behind
fridge, so we have a bunch
transactional
of food and bandages and stuff in here.
So say it with me.
This is
conspiracy
water
theorists.
storage.
by design, it's
This
a
is
new
the
world.
Subfief console and then my personal
Donald
storage.
Trump has been busy. In the past couple of days, he's switched sides in the war in
And
Ukraine,
then this is
announced a national
shared
crypto
storage for
reserve,
materials.
and
That's going to
dismantled
go up
the
into
National Weather
the
Service
Thopter Bay.
because part of the fun of experiencing
And
a
then
Category
down
5
here
hurricane is the surprise.
Is that storage bay that I was
Trump's
talking
been
about?
so
So we're going to have 6
busy
more
that I was
storage
getting
things
worried
there. That'll
he'd
be for
forgotten
mining
his
and stuff like
plan
that.
to start a
And then
North
this
American
door
trade war, but my boy,
takes you
he
down
put it
into
on
the
cow.
ground vehicles.
We begin with the
Look at that.
breaking news in America's escalating
What are the taxes like? I think only
trade war, and it's
20,000.
dramatic.
A
It's not
global
very much.
trade war kicked off at the stroke
Yeah.
of midnight. President Trump's 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico are now in effect.
Yeah, that's right, baby. Trade war. Woo! Nobody does war better than USA. USA.
When are you going to watch and respond to that? I'm not. I put out my videos 10 months ago, and if you don't like that, then
And the best
neat,
part is, it's
right?
not going to affect us at all. Ooh.
I gave my perspective as a game developer and a person who's been in the industry a super long period of time, and the response was to ignore me for 10 months and then shit all over me on social media as much as possible without actually engaging in my claims in a way that was cohesive and sane, outside of slinging shit. So, not interested.
We're launching a trade war.
It's exactly what I expected.
Us. I'm going to pay $9,000
If you want to know more about how I feel about
Sorrento?
it, just go watch my 2 original videos. I'm not
Now
changing
I
them.
finally
They're not
get why
coming
they
down,
say
and they're
war
both
is
over
hell.
70% positive. So, neat.
That's what Private Ryan saved. That's what Saving Private Ryan was all
All
about.
right, let's see.
Private Ryan was a
This room
different
needs more
movie.
lighting.
Isn't this the opposite of what Trump campaigned on? Raising prices on everything? I'm already buying my eggs in installments with Klarna. And the solution that his Secretary of Agriculture came up with, it's not very helpful.
I think the silver lining in all of this is how do we, in our backyards, we've got chickens too in our backyard, how do we solve for something like this? And people are sort of looking around thinking, wow, well, maybe I could get a chicken in my backyard. And it's awesome. I agree with you.
Yeah, I think everyone who isn't a farmer right now wants to be.
Yes, great idea. Great idea. In this time of uncertainty, the one thing I need now is a
I have
wild
now
animal
officially
in my
hit the
house
light limit.
pecking my dick
Sadness.
while I'm trying to make a frittata.
I don't even like those lights. This is bad.
Everybody who's not a farmer wants to be. Are you kidding me? Americans don't even go to grocery stores anymore. We just text get
Yeah, as you can see from all the
Cheerios to
people that are getting
strangers on
banned,
Instacart.
there's not really a lot of people that actually care about engaging
sure, I
in
guess
conversation
they'll
about this. The
become a
only
small
thing that they want to
farmer.
do is come in and
And hey,
fling
why
shit,
stop
get
at
their pound of
chickens?
flesh and leave.
You know, I could grow my
Which is
own
exactly what they wanted to do the entire
I could
time.
raise my own
We've been
cows.
watching them on that subreddit for that
buying?
initiative
I
go
steal
through
like
and
a
say that they
sucker
wanted
when I
to start
could be
drama with me
smelting
specifically
iron
to
ore in
get
my own
more
bathtub.
votes for the initiative. So I've just been ignoring it
Either way,
for 10 months.
prices are about
And now
to
that it's
go
failing,
up.
they want
And
to
I
take it
just
out
hope
on
that no one
someone. So
told
they're going
that to
after
the
me.
stock market.
Despite the fact that they had
stock
10
market
months to,
dropped for a
I don't know,
second day in a
garner all the
row.
votes
Now
and
that
everything that they
President
needed,
Trump's
they
tariffs
want
are
to choose
in
me as the
effect.
only
God
source
damn it, who told that to
of
the stock
dissent
market?
and the only boogeyman
So the
that
stock
killed an
market
entire
is plummeting
thing.
thanks to the trade war
Despite
that
me
Donald
saying
Trump
nothing
started. So
for 10 months
obviously,
since
well,
putting
we
out
know
those
who to
videos.
blame for that, right?
What's left
You
of
had
the
the time to
Biden
fix this
economy
for
is
yourselves.
slumping so badly. It's
But
just
it's easier to
slumping.
blame.
This is the legacy of the Biden economy.
Damn
Enjoy your
you,
lazy
Joe
mouth takes.
Biden. You were supposed to leave the password to the economy
gonna
on
do
the
with
White
this?
House fridge before you left.
How are we going to do lighting on this?
If we're going to blame past presidents, why stop at Biden? You know, Jimmy Carter's been awfully quiet lately. How convenient. But I guess rising prices and a tanking stock market, that's just the cost of starting a trade
think
war
I could
with
do
your neighbors.
ceiling tiles
Now,
for them,
Mexico, they expect it, right? Trump's had it out for them since no one showed up to his quinceañera. But but why Canada? We've always been tight with Canada. We were both British colonies. We play in the same
All right,
sports
you ready,
leagues
Kronos?
together. We share joint custody of
I'm
Ryan
indeed ready. I'm just
Gosling.
playing around with settings.
If
I
Trump
don't know
is
if I
gonna
want
launch
to
a
do
trade war with
the
them,
big orb
I
light.
hope he has a good reason.
Look at this weird light.
And I'm sure he does, right?
I don't feel like I could
Like
use.
half orb at the bottom.
Yeah, I don't know if I could use this anywhere. It's also not the right color. Like the orb part is the wrong color.
Aren't doing enough to stop
Oh,
illegal immigration
Yeah,
and fentanyl
it's not the same as the rest of the Harkonnen
Fentanyl
structure
coming through
colors,
Canada is massive.
which is sort of weird.
Of course. Fentanyl and migrants. That makes sense. Yeah, we can't just be letting Canada pump massive amounts of fentanyl
Okay, I like
and
that.
migrants across
I need
our border.
5 agave seeds.
Data shows less than 1% of the fentanyl entering the U.S. comes from Canada. And only 1.5% of Border
You're the
Patrol
devil.
encounters with migrants take place at the border with Canada.
Huh. Okay, so it's not fentanyl or migrants. And it can't be because Trump's an insecure wannabe alpha male thumping his chest so the world pays attention to him. So I guess we'll never know. It's probably Joe Biden. Look, whatever it is, Prime Minister Trudeau, he wasn't having it.
Today, the United States launched a trade war against Canada, their closest partner and ally, their closest friend. Now I want to speak directly to one specific American.
I've made sure that the only important button I need is the Go Rogue button.
You're a very
I've
smart
remembered what that
guy.
one is in the key mapping.
This is
Nice.
a very dumb thing.
Oh, the Go Rogue button? Dude, I don't even remember what that is. It's what? Are you saying B, D, or
And
E?
he's not even world leader
Neither of
mad.
those.
He's dad
I'm saying
mad.
T for Telegraph.
Oh, okay,
This
that's
is
even
the
worse.
same tone I use when I tell my daughter not to throw her baby sister
Even
into
funnier.
the crib. You are not
E for Theta.
that type of person that does this, even though you just did this, and you'll probably
Love the mods in this
keep
community,
doing
so
it, but
responsive. They're really
you're
good job.
not This.
They do
Okay,
a really,
Donald?
really good job.
My daughter's name is Donald. And all of Canada is lining up behind Trudeau. Like Ontario's Premier Doug Ford came
All
out
right.
to warn America about the
think
consequences of a trade war.
I'm done with the
although
base for
in
now.
a confusing way.
The people of the U.S., which
I'm
I absolutely love.
definitely,
the American
every time I go
people,
through the base from now on,
they're
I'm just
gonna
going
be
to add a
paying
couple
more.
things.
The market,
And that
is
way,
going downhill
yeah, that
faster
way I
than
just
the
like
American
slowly
bobsled team.
accrue stuff in here and like make it look nicer and nicer. But that's sort of the idea is like just keep adding slight details every time I pass by an area, just add some more detail.
I mean,
Pass by an area, add
I'm
some more
hoping
it sounded
that they
like a slam, but if the market
add some of the things
will
that
go
you can get in
downhill
like the
really
Harkin
fast, that
settlements
means our
to,
bobsled team is also fast. And isn't
just look like
that
the
like a
generic.
compliment?
That's up, I guess. Like,
Our
'cause there's so
bobsled
many
team is
different things
supposed
that
to
you
go
can get
fast,
in
right?
those Harkin
Unless he's
settlements,
saying
which you
our
can't get
bobsled team is
in-game
slow, which is a
currently.
slam.
I
But
know.
that means
There's like
the
red
market
lights
won't
too. Did you see the
go
red lights
downhill
on
fast,
some of that shit? Looks
Yes.
amazing.
which is good for our economy.
Yeah.
This metaphor doesn't make any sense. The point is, Doug Ford is forcing me to learn about bobsledding, and I do
Yeah.
not appreciate that. Is there a Canadian who can make an analogy that's a little less confusing? Donna Reardon.
What's your opinion on
the mayor of
Hightail
St.
officially
John
being
in New
canceled?
Brunswick.
It actually
Maybe you
sucks.
have a
We
good
were
analogy.
talking with the developers of that pretty heavily. So we were working with them because we were going to be porting Block Game into Hightail. And we talked to them about being part of the creator program. They wanted me into that. They wanted me like doing stuff with the game once they were ready for it. We were all ready to go and really wanted to do some
This
cool shit with
analogy's
them.
even
And
worse
then
than the bobsled.
they canceled it.
You
Right?
can't
The
break
game's
up
been
with your
canceled now.
cousin.
And it
Sure, you can
blows,
both
dude,
go
because
off
like
and get married
Hightail looked like it was going to be something really special and
Start your
really
own
interesting.
families and
And that's
trying to
that.
convince
You know.
yourselves you've moved on, but you see.
Hypixel Studios was shut down
still there
in
at
terms
Thanksgiving
of their
every
game
year.
development wing. That's correct.
Yeah, she brings you
The
her
stuff that
husband,
they
she
do
laughs at his
for
jokes, but deep down, you can see
like
in
the
her
high
pale blue eyes
pixel
she's
server,
sad and-
Minecraft server, that's
I'm sad too, Stephanie.
still fine.
I know she
Base
can
looks
see it
sick.
in
Thanks,
my eyes,
man.
which are the same color as hers.
I
because
just
we're
built
related,
this
and
stuff
that's-
out today. So we've got like a bunker over there. We've got our
be
ground
together,
vehicle
right?
base
What was I talking
there.
about?
We've
I'm
got
sorry, but
our
look,
big base
that's right.
here
the
for
trade
this
war
kind of
that
stuff.
we've
And we've got all
launched
these
for no
doorways.
reason. The point is, look.
Why was
what
it
Donald
canceled?
Trump
They
has
cited
done
that it was
to
like scope
Canada,
creep
to
and
the
money
nicest
concerns,
country
man.
on earth, the sexiest
Basically,
cousin,
they just kept creeping
and look what
scope,
we
and I
brought
was
them
really
out to
concerned
do.
about this
Canadians are
because,
reasonable.
and I talked to them
And we
about
are
it before. I was
polite.
like, dude, what's going on?
But we
Because
will
they
not
moved
back down from a fight.
when they got
Ontario
acquired by
Premier Doug
Riot.
Ford threatened to
They
shut
put
off his
console
province's
support
electricity exports to the
as like
United
a thing that they needed to
and
do.
block shipments
And I'm
of
like, but you
Ontario's
have
high-grade
something that's
nickel.
supposed to be
stores took American
an in-game
whiskey off
editor,
the shelves.
in-game
There's
coding
also
solution,
hashtags
in-game
Buy
scripting, and all this kind of
Canadian
stuff.
and
We are live
USA
on
going
The
viral.
Division.
Canadian coffee shop
Oh,
Morning
Division.
Owl in Ottawa has renamed
Like
its
in-game
popular
scripting, all that kind of
Americano
stuff.
coffee to a
Like
Canadiana.
now you have to support that on a
WWE
console.
fans were drowning
That's
out
just going to
the
scope creep
performance of the
to the sun. So
Star-Spangled Banner
I'm sad
in
about
Toronto.
it, but I
Take
guess
a
it makes
listen.
sense. What games do you stream? I actually stream game development most of the time, but I've been playing Dune all this month because I really like this game and it just came out.
Canada's respect for
Normally it's like
America
game
has gone down
development
faster than
and
Curtis
some games here and there. I'm going to play
Stevens.
Division 2 with Chronos.
Gold medalist in the two-man
I need
bobsled at the
to
1932
get my
Lake Placid
category button going,
Olympics.
so give me a sec.
Now that's how you do a bobsled metaphor, Doug. Last night, Donald Trump gave his first joint address to Congress of his new term. And I got to tell you, as a kid who was a bit of a civics nerd, I used to think these were pretty sweet events. You know, you've got the president, the Supreme Court, every member of Congress in the same room. It's basically the Oscars for people with loose skin. But
Dune Vision.
these days, a speech to Congress is just a theatrical production where everybody has a role and they slip right into it. So, places, everyone. Democrats showed up in full wardrobe, dressed in pink, as a symbolic protest against people who wanted them to do something meaningful. And they came with props, too, holding up little paddles like they were ready to give Mike Johnson a naughty little spanking. Either that or a pickleball match, and you know what?
I'm not looking forward to that.
All right? You ever played? Yeah. Yeah. Once you get to the front line, you're not even
What we
allowed
think
to
the ban
move.
count is
How
going to be today?
stupid is
Remember,
that?
people are only getting banned because
Once upon a time, there was a mythical land where it was
I'm
always
edgy.
summer.
Some Democrats took the signage to the next level.
We were
Congresswoman
happy.
Rashida Tlaib had a dry erase board that she updated throughout the night with
wanted for
protest
nothing.
messages like "Stop lying to the American people" or "No
something
king"
terrible happened
or
last
"That's
summer,
a lie."
and no one
she
will
went
tell
through
me
a lot
why.
of them. She had one that said, "Who has Luigi's sex tape?" She did that cool S.
Sorry, George.
These markers are getting me high. And she had one message that especially resonated with me. It said, "Lucky Loser" by Michael Costa in stores March 11th. Now, it's not really an appropriate venue for that, but I appreciate it. And I should also mention that Lucky Loser, my book, it's in stores next week, starting on Tuesday. You can order it now.
Feel good, fellas.
Less FaceTime, more face-to-face time. Less uncomfortably
But those were
expensive
just
train
the big
tickets,
players
more
of the night.
comfy and
One
affordable
Democrat
coach
even gave
rides,
himself a
less takeaways, more getaways.
interrupting
Travel
just 4
affordably
minutes
to
into
over
the
70
speech. Texas
destinations
Democrat
across
Al
the
Green
UK.
heckling the
Book
president,
your
shaking his
FlixBus
cane
ticket
at him.
today. More life in real life. FlixBus.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House.
Speaker Mike Johnson stopping the speech, ordering Green be removed from the chamber.
Yeah. You know, there's something kind of badass about shaking a cane at someone, right? Don't with me unless you want to take this very slowly outside.
Since
all
the
right?
beginning of time, the unique taste
I
of
will
an
say
Oreo
props
cookie
to
has
this
come
guy.
from real cocoa.
He got to send
it
a
takes
message to
cocoa to
President
make
Trump
a cookie like
and go
this
home
that
early.
tastes and
you know?
looks good like this. The new Oreo Original with even more cocoa, so you can eat it like this.
I should have tried that
The
when I wanted to leave
tastiest
my
Oreo
nephew's
ever
baptism.
made.
You do not have the mandate. I'm out of
basically
here.
destroy me to see if they can pass the
Let's
initiative
not forget
in
about
time.
the
It's not going to
Republicans.
happen.
They also played
very
their
unlikely at
part
this
in this
point.
performance, which was to cheer and hoot for their guy.
But it's
and
kind of
make
this
sure
whole thing that we've
everyone
had the
knew
entire time,
what
which is it
country
can't stand
this
on its
was.
own. So the only way that it can stand is by tearing somebody else down.
Yeah, USA, USA. Careful, guys. The last time Republicans got this rowdy at the Capitol, Nancy Pelosi had to bleach her desk. Here's a moment that encapsulated the embarrassing theater of the entire
And
night.
if it could stand on its
It's
own,
before the
well,
speech even
then
started.
me saying
but
things
Donald
about it
Trump
wouldn't
is
have been-
walking down to the podium, surrounded by hooting Republicans, when a Democrat walks up behind him with a sign that says, "This is not normal."
Change the damn thing.
Okay.
There you are.
Which, first of all, I think it is normal at this point. Trump has been in our lives for a decade now. Sadly, this is
And
our
I said the
normal.
specific language in it
same-
that I didn't
in the same way that 20
agree
years
with.
ago, it wasn't normal to
And that's
drunkenly
it.
jump in the backseat
I have everything
of a
listed out in this
stranger's
video. So if you
car,
want to know
but now
more,
it's
there's
called
2 videos that I
Uber,
put on it, and then the first video
there's
has a
only
gigantic
50%
pinned comment
chance you
with an
end up
FAQ in
murdered.
it
So, yeah,
of
you know, shit changes,
answering all the questions
okay?
people had.
But anyway, that
It's all happened
Democrat
almost a year
is
ago.
holding a sign that's wrong and ineffective, and then a divorced dad Republican
Yeah, destroy this American to
sees
pass
the
this
sign,
EU law.
reaches
Exactly. It's
over
not even
and
a law,
yanks
it's
it
an
out of her
initiative.
hand and chucks it onto the floor. And she just stands there.
Why would tearing you down make it
And does
succeed?
nothing.
Because I
She's
was
like,
the largest person
that sign
to
was
speak
my
out
only
against it.
idea.
And I didn't even speak out against it. I didn't tell people to vote against it. I said I wouldn't vote
But
for
forget
it.
the supporting
And here is
cast.
why.
The star of the night was Donald Trump.
And I
You
couldn't
have
vote
to
for it
admit,
anyway
he
because I'm
showed
American.
a lot of range
So,
last night.
that's funny.
Okay. Like when he talked about Doge finding Social Security fraud, he got to show off his lying skills.
There's so many things
We're
popping up
also
that I'm now massively
identifying
confused
shocking
in the
levels
game.
of
I
incompetence
can't tell what's new that I haven't
probable
seen.
fraud in the
or what is
Social
like
Security
what's changed from
program,
before.
government databases.
What's the controversy?
list
The controversy was that I
4.7
didn't toe the
million
line and
Social
say
Security
yes. And
from
instead I
people
said, these are the problems that I have with this.
100 to 109 years old.
That's the controversy.
3.6 million people from ages 110
Just go watch my videos on it. They're 10
to
months old. You
119.
can find them.
3.5 million people
All right.
from ages
It is time.
140 to 149. And one person is listed at
there we go.
360
Yeah, see that one?
years of age.
Like I said, I'll talk about it. But when you come in and your opener is, you're a moron.
I can't
I'm just gonna
believe we're
ban you.
paying that
Like-
many people Social Security. I can't believe it because it's not true, okay? And I could, it's been debunked.
How long will servers be down for the
I
patch?
could
Oh, I don't know.
explain why it's false and why Trump's wasting everybody's
content
time over an Excel
So Kronos and I
spreadsheet
can play a
error,
video game
or
together that I
the
haven't played
time
in
it would take
years.
to explain it, we
I've
can watch
actually
this
played.
video.
Actually,
of
I
my
haven't played
dog,
it seriously
Walter.
in years, so this would be like the first time I played seriously.
I think I last played seriously in 2021, and I last dipped into the game in January 24, when literally the only reason I dipped in was because you had stepped away from the game because you'd
But
blown up
Trump
on
spent
streaming.
a lot of his
and I had
performance
somehow
on
to
the
log in to
ways
take
that
control
Elon
of
Musk
the,
is finding, while
the in-game
also
guild.
showcasing his
Oh, yeah, I
masterful
remember that.
ability to troll.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's why Heartbound is getting a review bomb. Heartbound's getting a review bomb for a couple
We
of
have
reasons.
already
There are people that
identified
don't like
$20
me on the
million
internet for like a bunch of different
for the
narratives.
Arab
So
Sesame
they
Street
can't really attack me directly. So
in
what
the
they do
Middle
is they
East.
tear down the video
Diversity,
game. You can actually go
equity,
read a lot of the
inclusion,
reviews that are
scholarships
negative.
in Burma,
Some of them are mad that the game is just taking too
learning
long to develop,
outcomes in
which is fine.
Asia,
Like, I take a while to develop on it. I had to take a year
LGBTQI+.
off from developing because of the fact that the strain
In the
blew up,
African
and then I had to
nation
go and make a
of
corporation so I could hire all
$8
the
million
employees and
for
do everything I'm
making
doing because
mice
it wouldn't make sense to do that otherwise.
transgender.
Oh, yeah.
And that's on me.
Yeah, I
You know,
remember
taking a
that
long time to
children's
do
book. I
it.
think
But
it's called
I
If
release a
You
monthly
Give a
update,
Mouse a Pussy,
and I keep
right?
updating the games. But a lot of the negative reviews that are on there are like disingenuous weird shit.
To be fair,
Where they're like,
$8
I
million
hate this streamer
to
because he's a piece of
transition
shit.
mice
You know, like
is
just
a
stuff
waste
like
of
that.
money.
Stuff that
You know, just
has
like
nothing
Mickey
to do with the
Mouse,
game whatsoever.
right? You put a
And a lot of those ones will actually say
boom,
like
Minnie
that they have
Mouse.
0.2 hours played and refunded the game, or like 0.3 hours played and they don't even own it in their library, like
weird
shit like that.
science stuff
'Cause they
when your
refunded
new best friend is the one putting
It's also like
microchips
it's
in
like
monkey
mad people
brains,
massively moving
and
the
when those
goalposts. It's
monkeys
you don't
die,
communicate an
your
update
other
when you're
new
doing a
best
monthly
friend is
update. Well, it's
taking
not
them
enough
home
of
in a
an
doggy
update.
bag.
Yep.
But still,
Yeah,
Trump
exactly.
did
Each time
show
I do an
his
update, they're like,
range.
this
When
is a
he
small
jumped to
update. It's like,
Greenland,
no, I added
he showed
150
off a
lines
very
of dialogue,
singular
and there's like
special
16
talent,
different routes through that. That's
reassuring
not
our
easy
allies
to
in
do.
a bizarrely threatening
So like, I don't know.
I also have a message.
The way that I look at it
tonight
is
for the
this: I'm
incredible
just going to keep
people of
updating that
Greenland.
game, and every time they get mad on it, and I
We
just keep
strongly
updating the
support
game,
your right to determine your
it's just
own
going to be that
future.
way, right? Like,
And
yeah.
if you choose, we welcome
Have you seen the
into
Hightail announcement? I
United
did.
States of America.
Yeah.
We need Greenland for national
makes me sad.
security.
It
And
sucks,
I think
dude.
we're going to get it one way or the other.
Yeah,
We're
people
gonna
know how
get
hard
it.
things are. Yeah, I mean, like that room is going to have 700 lines of dialogue when I'm
listen
finished.
to
I'm at about
himself when he talks?
350. This
He's
next
sending
update
a
will bring
lot
it
of
to
mixed
about
messages right
450,
now.
470.
You hear that, Greenland? It's your choice.
Every single one of those routes that I do, all that dialogue lines, they have to take into account every
totally
action
your
you've
call.
performed throughout the
It's
rest of the
inevitable.
entirety of Animus.
Look,
And I
guys,
need to make
Greenland,
sure
it's up
that
to you.
any
You're
possible
easy.
eventuality, any
Okay.
way that you have treated another
Give
character,
us
any
your
minor
metaphors.
infraction that you've performed is accounted for.
Of course, part of Trump's
And
role
like
in
that
this
takes time,
performance
and I'm
is also
just going to take my
announcing
time
a
on it
major
because
new
otherwise, if I do it
policy,
shitty,
but
I'm
doing
just
it
going to have
in
to
the
redo it
Trumpiest
later,
way
and then it's going to take even longer.
Other
So
countries have used
I'm taking my
tariffs
time with it,
against
making
us
sure that
for
I'm doing it right.
decades, and now it's our turn to
That's
start
about it.
using them against those other countries.
It's a
And
bit
so
like
on
when,
April
when I was in
2nd,
chat talking about the
wanted
form
to
for the
make
mods
it
for the annual
April
review
1st,
stuff, right? You know, it's
but
the
I
same
didn't
kind of thing. It's like I could
want to
deliver
be
something that's
accused
really
of
quick
April
and done like
Fool's
Control
Day.
Play Division,
I'm a
sure.
very
But if I want to deliver something
superstitious
that's close to
person.
the quality that I want to
April
deliver it at,
2nd,
it's going to take me a couple
reciprocal
of hours.
tariffs
Right? And
kick in.
your task is
Yeah, I mean,
magnitudes
it makes
larger than
perfect
that.
sense. You know, Trump can't make
It's like a
announcements. on
Telltale
April
game
Fool's Day.
with Undertale beating into
Otherwise, we would all
submission.
be
Yeah, dude,
like,
it's just a lot of options.
"What?"
Oh yeah, and I'm aware. Anytime I
Is
talk
this a
about
joke?
anything
I
for the
mean-
SKG people, they're going to be clipping it, putting it on
You know, as
LSF, putting it on the
opposed to every
SKG
other day
subreddit, and
where
everything like
that
that.
isn't our reaction
Everything
to
I
the
wanted to
stuff
say
he
is already
does.
in those videos. Have
I
fun.
love the level
Right.
of reverence Trump shows for April Fool's Day. Juneteenth, that's not even a word. Now,
How
this
do I
April Fool's
get this
Day,
to go
we
to the
will
other monitor?
honor
Oh my
our
God, there's a million
ancestors
things.
by playing pranks
Yes,
and overall
welcome to a
tomfoolery.
million
It's
things.
important.
Why
By the
is
way,
it
no one over
brown?
the age of 14 even celebrates
There's like a
April
soft
Fool's
brown overlay over my entire
That's like
menu,
saying, I was gonna
and
end
it's not letting me
inflation
change it
next
to the
Friday,
middle
but
monitor.
actually, that's when the Kids' Choice Awards are.
I got to update all my graphics. Give me a sec.
But as always, the most important part
Jesus
of
Christ,
Trump's
everything is
performance,
broken.
needling the Democrats.
Graphics quality.
Joe
ultra.
Biden, the worst president in American history. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. Joe Biden's insane and
Windowed
very
full screen
dangerous open border policies. Look where Biden took
so we to
us,
change
very
monitor?
low, the lowest we've ever been.
Blind?
Do you want to keep it
now it's
going
on
for another 5 years?
Now it's the rightmost monitor. Let's try one more.
Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes. I look at the Democrats in front of me. And I realize
that able to
there
reduce
is
latency. Why
nothing I can say
why is it
to
brown?
make them
Why is this a
happy,
weird brown
or
overlay?
To make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do.
I don't get why everyone
Like, the
that I've
graphics
been
are
bullying
really
for
bad
10
looking.
years never smiles at me.
It's like there's fog everywhere.
Why don't you like me, you limp dick lunatics? And by the way, how is Trump still obsessed with Biden? Move on, dude. You won, right?
Yeah, look at this.
You think
Oh yeah, no, Creeper Lord, I
Zuckerberg
saw
is
that.
still talking about Tom
Disappointed.
from
But what are you gonna do?
MySpace? No. He's busy having a midlife crisis. Look at this. Also, dude, you busted out the
What is
Elizabeth Warren
causing this?
Pocahontas line. That is such an old joke. You might as well have been like,
Is
hey,
it volumetric
Pocahontas.
fog doing that?
What the-
No. Maybe. Has it crashed? No.
So all in all, my review of last night's theater production is that it was humiliating in a display of thirst for
It's
attention.
not volumetric
blind
fog, is it? The
partisan rage,
HDR?
and a
Is that
total
what's doing it?
disinterest in doing anything that might benefit the people. In other words,
Frame rate limit.
it truly was
I'm
the
gonna change that to
state
120.
of the union.
2-week timeout.
Being president comes with a lot
What's
of
that?
pretty cool powers. You can write executive
2-week timeout
orders,
doesn't
you
work
get
on
one
someone.
free
I wanna
checked
know why.
bag on Air Force One, and you even get an uncensored feed of C-SPAN, which...
Is there a way to set a resolution?
But for Donald Trump, the power he enjoys the most is the power to impose tariffs.
Tariffs are easy, they're
HDR.
fast, they're efficient, and they bring fairness.
Oh
where
Jesus!
they
It looks like a video
bring,
game
so
again.
many things back
Look
to
how
our country,
awful
and
that was.
The thing that's
Look at
gonna
this.
Get us there
Look at this,
is
Kratos.
tariffs. We'll take
You ready
in
for this?
hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, and
Oh yeah, turning
we're
off
gonna make
HDR.
our
Yeah, so,
country
yeah.
so
Watch this.
strong and so rich. It will
What the hell
never
is
be
this
so
shit
rich.
filter?
Tariffs.
HDR is
It's a
awful.
Beautiful word, isn't it?
See, if I turn mine on, I think my game
It's a
just gets
beautiful word.
incredibly
It's why I
like
named my
dark.
daughter
Oh my God! It's
Terrific.
wonderful looking. Look how much better that looks.
This guy's so horny for tariffs, isn't he? I love any word with big
Yeah, let me turn on
natural
the in-game
double
sound.
F's.
Yeah, that filter was
According to Donald
terrible
Trump,
looking.
tariffs are great, and I also want our
Clancy's
country to be
Vindication
rich
Me.
without any negative consequences. So let's
Got it,
see
got it,
how
got
he's
it.
imposed
Oh, seasonal
tariffs
modifiers. We have to
on
activate the
Canada
season, don't
and
we?
Mexico, and let's sit back and let's watch
Season
that
modifiers should be
economy
live
roar,
actively
baby.
by themselves.
Are they? I don't know how it works.
To our map. I
U.S.
mean, I need
stock
to fly
markets
back to
plunged
New
for the
York
second day in a
apparently.
row.
We've seen
Bro, I don't even
consumer
know where I am.
confidence tank. Layoff numbers
You
across
are-
the U.S.
I
are
am
the
at Brooklyn
highest they've
DLC.
been since
Is it
2020.
rich?
The R word
Oh
is
no, you're
back,
actually
thanks
there.
in large
Okay, I
part
just
to
need to fly
tariffs.
back to where
Wait,
you
the
are.
R word is back?
Yeah, look. I have the
Tariffs brought
Raccoon
back
City
the
Police Department
R word?
outfit,
So I guess I can
Nice.
say it.
and I got my my golden gun. I actually quit the game after I got this
Wall
gun.
Street banks are starting to
I
raise a red
farmed for
flag
this
that
gun for like
recession odds
100
have
hours, and
become
it finally dropped.
unsettlingly high.
Right, that R
Let me
word.
find
Of
it, not
course,
that one.
that's what I was thinking.
This.
I can be such a
Bullet
recession
King.
sometimes. By the way,
It was like 100 hours to get this goddamn thing.
is recession an R word now?
Ugh.
Who thinks the word recession is offensive? Finance bros? Did they
you
get
are
woke?
likely in
Before
the
we
Battle
discuss
for
the
New
impending
York
R word, we begin by
DLC
acknowledging that we are
Yes.
on the ancestral
Brooklyn.
grounds
So
of
you'll
Capitol
still need to fly
Grill, where Chad
to a
was
new place.
unjustly removed
Really?
by the bartender before he could get a
I think
chance to
there's
cheer
on my
his
map.
wife
It's
up,
showing.
Chad.
So on my map, it's showing
basically,
this.
Trump
Oh,
said the
where'd it go?
tariffs are going to be a quick
no
and
longer
painless
showing
way
that.
to get rich. And now that it turns out we're not all
Just
shitting gold,
disappeared on the
Republicans
screen.
have moved into their new talking point. Hey, nobody said this was going to
Nice.
be easy. Trust the process.
Okay, where do I need to go
A
then?
little disturbance.
You'll need to find the helicopter
We're
pilot.
okay
I think.
with that?
That's what I used to do anyway. But obviously,
Travel to Washington,
Pain
D.C.
going into this.
It is going to be painful.
And if I have to pay a little bit more for something,
Does this seem
I'm
like
all
it
for
work?
it.
We're going to have to suffer through some bad news.
There's going to be a short period of
There we go.
time
Washington,
where there'll
D.C.
be
map.
some higher prices on certain.
All right, now I'm in the
products. It's
Washington,
not
D.C.
inflation,
map.
That's nonsense.
Yeah. Nonsense.
fast travel to the-
it's
the
not
White House.
inflation, people. It's
You play
just
Division 2
higher
as a solo player?
prices on
Hell yeah.
Food
100%.
And cars and gas and every other product
to
we
progress
import from our
further to
biggest
unlock
trading
the
partners.
Wait, what is this?
menu
You
to
know
add
what?
to.
We
Hold
might
up.
be
So
in for
last
some
time you
hard
played
times,
was
but
before
tariffs are
voice
Donald
surgery.
Trump's whole thing. And if there's one thing I know about
What,
Donald
dude?
Trump, he's a man who sticks to his
Bro.
guns. Huh?
I can't believe he got voice surgery.
President Trump's officially delaying tariffs on Mexico and Canada.
Oh, priority objectives now. That's new.
Wait. After all that, tariffs are now on hold? Trump just backed away from those tariffs like it was a long-time friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. So So tariffs are on. They're delayed. They're on.
Dude, there's so
Who
much
knows
UI
if they'll
happening
come
right now.
back Or when or for how long?
An incredible amount of
I'm not a
UI.
big business
Okay,
guy,
Battle for
but quick
Brooklyn.
question.
Fast travel.
Does anyone know if businesses need to make decisions more than 4 hours
Sponsor
in
stream? No.
advance?
I just haven't played Division 2 in ages. If it was a sponsor stream, I'd have to legally disclose that to
In
you.
this pointless trade
It'd have to be in the stream title,
Is
I
that
know.
at least we're only fighting with Canada
That is
and
a
Mexico,
federal law and an
you
EU
know?
law thing.
If you're going to pick a fight with two sissy countries.
Yeah, deep voice
you can beat,
implants, dude.
Right? Right?
I think that's one of the funniest things on the planet is like if deep voice implants existed and voice alteration surgery existed, like
be it a tariff war, a trade war, or any other type of war,
you
we're ready
kidding
to
me,
fight
man?
till the end.
That's
Oh,
wild.
shit. China.
He's carrying a
China don't
device.
play.
He's a power pack at
They're
his
like,
side at
if
all
you
times
got
that
beef,
changes his voice.
we got broccoli, bitch. Let's go.
Does Kronos really have drops enabled? Do you?
Listen,
Do we have
Donald,
drops?
Canada and Mexico are one thing.
drops for this game right now?
Off China. I know
Oh, no,
you wrote
it's,
the art of the
removed
deal,
it
but
from my
they wrote
title.
the art of war.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
I removed it from my title. You have to
I think
refresh
a
the
trade war
stream.
with
The title
China
changed.
might lead to, at best, a devastating economic depression, or at worst, nuclear destruction.
A bass maker instead of pacemaker. Oh, I'm going to use that. I'll be like, yeah,
As
that's
Trump
why my
might
voice is
say,
like that. I'm wearing a bass
There'll
maker. dude.
be a little disturbance.
Yeah, it electrocutes my vocal cords in real time to make my voice deep. Yeah.
That's moderately horrifying.
Meanwhile, the process of streamlining our beautiful democracy
No,
continues apace.
not here.
A couple of months into Trump's second of his, let's say, 4 to 7 terms, he continues to live up to his vaunted apprentice catchphrase, "You're fired."
More than 1,300 workers now fired at the Department of Education.
The IRS beginning to lay off more than 6,000 employees.
The Social Security Administration will cut 7,000 jobs.
The U.S. Postal Service will trim its workforce by 10,000.
HHS will be dropping around 20,000 workers.
The Department of Veterans Affairs looking to cut 80,000 jobs.
In the administration's defense, those veterans shouldn't have been having affairs in the first place. That's on them. And by the way, do we need a department for that? The layoffs have been harsh, unpredictable, and needless to say, the mainstream media has been outraged.
So what's the end game here? Killing American jobs?
They're risking hurting those hardworking Americans. That bothers me.
You're playing with real people's money, real people's jobs, and real people's lives.
Rooting for Americans to lose jobs.
I'm sorry, that's empathy for Tesla workers. Apparently at Fox, those are the only hardworking Americans whose jobs matter. But the question is, with hundreds of thousands of civil servants being often haphazardly fired, is there any corner, no matter how small, of our current government that is safe from Musk's chainsaw of efficiency?
President Trump telling NBC News he has no plans to fire anyone following that controversial Signal group chat.
Yes! Veterans Affairs, Department of Education, USAID, f*** you, f*** you, f*** you. Because all is right at the Department of Accidentally Texting War Stuff to Reporters. But fear not, regular civil service government parasites. Perhaps this incident offers an opportunity for you all to get the kind of job security that clearly doesn't come from the quality of your work, but the assiness of your kisses. So, for instance, this Friday, when you, as a civil servant, have to send in your mandatory email to DOJ listing the 5 things you did that week, you can keep your job by following the same strategies that these careless Snapchatters employed to keep their jobs. Number 1, don't write down, what did I do this week? You know, I took my federal car and went to Hooters and cried there for 7 hours. No. You want to save your job, point the same finger of blame that they did for their indiscretions.
It's important to remember why this powerful action took place in the first place. Because of Joe Biden's incompetence.
The complete opposite approach
from the fecklessness of the Biden administration.
In contrast to Joe Biden,
Did something that the Biden administration did not do.
Did the job that Joe Biden wouldn't do.
We take out people that the Biden team never could.
You get it? What did you do this week at work? Number one. I repaired the damage done by f***ing Joe Biden. How could I be f***ing up now at my job considering how bad Joe Biden f***ed up before? It's not possible. You need to be in your job to repair his damage. You were at the Hooters because Joe Biden wouldn't. Or couldn't rage eat that many wings. All right. Now,
Hell
let's
yeah.
take it. These Doge guys are slicker than that. They're not just going to fall for blame Biden.
Oh, nice. We got the Brooklyn Bridge
why we
melted,
hired you.
as it should be.
It's not your only move.
If you want to talk about classified information, talk about...
It's a heck of a bug. It's just interesting because it's the first
home that she was trying to
introduction to
breach
the new expansion, right? It's like you put the NPC in the wrong spot.
Hillary Clinton's bit bleaching. Who amongst
Yeah, it's
us
an Ubisoft
hasn't
game.
tried to
I've played
bleach
Division
our
for a long
bits?
time,
I'm
man.
saying- Obviously, I'm referring to anuses. So, what are we talking about? Biden doesn't work?
Why am I holding
Throw a
my
slash. Oh, all right. Number one, that's where you fill in. Blame
Do I have to go through
Biden
this
gets
quest
you
line first
80%
before we
home.
can team up
Hillary
in the new
drives
DLC,
you the
Kronos?
rest of the way in
Yes.
the trunk of her car shouting
All right.
Benghazi. All right.
I don't know that because if I press escape and go to
I
social,
know
it
that's
says
a bit of a big
progress
swing for
further
your
to
number
unlock
one thing.
this.
Because
How do I do my skills
here's the
again?
problem. Neither Joe Biden nor Hillary probably work in your office, which is why, for the number two thing you're going to write to the Doge folks, you're going to bring that finger-pointing technique a little closer to home. The Yemen text group
Love
chat
this gun.
understood rule number one of self-preservation. Me? No, it was that guy. Because remember, you don't have to be faster than the bear. You just
I
have
am
to
way
be
overdue
faster
for the
than
opening
your
quest in this, dude.
coworker. So, CIA Director Ratcliffe, who are you faster than?
I've understood from media
You've never heard of this game? Is it Stalker-esque? It's actually very much so like Dune in terms of combat.
Boom.
I think the combat in this is
Nothing like
actually
the
better.
director of the CIA going, I read in the paper the Secretary of Defense was the guy to blame. I don't get reports.
Restock.
I just read the New York Times. I have no idea.
What LMG is this? It is the Bullet King.
He's blaming the
All of
Secretary
your
of
bullets
Defense.
go
Secretary
into
of Defense,
one
Seth, what do you
single
say?
clip with this.
wondering if you feel, as the leader of the defense
And my
department,
gear,
you have
if we look at my
any
gear,
level
all of my gear is based around
responsibility.
doing additional damage,
Thank you for the
additional crit
question.
damage,
I'm
additional bullet
responsible
damage,
for ensuring that our
and
department
basically
is
I'm wearing
prepared
this set.
and ready
The
to
set
deter and
is
defeat our
faster
enemies.
rate of fire, and also whenever I hit with a weapon, it increases my total weapon damage by 0.65%, stacking up to
I'm glad you asked.
100 times. And since
I
all
think
the
it's
bullets
that
are
I
in one
roll
clip,
too hard.
I just
may be too
lay into
awesome.
bosses, basically.
Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, maybe you should have known if this was classified or who was on the text chain.
I defer to the Secretary of Defense and the National Security Council.
Oh! The National Security Council has entered the chat. That's you, Mike Waltz. Do we have ourselves a blame census? J.D. Vance.
Members of the administration, including my dear friend Mike, have taken
Yeah,
responsibility
what a menace,
for it.
exactly.
That is the coldest, my dear friend
Purple
Mike, I
Flame.
have ever heard.
That's a new mechanic. All right.
Anyway,
Armor burning
Brutus,
flame.
you were saying about your dear friend Caesar. Now, President Trump, do you want to join the pylon?
Mike Waltz, I guess he said he claimed responsibility. I would imagine had nothing to do with anyone else. It was Mike, I guess. I don't know.
This gun is broken, dude. For this level of play, it's a way overkill.
Why are you asking me? I'm just an innocent.
My build is
passerby.
not made for this. My build is made for much harder
I didn't
content.
see the accident officer,
So.
but I got to tell you, it looks like classic Mike to me.
Yeah, Daka.
Well, there you have it. Looks like the bottle stopped spinning on Mike Waltz. Time for you to take responsibility and French kiss that Doge chainsaw. Unless you've obviously got a more plausible explanation for how a journalist ended up on your incredibly sensitive text chain.
You know, Laura, I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
God damn, being on fire.
Normally, that's a disqualifying position for this administration. But go on.
All right.
But of all the people out there somehow this guy who has lied about the president, and he's the one that somehow
That new fire is
gets on
actually scary.
somebody's contact and then gets sucked into this group.
It's not somebody's contact.
Yeah, look at this new purple fire everywhere. That's nuts.
And he wasn't sucked in by unseen gravitational
Yeah, no, I was saying it's too OP, but that fire actually rips, dude. So that's kind of cool.
Which brings us to number 2.
It's cool that there's like actual danger
Number
with
2
it.
on your Doge list.
Shiny fire, yeah,
What did you do
spiced
this
fire,
week?
exactly.
I did a ton of stuff. All of it
I'm
was
definitely
right
too OP
until
for
I
this
was
content.
tricked by
Killing
the
enemies that fast is
mainstream
kind of stupid.
media. Can I tell you something? It's very
Play
hard to
Hightail?
write
It's
backwards.
kind of difficult seeing as it's been canceled. You okay, bud?
That might save
Yeah, no,
your
that's
job
not
if you're a
happening.
low-level staffer. But what if you're the department head? And Doge wants to know the 5
I
things
wish
you
it
did.
wasn't
How are you
canceled,
going to
but,
keep your job
you
when
know,
it's
it is
your
what it
name
is.
on the bombs? Well, it's
I wish it
step
wasn't,
3.
because like we had so many plans to do
Confidently
cool shit with
and
that.
definitively admit nothing. Thank you all for coming.
I've heard I was characterized. Nobody was texting.
I am in
war
Brooklyn.
plans, and that's all I have to say about that. Nobody's texting more plans.
Nice.
I know exactly what I'm doing.
Just getting
exactly
to
what we're
the
directing,
once I get to
and
the
that's all I have to
point
say
when I can
about it.
unlock
I
social,
noticed this
I will
morning
wait.
out
All right,
came something
yeah, same.
that doesn't look like war plans. And as a matter of fact, they even changed the title to attack plans because they know it's not war plans.
You get it? We didn't endanger troops in a war plan. We endangered them in an attack plan. Who's the asshole now? You know, he must be so upset that every time he lands, everywhere he goes, the reporters keep finding him at every stop. He's probably like, shit. Did I mistakenly add you guys to my travel group chat? Number 3. What did I
love fighting
do? I
cleaners.
would tell you, but you're probably too stupid.
Cleaners are
to
always the best,
understand.
man.
But it was awesome. I'm awesome. That's number 3. So now, 1, 2, 3.
This new fire is
Here we go, right?
terrifying.
4 and 5.
Yes.
It does
60%
like
of your work
insane
week is
damage
done.
and sticks to you
We're
forever.
past Hump Day and cruising to TGIF, and that sweet government cheese continues to roll in. Maybe by day 4, it's time you stop justifying your actions to
You missed the winter survival mode from Division 1? Supposedly they're re-adding that to Division 2. That's what I had heard a rumor of. And I hope that rumor was true.
was a remarkable success.
What we should be talking about is it was a very successful mission.
Good old
The real
monster
story
closets.
here is the overwhelming success of President Trump's decisive military action against Houthi terrorists.
The last place I would want to be right now is a Houthi in Yemen.
Not to be that grammar guy. But a Houthi is not a place. You can't. But the point is, for number 4 on the list,
They're gone.
if they're not buying 1 through 3, what did you do this week at the Department of Agriculture? I bombed the shit out of the Houthis. That's
Yeah, I'm actually really interested to see what they
these
add to this.
strategies may lead to some
Them
of your
releasing a new
superiors
DLC for
saying
Division
things
2
like,
was
so
not
just
on
bombing
my
the
bingo
Houthis
card.
stops the whole problem? Because I think we've been bombing Yemen for decades. Do we have a follow-up
It's nice to
plan
see that they're caring
And
about
with
this game.
journalists beyond that follow-up chain too? At which point, case, we turn to number 5. It's a Hail Mary. And President Trump has spoken about how important it is for this administration to own their mistakes.
We're bringing honor and integrity and accountability back throughout our government. We're going to bring transparency and
All right.
accountability back to our government. You know the old statement, the buck stops here, right? Famous statement. Well, I can say the same thing. The buck stops here.
Boom, that old Harry Truman chestnut. This is
I
President
think I activated the quest from the wrong
living
side.
those accountability values. Here he is when he was first asked about the Signal Chat incident.
I know nothing about it. You're saying that they had what?
I'm sorry, there's a buck now. What? So I was just
It looks like all the gear is still level 40 max.
No,
Nothing
my
seems to have
friend.
changed there.
Number 5 is
That may change later in the campaign, though. I don't know.
what? That's the get out of jail free card.
As a European, I just assume the U.S. looked like this during COVID. No, there's too much toilet paper.
You can
Less toilet paper and you'd be right.
Your last list on your Doge 5 things you did this week should always be, I have no idea what the you're talking about. Hold on, I think I'm getting a call. And Trump has deployed this strategy better than anyone. For instance, when asked if we're actually deporting like gay hairdressers with Real Madrid tattoos instead of Venezuelan gang members, the president stood on that principle.
Is this an extraction shooter? It can be when you go to the Dark Zone. The Dark Zone is my favorite. It's PvP and it's an extraction shooter.
The Justice Department's
Open
bizarre
world
decision
extraction
to
shooter
pause its
PvP.
case against Eric Adams if he promised to cooperate on it.
Hey.
I know nothing about it.
Well, okay.
Oh, I'm
but
getting
those are
XP
just
again.
His central policies. Surely the buck literally stops with Trump with the launch of Trump's own.
Yeah, you'll be getting XP towards your
know much about it other than I launched
watch level or whatever it is.
Yeah.
SHD.
I don't know much about it other than I launched it. President of the United States. I don't know much about it.
How do I use my
launched
powers
it.
again? I don't
Crypto
remember.
coin, nuclear missiles. I don't know much about it. I just launched them.
What are the hotkeys for this?
Hey, Mr. President, could you take this? Yeah, what should I do with it? Just launch it.
Is it me?
You
Yeah.
start to wonder, does the buck stop anywhere with this dude?
I don't know when it was signed because I didn't sign it. Other people handled it. I don't know. You'll have to ask them. I don't know what it is. No, I don't know what it is. I heard about it at the same time. Maybe you heard about it. I don't know anything about it. I don't know the situation.
And we'll wait on the ads.
I know nothing about WikiLeaks. It's not my thing.
I don't know her. I never met her. I have no idea who she is.
No, I don't take responsibility at all. I had nothing to do with that.
January 6th? January 6th is like your whole brand. It'd be like the Hawk Tuah girl
But
going,
something
actually,
terrible
I only do
happened
hand
last summer.
stuff.
And no one will tell me what.
Now you're grossed out.
Ever seen a miracle?
So many things that Trump seemingly has no involvement in. Is it possible he's been severed? Is that what all the choreography and merriment is about? Now, maybe you're saying, hey, it's pushing 80. Maybe it's not a matter of trying to short responsibility. Maybe he legitimately cannot remember any of this shit.
I have a good memory and all that stuff, like a great memory. I have a great memory. One of the great memories of all time.
Oh. Well, then the only other thought here is that the I don't know, I don't remember is a cynical strategy to avoid the buck stopping anywhere near you and evading accountability at all costs. If only there was one clip that answered that question. Definitively.
And did I say I have a great memory or one of the best in the world?
Is this the striker set? And I have the 5 of 5 with that, and I'm also wearing the Coyote's mask for bonus weapon damage.
The Trump administration is off to a roaring start.
I basically have like a perfected build. I'm even using the contractor's gloves for LMG damage for one piece.
So it makes sense.
Like I have a perfected build.
He said he's
as perfect as I
considering
can make
running
it.
for a third term. But of course,
Yeah.
the liberal media is freaking out.
New
ITO was canceled, yeah.
President Trump did not
All right,
rule
ads
out are
are gone.
the
We
possibility
are
of a
back.
third term.
A move that would require
One Piece is not
breaching the
real chat.
two-term limit outlined in the Constitution.
Do not be fooled.
Caroline, what method would the president use to potentially run for a third term?
Look, you guys continue to ask the president this question about a third term, and then he answers
It's pretty much a looter shooter?
honestly and
Yeah.
candidly
Why
with
should I
a
play it
smile.
over
And then
Destiny 2?
everybody here
Well,
melts
for
down about
one,
his answer.
if you play content in this, it's never going to be removed from the video game.
Obviously, this is the
Shout out to
media's
Mercury and
fault,
Mars.
okay? If they ask the president a question, of course he's going to give you a deranged answer. He's the president. What do you expect
For
him to
two,
say?
it's a third-person shooter, which you might enjoy,
constitutionally
and it
barred
has
from
extraction
running again.
PvP as an
Come
option if you want to play
on.
that.
The guy's just having a good time. His fellow
And it
Republicans,
has marmalade.
nobody gets comedy like the Republicans.
Don't you think he's probably kind of trolling? I think he's probably.
You miss having dedicated healer builds? You can do that. There's like a heal chem launcher, and I know there's a chem launcher build, so you can definitely do that. Chem launcher and the hive that heals people and all kinds of shit.
This is another jump scare that has just lit up the internet.
Yeah, guys, relax.
I miss Division 1. Same.
The president
Yeah.
of the most
I like
powerful nation
Division
in the
1.
world is just, he's in his Dennis the
I like
Menace
Division 1
phase.
DLC so that you can have
The point
kind of like
is,
survival
everybody knows
aspects
he's
of
joking.
it.
Trump
I
isn't
really enjoy
serious
it.
about a potential third term.
There is a heal drone too. That's true. The little robot, flying robot.
The other thing I like about
Trump
Division
said,
1
I'm not
is
joking.
It
I'm not
felt so
joking.
much more bleak
No,
and
that can mean
desperate in
anything.
Division 1 because it was also
That
new
can
and
mean
fresh, whereas I
anything.
think the
Look, the truth is, Trump
situation
doesn't
in
really
Division 2
joke so
feels
much as
less
he
like
jokes,
intense because it's not so
right?
immediate
The
and
same way
fresh.
that
It's kind of the
guys
stabilization
joke to their
afterwards.
wives about
Yeah,
having
it's
a
the
threesome.
rebuild.
Yeah.
You know, that
It's
would
the
be
rebuild
so
after the
wild.
collapse,
Obviously,
and I would agree with you on
we'd
that.
never do that. I mean,
I do think
definitely not with
that
my
survival
coworker
aspects would be
Cindy,
cool.
that you
I'd like
said
to have
was
to
pretty
eat
once,
and
I'm
drink
sure she's
and
open to stuff 'cause
stay
her
warm,
nose is
things
pierced.
like
That
that.
would be so hilarious, right? Or would it be sexy?
What?
Personally, I'm not freaking out that Trump is going to defy the
Klan member
Constitution
has
because
joined your team.
he's
You are
already been doing it
333
for
on
weeks.
your
Could you show a
ICE
ferret
has been
for someone
rounding up
who hasn't been in your stream? I'm actually sick right now, so I can't. But you can go to Ferret Software, which is twitch.tv/Ferret Software, and you can see them anytime. They're actually in another part of my house. We're currently building the largest ferret rescue in the United States. We're in talks with the county and with a contractor to get this done.
But this week,
And
we
my
found
hope is that
out
we break
instead
ground before the end of the
sending
year.
these suspects
So
to a
soon there'll be a
trial
facility
or
with a lot of
all
cameras.
the due
But right now
process
it's just
shit in the
in my house with
Constitution.
one camera.
The ICE agents just fill out a
Well, two,
checklist
technically,
on
but,
the suspect, and if the suspect scores an 8 or more, they get deported to an El Salvadorian
Now I'm adopted.
prison.
It's true.
Look, I'm not a legal expert.
Hello, Kronos.
I'd rather not be sentenced to life
Hello.
in a foreign prison.
I work
with the
for
same
the
checklist
RPD.
system that Cosmo uses to
Rest in
decide
peace
if I'm
division.
good girl
Yeah,
hot
rest
or
in peace
bad
division.
girl
Definitely.
hot.
Definitely not Raccoon City Police Department.
By the way,
Definitely not.
I'm
Rest in peace, the rest in peace department.
Yeah, definitely.
And reading through the checklist doesn't make me feel any better either. Okay, you get points just for having a tattoo
Right.
of a star or a clock.
Oh,
or
wait,
the
free
Michael
XP.
Jordan logo.
I love free XP.
It doesn't even have to be a tattoo. You could just get points for wearing a Bulls jersey.
Ineligible.
So have
Why?
fun in
You still need to
prison,
speak to Jessica, I
Hannah
believe.
Montana. If that's even your real name.
Oh, she's in here. What happens if you try speaking to this lady in here?
But hey, I'm sure
I'm gonna
the
see this
famously detail-oriented Trump administration isn't going to deport people without making sure they're hardened
I gave you
criminals,
liver.
right?
I love
Right?
XP.
Right?
The Trump administration now admitting that a Maryland
Talking to
father
Jessica
from El
does not do
Salvador was
anything. I can't.
mistakenly deported to a super prison. Government lawyers just
I think I need to
confirmed that the man
do a little
who was
bit more
granted
solo
protected
before I can.
status
I don't
in
know if I can.
2019 was
I'm not sure.
deported
Whatever.
due
Just
to,
who-
quote, an
I wanna kill shit.
administrative error.
I want to murder
Oopsie
Kronos.
doopsie, I did a poopsie.
Murder, comma,
Could
Kronos.
it be that the geniuses who added Jeffrey Goldberg to the strike team group chat aren't great at identifying the correct
I have to go to the
people?
Sarah Clinic on a mission.
only
I think it's your mission.
There was a way that they
Yeah,
could have
that's what I said.
presented this suspect before.
I think I need to go back to
another
solo
person,
to
someone
progress my
who-
storyline until I'm
I
at the
don't know,
same
just
point as
maybe
you.
could have
Yeah, this is
judged
literally you
whether or not
just need to
the
speak to
person
Jessica.
could
Sorry,
have
my
been
apologies.
deported. Maybe
You
that
good?
person, I don't know,
how do I
could be
quit,
behind a
buddy?
tall desk and they hold a
think
stick and
you
with a
go
robe
escape
and they're
social
federally
oath.
appointed and they say things like, another DUI,
You could-
Mr.
no, there we go.
Costa?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to
put you in
progress it
prison,
until I have
but
to
you're
go to the
too
Sarah
bad girl
Clinic
hot.
at Like You.
No, let's just do another checklist. Thank you for that.
Because otherwise it's going to
But hey,
break
but hey,
everything.
no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
We can just get that guy back on the next flight, right? Right?
But here's the thing: the administration argues.
Frontline was so annoying. I'm really glad
now
that
he's in
we're
El
not playing
Salvador's custody.
Wait. What are you talking about? We can't get one person out of a prison that we
I was
send
not a fan
to
of
that prison? J.D. Vance is out there calling dibs on rare earth minerals underneath Greenland and
Now I
Ukraine.
can talk to Jessica.
But with El Salvador, suddenly they're like, hey, sorry, no hablo español. Trump, don't you speak Spanish?
Trendy, Arguay.
Tremendioso. Seeing all these constitutional crises pile up, it makes me wonder what sort of evil machinations Donald
She's so
Trump is
quiet.
plotting inside the Oval Office right now.
A friend of mine, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. I know him as Bob, but he's been a good friend for
The
a
character
long time,
animations in
many
this are actually
years.
really good.
And he's been after something that is for the good of a lot of people.
Mr. President, I don't mean
Voiceover's
to alarm
good,
you,
too.
but the guy next to you,
It's nice to hear.
he's scoring a lot of points on that checklist right now.
Just quiet.
Let's kick things off with that big
Another
Supreme
level.
Court race in Wisconsin. We've all been following closely
That
ever
voiceover
since
was a
everyone
little
started
weird.
telling us how important it was for reasons we tried really hard to understand.
All right,
but
now you can
ultimately
invite me.
ended up just taking
I am on
their
the main
word
mission.
for it. Well,
Go to Sarah
last
Clinton.
night, despite Elon Musk
Yeah, that
putting
voiceover was really
$45
strange. It was like over the
million
top.
to back the conservative, the liberal judge won the race.
Yeah,
That's
please. Exactly. It sounded a little bit like forced.
Suck it, Elon. Now you only have $340 billion.
Relatively new fan of the Dune
What are you gonna
franchise.
buy
I
with
forced
that,
myself to read the
dumbass?
books before the recent movies came out.
And
I
here's
really wanted
something
to
we
get the
haven't said
game.
in
Any
a
thoughts of
while.
summary
A
how the game
second
plays works?
good thing happened
It's
for
very much so
Democrats.
as funny as it is, like Division,
Last
which is
night,
what we're playing right
Democratic
now.
Senator Cory Booker
And I will
concluded
say
the
that it's a
longest
third-person
speech in
shooter
clocking in at 25
survival game,
hours
heavy
and 5
on the
minutes.
survival
He
game.
was protesting
right?
what he called
And
the
that's it.
crisis brought on by the Trump
It's
administration.
very much so a survival game.
I don't know how to solve this. I don't know how
Very
to
much
stop
less
us
so
from
a
going down
combat
this
game
road. But I know
comparatively.
who does have the power.
So it's about living out on a
people of the
race.
United
And
States
I
of
think the one thing
America.
that Dune does really
What an
well is
amazing
you're
day
constantly
for Cory
feeling tension
Booker.
because you can
Not so
lose
great
everything.
For the C-SPAN cameraman
And I
who
have not
missed
played a
the birth
survival
of
game
his
where I
first
felt.
child
Not really.
and
Because the
kindergarten
worm can just get
graduation.
you.
It was a long speech, and Booker not only set a new record, he
Is it
broke
like Ark?
the
I haven't played Ark.
1957 record held by
wouldn't
segregationist
know.
Strom Thurmond, a man
Oh.
so racist we never even talk about
I just
how
found a cosmetic.
the first name Strom
Kill them.
is.
I mean, save them
Is
with
that
bullets.
short for Stromboli? What the hell is going on here? You never want a huge racist at the top of the record books. If, like, the world record for eating the biggest
I will never
burrito
stop
was held
bulleting.
by Hitler, someone should probably beat that sooner rather than later. And the amazing thing is that Booker didn't just get up there.
It's
and
me,
read from
John
Wikipedia.
Bullet
He
Man.
stayed focused on condemning the Trump administration's assault on working people and the rule of law. So you can imagine that when he was done, the media had a lot of questions for him about these serious issues.
By the,
Does he get any
NBC, that's very
bathroom
funny.
breaks?
Did he have a bathroom break?
No sitting and no bathroom break.
You couldn't take a bathroom break.
How did you not
Oh, God.
use the restroom for 25 hours?
Were you wearing anything that allowed
I will never stop bullets.
For 25 hours.
Senator,
that's weird.
PP?
Did you die?
Senator, a follow-up. Poo-poo? This is why
Oh,
our country
shit.
is in the shape that it's in. The media won't talk about the substance of his speech. They'd rather talk about how he held it in for so long. No one cares about that.
You've got a cleaner's bounty if you want to go.
But just
go
out of
that as well.
curiosity,
I would love to.
how did he
I was
do
on
it?
fire for a moment there. It was very bad for my bones.
Don't do that.
I think I
But now he's the bomb. So that's fine.
And then to stop drinking
There's more
the night
dudes in
before I started on Monday. And that had its benefits and it had its really downsides.
So is this whole expansion just
The
cleaners?
downside is that he was hungry the whole time,
I
but the
don't think
benefit
so.
is that he can go straight
Oh,
from
by the
Senate
way,
floor
I
to
have
his
the perk
colonoscopy,
where
so that's
every like
nice.
60 seconds or whatever, you're just going to get free ammo.
But that is pretty amazing.
I love that, don't worry.
Yeah, enjoy your free ammo.
He didn't eat for 3 days,
150
although he is a
meters
vegan,
away
so that's
from
not
our-
much of a sacrifice.
Are we getting the bounty? Wait, are we doing the bounty? Or
Oh no, a weekend
Yeah, we'll do the
without
bounty.
tempeh.
Bounty's always good.
You get sick loot.
Yeah, it would seem the fire is made of fire.
Let's move
You're
on,
right.
because while Democrats were
I didn't
congratulating
expect that.
themselves for their
Purple
bladder
Kool-Aid flavored,
control,
all
Donald
resource
Trump
convoy as
was
well.
shitting out a new holiday.
A big day for the country. President Trump calling it Liberation Day.
Bong.
Liberation Day.
Liberation Day. The world is watching.
We love that
Right,
ability.
Liberation Day. That sounds like the fake holiday your friends make up after you get dumped, you know?
Who's behind
Nah,
me?
man, who needs that beautiful smile?
Oh, hey, this is a capture point as well?
When you could die alone. This
Oh,
is
nice.
your Liberation Day, bro. But actually, what is it?
Holy shit.
Just moments ago, President Trump officially
I'm gonna get down,
announcing
probably.
widespread what he calls reciprocal tariffs, at least
shooting?
10%
What the hell is that?
on practically all goods coming into the United States.
My fellow Americans,
Congratulations,
this
United States, I
is
think.
Liberation Day.
That's fine. I'm regenerating myself.
April 2nd, 2025 will
I turned around and there was like a
forever
bomb
be remembered as the
exploding.
day
It was great.
American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed.
It's
Okay,
dangerous.
so Liberation Day is just the day that Trump announced new tariffs. I kind of doubt this day will be
Okay, there's a grenade
remembered for
launcher
all
up
of
there.
history, but if you give me a day off from work, you can call it whatever.
That's what I've been trying to take out.
You might be thinking, what am I even being liberated from? The ability to afford goods and services? Yes, but
Yeah, that thing is terrifying. Whatever the hell's happening up there is very
is that businesses move
All right, I got the flare going on.
to America. But until then, Republicans are preparing
Reinforcements
Americans for
coming.
the inevitable rocky road ahead.
I feel like in some ways in the economy, this is kind of like a kitchen remodel or a bath remodel.
Wow, okay.
There's a bit of a mess at the
I
beginning.
very
but
much
it has a
overestimated how
long-term
strong I
look
was.
of where we're headed.
I mean, if you're going to remodel your house to make it better in the end, it's going to be really annoying in the short term.
trying to get the
when your
fire
house is
up.
getting remodeled. And there's drywall dust everywhere, and there's workers in your living room. The reality
Bandaging.
is that remodel has got to happen in order to make things stronger and more stable on the back end.
Thanks, Winky.
Great. It's like a home remodel.
Oh my
I
God.
feel much better about
This grenade
tariffs
thing
now that
is
you convert it to
obnoxious.
something famous for costing
Yes,
people
there's a-
way more than they ever
There's a
expected.
3-star controller up there as well. It's a big thing.
It has a flamethrower on it as well.
Nobody
What
likes
is
the
this?
remodel. And they especially don't like the people in
I'm dead.
charge of the remodel. Even the homeowners who hired Jesus to be their
It has a
carpenter.
grenade launcher. When you get close, it has a
Seriously, going out for
flamethrower.
another walk on water? I'm going to kill that guy.
Oh God! Even
Yeah, look at it.
But look, guys.
Look at it.
whether
It's
you
just
like it or
totally
not,
annihilating me, dude. I was like, what the
Republicans don't
hell?
wanna hear you're bitching because
I'm
we
going
all
up
knew
there.
this was coming.
It's going to be a rocky road, and Trump has admitted that.
Trump has acknowledged that there will be some minor inflationary aspect
He's the
of that.
bomb.
As he begins to realign the economy to put America first. Everybody knows, and when they voted in November of 2024,
Okay, I don't think it takes
they knew
damage.
that's what they were voting for.
Yeah.
Unironically, I think it does not.
You can bellyache all you want, but we all knew what we were voting for. Trump was
There we go.
very honest during the campaign that tariffs would drive prices higher, right?
Like, look at what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, follow the cabling. My rule is always follow the
You want to
cabling.
impose a
I'm on it.
10% tariff
Here we
on all
go.
goods coming into the U.S.
Is there a battery pack back there?
How will you ensure
Be
that
down,
that
yep,
doesn't
generator.
drive prices even higher?
Okay. All right.
Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices
So
because
it
of
shows a
tariffs?
hit damage, but it doesn't actually deal
There's a
hit damage.
second one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Technically, he said prices wouldn't
see the cable
go
down here.
up, but in his defense, he was
Where's it
lying.
going? Got it.
And you should have known that. So
Second
that's
one's
on
down.
you. But you know what? Yeah, perfect. Some people at Fox News would like to know why you're so obsessed with your money in the first
Set bonus item.
There are some things more important than money. And the president's trying to tell Americans, you know,
Wrong
there
button.
may be a little suffering going on here.
It's a little volatile right now, but people have been very happy and very enthusiastic since the
New
administration
marksman rifle shit.
was
That's kinda cool.
inaugurated.
Look, I wouldn't watch the stock market every hour, every day.
I really hope that somehow the average person out there can separate themselves in their mindset from Wall Street. You know, don't get fooled by what's happening in the stock market.
Yeah.
Ow. Oh.
Making money isn't everything. Take it from the guy hosting the show called Making Money.
He just tried to use himself as a suicide bomber to blow me up. That was incredibly cool.
Yeah, they started doing that.
Making money
Cleaners
was
are
something
nuts,
this
dude.
guy cared about
Love
just
that.
because it's
That's
on
so
the
good.
desk and the screen and the wall.
These guys are all like
The other
fire
wall.
and explosion based. Oh my
Isn't
god,
about
dude.
making, also another one on that same wall. Yesterday, Donald Trump announced sweeping tariffs across
Why?
the entire globe.
Why is everything on
Asia,
fire?
South America, Narnia, Arendelle, Wakanda.
Are you not replaying your armor? I'm trying to shoot that every nearby
You can
target.
imagine
There's
it,
just too much
Trump
fire.
Slapped a tariff on it, and today the
I died.
reviews
I died for
came
real.
in.
Carnage.
Can I not respond on you? Okay. Yeah, no, I died.
Stocks plunging down. The Nasdaq's getting
Yeah.
crushed. Small caps are getting crushed.
This is a shock to the system.
It is ugly out there. Worse than worst case scenario.
Mudara made a video. No, I'm aware about the video. If you want to know my take on that initiative, I have 2 videos that I put out 10 months ago.
$2.5
You can
trillion
find him there.
vaporized. Your kid's college fund disintegrated. Your 401k given the death penalty. Your pension
there's nothing
waterboarded
in
in
here.
Guantanamo. Those stocks your nana gave you 20 years ago accidentally stepped on a landmine.
Oh my god, dude. There's literally fire everywhere.
Economists say we could be on the verge of a recession, so things are looking scary.
I'm really glad they made these way
Don't worry.
scarier.
The only thing the president is better at.
I mean, we are playing on a
negotiating
higher difficulty than we're probably rated for, but still.
of comfort
Good.
in times of
Enemy
need.
lead spotted.
We have heard from
Yeah,
President Trump.
trying to
He took
take down the
Truth Social
secondary
wrote
targets.
this.
I've got the leader
operation
pinned.
is over. The patient lived and is healing. The prognosis is that the patient will be far
I'm so
stronger,
dead.
bigger, better, and more
Oh,
resilient
god
than
damn
ever
it.
before.
Boy, I feel so much
let
better
me
now.
go.
You
There we
know,
go.
I mean,
You're good. No, I can res myself
always
using
reassuring when the
it's an auto
surgeon
thing.
comes out screaming at the top of his lungs, "The patient is fine."
That guy's gonna be the bomb. It's good. Leader's done.
The thing is, the patient didn't need
My bandage
major
is back up.
surgery. We just needed a teeth cleaning. Keep it clean and shiny. No one wants to wake up from heart surgery to their dental
Can't reach from
hygienist
here.
shouting, "I think he's gonna live." Also, the patient is gonna be bigger?
Nice kill, that sniper.
Was the surgery a penis enhancement? If so, what kind? Was it latex injections, scrotoplasty, ligament extension, ventral phalloplasty, a fat transfer
That's who
to
I am.
enhance
There's
girth?
one
I mean,
dude
I
up there
think
left.
those are the options. I don't know.
I'm stuck. There we go.
Now, look, you could argue
Yeah,
that
it seems
it's
like there's only one
bad
left.
that my retired 78-year-old mom is polishing
A lot
up
on
her
radar.
resume now, but to
Bad day.
Donald Trump,
Dude,
it's
I
all
hope so.
worth it because we're correcting a grave injustice.
President Trump says the higher penalties come in response to tariffs those countries impose on American products they import.
Reciprocal.
Just
That
slowly
means
mow
they
into him,
do it
dude.
to us, and we do it to
Never
them.
stop
Very
bullets.
simple.
Oh, we got more.
Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
simple.
That's the defense.
And that is
Yeah, defense
simply
port.
not true. All right, the reality is that the
from the
numbers on his board
There is so
are
much
not the
fire.
tariffs other countries are charging us. They actually represent the trade deficit between the U.S. and those countries, meaning we buy more stuff
Coming up
from
on your side.
them than they buy from us. I'm just going to repeat this. Those numbers don't represent the tariffs. They represent that we buy more stuff from them than they buy from us. That means we're basically punishing other countries for selling us stuff that we want. This is like me going to John Varvatos and beating the shit out
dude,
of
when
him
they start
because I
exploding,
like
you're
his
totally
socks.
right. They run
Why
at
don't
you
ever buy my
because they realize they're going to
socks, John
detonate and they start
Varvatos?
running directly at
I
you.
don't make any
Holy
socks,
shit,
but
that's
no excuse.
wild now.
But that's really what's going on.
Is the
It's
map
not
an actual
actually
representation of
about tariffs.
Brooklyn?
It's about
The New
other
York
countries
one
not
was,
buying
so I wouldn't be
enough of our
surprised if they did
stuff.
that, where they
Although
actually used the
Howard
layout
Lutnick,
of Brooklyn.
Commerce Secretary and Cologne Sponge had another way to put it.
I mean, the European Union won't take chicken from America. They won't take lobsters from America. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak. It's unbelievable. We can't sell corn to India. We can't sell rice to Asia.
Yeah, although I'm not sure tariffs are the reason
Down
we
he
can't
goes.
sell rice to Asia.
Got one dude down
I
there
think they
somewhere.
figured
Where
rice
is he?
out about 10,000 years
Oh, no,
ago.
no, no.
Now, if they want to add aroni, well, then let us know. You got that figured out. By the way, Europe's
Ooh.
beef is weak? I'm sure that's not true. They famously have a running from the beef event where the beef tramples people. You know what? I'm not too concerned about Donald Trump not understanding how his tariffs work because he's Donald Trump.
Molotovs as
He doesn't
well.
understand how to make money running a casino. The important thing is that there are adults in the room, like Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary and college dean who understands that boys will be boys. That guy's going to have the answers we need.
Shot the Molotov out of the air. Hell yeah. Oh, God, he's got a flamethrower.
I don't know.
Should we view these as permanent?
That, I think we're going to wait and see how this plays out.
Do you plan on having negotiations before that date?
I just don't know if they're going to be
Rolling the fire off is
Canada
actually
and Mexico,
outrageous.
notably missing on that chart. Why is that?
I'm not sure.
The numbers. Let them
I
go.
have a question. Do you know anything?
And he's down.
Why are you out here doing
Yeah, if I can
interviews?
start laying into a boss,
It's
they
not very
just melt,
reassuring to have
dude.
the Treasury Secretary of the United States going, You know what? Maybe they can't give us clarification because there isn't clarification. We just assume they have a good reason for imploding the economy because why else would you implode the economy? But then you uncover something like this and you realize, I'm not sure they even know what they're doing.
Every country on the list
Jesus
faces at
Christ.
least 10% tariffs. Even small, remote places like the Heard and McDonald Islands. They are near Antarctica and covered in glaciers, home to many penguins, but no people.
Yeah. We put
Where do you
a
get calibrated
10%
servox? They actually show up
tariff.
on the map at the top
We
of the
put a
zone.
10%
I think it's in
tariff on an
East Shield
island that
Basin.
only has penguins?
Oh, Jesus.
Trump would have been better off tariffing that island Tom Hanks got stranded on. At least it had one guy in that little volleyball he was f***ing.
Boop. Hey, we got our
Is
first
this
one.
a mistake? Look, I know when
half
people
a million
butt dial
XP as
strangers
well.
all the time,
We
but
are
this is the
playing on
first time I've heard of
challenging,
someone
which is quite
butt
good.
tariffing an entire
Not bad.
country.
I think we could bump it up.
The Karas is level 3, shade levels probably not the most reasonable thing to do.
Level 3.
Thanks.
It is Trump's
There should
world,
be a
and we're just cowering in it.
big old loot chest
Over just
somewhere
the past
inside.
few
Here we
days,
go.
Donald
Yeah.
Trump
Yeah, it's right over
deported
here.
hundreds of Venezuelans to El Salvador, despite a
Yeah.
judge's order, extraordinarily renditioned
boy.
a pro-Palestinian
What'd you
Columbia
get?
student with a green card, declared
Bunch
that
of
CNN
stuff.
and MSNBC should be illegal.
Junk.
By the way, I'm not against everything he does.
There should be. Here we go. I had 12 cleaner keys, so this should be fine.
You know what the real reward is out of this place? Oh, hey, that's nice.
People.
The real reward, I find, actually, is us getting a recipe on it, which we did.
International Golf Club in Palm Beach County.
I thought it was the
He
death
later
that we
took to
caused along
social
the way.
media to announce his
That is
championship
also
win,
cool.
calling the victory.
Look at all this purple fire and how long it stays on the ground.
Oh!
Oh, God, I'm on fire.
Won
Is it from the purple fire that you
the
walked through?
tournament at
Maybe.
Trump International.
I wanted to look at it.
How did
It's
that
eating
happen?
not even
This dude's
on
whole
fire.
life. He's like the Make-A-Wish
Hello,
Batman
enemies?
kid.
We love enemies, so.
Are those sewer bros? They look like sewer
Hey,
bros.
look at that, Donald. You caught all the criminals.
Oh, no, they're cleaners. Jesus. What are they just suddenly
Look,
appearing?
I'm opposed to anyone rolling back American
I guess they're trying to
democracy,
take the
but
point back.
I do tip the cap to any
That's
78-year-old winning a golf tournament.
And we were
And by the
going
way,
back to,
still having
we're
enough
not
energy
going to
left
the Sarah
to
Clinic.
stroll
We are
into the
going
command
to
center
this bounty
in
that we
his
have, which is in
golf
this building
attire
here.
to
Nice.
bomb the shit out of Yemen. Yeah. Now look, anyone can bomb the shit out of Yemen.
All right, we're off.
After 9 holes, but 18.
We must survive.
Apparently it's this way.
By the way, when he did
Wait,
that
what?
shift at McDonald's, did they just let him keep the headset?
I go
Is
outside
that-
the area. It tells me that's.
We have 1 minute
bombing
to
the shit
activate
out of
this
Yemen. He's like, hold on, I got
We gotta go
fries
this way.
at the drive-thru window. Hold on. By the way, by bombing Yemen, Donald Trump continued a presidential tradition dating back decades. It may have been what the Wright brothers invented the plane for. How much better do we have to
I'm gonna
make
get
this
inside this
for it
building
to be able to
somehow. It might be
reach
down
and
this
bomb the
alleyway.
shit out of Yemen? But fear not, because Democrats put on the back foot, finally have an opportunity
Did
to
you find a way
stand
into the
up
building yet?
and show their dispirited
Oh, I
party
found a
they
ladder
still
down
have
to the subway, to the
principle
sewers. I'll have to
and
try
the
that.
backbone to face down this wannabe tyrant.
Republicans it's need at not least that.
8 Senate Democrats to reach the 60 required votes,
also
or the
get
government's going to
leads.
shut down at midnight tomorrow night.
Oh, no, I'm getting closer. It does look like it's above ground.
It is on like Donkey Kong.
I'm going all the way around the block.
It turns out the
looking for an
Byzantine
entrance.
Senate rules have presented a golden opportunity to the minority party because the budget
Big
the
old Brooklyn
Republicans are
blocks.
proposing
Wait, I may have found the way in.
This is a terrible
Yeah,
CR.
this is looking good.
That
All right,
is
I found the way in.
designed to hurt the American people.
It would cut by nearly 50% funding for medical research. To take away nursing home care from
have to go up and
millions of our
across this little
seniors.
mini
There's more
bridge.
than
$1 billion of cuts
okay.
to veteran benefits.
I'm voting no.
I will be a hard no.
Vote no. Hell no.
I am
Love to see it.
Hell no.
Can you be more hell no? Is that like hell no? H-E double hockey stick? By the way, like, who's this dude fooling? You know that salty language isn't
What
you,
even set me on
Merkley?
fire there?
Probably,
Y'all are in
and
the
this may be
jar. It's H-E
a
double
guess.
hockey sticks from
The
now
fire.
on.
There was no fire on my screen.
But this abomination of a
was in.
budget shall not pass. Detected. Because,
Ugh.
Senator Schumer, please
Judge.
remind the people what is necessary.
Republicans do not have the
I
votes
mean, I would
in the
guess.
Senate.
You
Might not
don't have the votes. You need congressional
Division 1 or Division 2?
You
Division
don't
2
have
DLC
the
actually
votes.
just came out.
Because the
Sopranos
filibuster
Night.
Yeah, we're
requires...
back in Brooklyn.
I only saw the play once.
Actually, let's go down this way. Let's go down that way.
You see, Republicans, your little evil budget plan might have worked.
Is there a way to get to this?
That one Senator Schumer.
I think we have to go back the way we
So it
came.
looks like we have to go back down where we came, and then there's I can see a ladder up towards our objective.
I'm afraid your diabolical scheme has been foiled.
Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer set off a firestorm heading into this weekend when he changed course and announced he would vote to move forward on a Republican-backed funding bill.
Oh, no.
Turns out you had the votes.
It's an account. If you want to know more about like how I feel about that whole thing, I put out 2 videos 10 months ago.
To keep the government
you can just go watch those.
I believe it is my job.
See exactly how I feel. In the first video, there's even a giant FAQ in the comments that I pinned of me answering all those questions. I haven't talked about that initiative in 10 months.
We're terrible.
Just go to my YouTube video and look at SKG.
Oh, wait a
That's
minute.
it.
Oh,
Like,
shit, I know what's going on here.
I talked about all of this
I know what's
publicly
going on.
almost a year ago.
You had me going, Chucky.
And they waited until the last minute, 1 month before they failed their initiative, to call me out to try and stir up drama to get more votes.
Up that powerful
That's it.
leverage on the budget for nothing. My guess is Chucky got some cheese.
Did Schumer get anything from Republicans in exchange for those dumb votes?
He did not.
Oh.
Senator Schumer, no disrespect, but you are a disgrace to Jewish stereotypes about financial
The
negotiations.
drone is nasty. It's really strong.
That's just...
Yeah, if you want to find out more about it, just go to my YouTube, man. It's been up there for literally 10 minutes. It's about almost 11 months.
But you're out there. How much is it? $5. How about I give you
What is that
7?
horrible electrical noise? That makes me want to touch it.
Lick it.
That's a good idea.
And for
Lick
those
that.
of you
It
who
sounds
felt
lickable.
like this was a total capitulation, Senator
It might be that
Schumer
giant
just felt like
melting
this
down
wasn't the
transformer that we
moment
can see up there.
for Democrats.
I'm really
to press
glad to
their
see this
case.
computer is so
Because Trump
resilient.
is still too strong.
When he went below 40% in the polls, the Republican legislators started working with us. He was at 51, he's now at 48. We're going to keep at it, keep at it, keep at it until he goes below 40. When it happens, I am hopeful that our Republican colleagues will resume working with us.
You're going to keep at it. Keep at it, keep at it, keep at it. And what? This was it. This was the it that you would have been keeping at. The keeping of the it. It's not the keeping of the it. That's the issue. It's what the it. Don't you have to start it to keep at it? If this wasn't it, then what is what is it if this not be it? But apparently the grand plan is Dems keep fecklessly complaining until the 48 approval comes down to 40. Which is a plan, but it's forgetting one crucial piece of information in Schumer's popularity calculation.
Devastating, cascading poll numbers for Democrats. Only 27% of voters have a positive view of the party, the lowest favorability rating in the history of NBC's polling.
You've got to get Trump to lose 8 points of popularity just for you to get to the point where you're 13 points below him.
Feel good, fellas.
Your approval is only 7 points above where it turns red and goes into low power mode. Maybe you're not a numbers learner. Maybe a visual demonstration of where you are. Let me meet you where you live. All right, here we go. This is not. I'm going to do this. This is 48% approval. This is them. This is you. This is you. 27%. This is them. Oh, I see. They're much higher. Yes, they're much higher. And if you keep this up, you'll be wearing these on your dick. Do you understand? Jesus.
There it is. Enjoy that. Man's done. All right, ads are over.
I'm being too hard on the Senate.
I'm really glad that you didn't get scammed or got unscammed. Like shit, dude.
Perhaps he has insider knowledge of a
Mr.
quiet,
Kronos.
smoldering Republican amenability to compromise. Perhaps underneath that hard shell of Republican intransigence
We need to go
is a
just
soft,
building here,
nougaty
stealing their
center
clothes.
of responsible legislative
Okay, that's
leadership
good.
waiting to be freed.
Clothes steam.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, there's a
Driven
phone
in
in
the
here.
hallowed
Over
yet
here.
marbled halls of power. Or maybe someplace mustier.
I talked to them. One of the places I told them to go in the gym, you know, when
There's a bunch of stuff here.
on that
I
bike in
was
your
just
shorts,
looking for
panting
clothes.
away next to it.
Yeah, and we just got a bunch of cosmetics.
Inhibitions come off.
The one here.
Another cosmetic.
I could use the stairs, or we could use the lift.
Let's do the
elevator.
stairs.
That's your plan. I'm gonna dangle my balls out of my shorts, and there they are at the gym. Oh, you know, they're gonna lose all their inhibitions on the equipment. You know, actually, Chuck, I would like to work with you on Medicaid reform. And also, I never told anybody this, but I once.
I feel like they should have just opened that gate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
This elliptical, I just lose my
That would have been a good
inhibitions.
idea, I think, for them.
I
Tactically.
think so too.
Okay, how about you?
It's dead. Oh shit.
And you know, I would probably be just a skosh more receptive to Schumer's theory of gym-based negotiation strategies.
How did I catch on
If it
fire
had
then?
worked
What?
There was fire behind us.
We talk to
It was
our
very
Republican
faint.
colleagues all the time.
was baby
I talk
fire.
to them all in the gym. When you're a 60-year-old on a bike panting in your shorts, the
Scorch,
inhibitions sort of fall away.
if you're going to be here and just like hurl around insults and be like, I'm going to try and grandstand for other people in the community, we will ban you. So, can it?
But for a guy who seems to be spending most of his life in the gym, a little less talky talk, a little more core.
Yeah, one thing I'm not going to allow you to do is sit here and soapbox in our community. So, if you want to talk about the initiative that you guys put together, if you want to hear my take on it, it is in those videos. If you don't want to hear my take on it, and you're just here to bitch, leave, or you will be banned. This is not that hard.
In the gym, on the stationary bike. Oh, sure, Chuck, yeah, I'm definitely going to do that. But I have to tell you something. Pedaling
Reserve
really
online games
hard and
shit
not
simply makes
going
zero sense
anywhere,
when you consider how much it takes
it's a
to run
great
those servers.
metaphor
Yep.
for the Democratic Party right now.
That's one of my points. You should watch my videos. You can understand from them.
But for some reason,
You have a very hostile community of people that have been coming after me for the last year over making 2 videos about this where I shared my comments and feelings as a game developer, and I find them to be insufferable at this point. So I'm not going to be nice about it. I'm just going to ban you outright if you're being a dick. The mods will do the
as
same.
they put it,
This fever will break. All this excitement about Donald Trump, it's going
Yeah,
to
see
break.
that one right
So
there?
it is like a cult. The fever will
Game developer in
break.
quote, the snide comments like that will get you banned. Don't be a
I
dick.
believe at some point
It's not hard.
soon the fever will break.
Unfortunately, your entire initiative has been
President
co-opted
Obama
by
saying,
people that don't
"Now, I
actually know how to
believe
have a
when
conversation
we're
outside of
successful in this
insulting the
election,
other party,
that the fever may break."
which is why it's impossible to have a normal conversation with people from your guys' side because you want to turn it into tribalism.
If
At least
someone's
a
been
number of
running
your
a
people on
fever-
your side do. And that's the problem.
since the aughts,
Which is why I haven't engaged with
That's
it
not
for
a
10
fever.
months.
that is their default resting
And I won't
temperature.
be. Go watch my video.
This fiction that you are inventing, this idea that somehow
Nice day for fishing,
they'll
ain't
come
it?
to their
Yeah.
senses. It allows Democrats to keep thinking
Bit of a broad brush, but I get it. Yeah.
are actually
No, it
the
is.
ones in the precarious position.
If you want to know why it's a broad brush, you can go see all the people that get banned in here every day for it. You can see the people that are banned all over our YouTube. You can see all the negative reviews on Heartbound because when they couldn't get me on social media, they went after my game and then tried to review bomb the shit out of it. You can see the people that get banned in Discord for it. You can get the ones that
Congress
like
won't be
take it
able
way
to
too
keep the lights on, let alone pass anything of substance, without the buy-in and blessing of House Democrats and Hakeem Jeffries.
far and do things like call my phone. Like it's awful, dude. You have a whole lot of people that are taking really unhinged methods to try and actually go and push this initiative forward, even though there's a core of people that are trying to do it the right way. There's a shitload of orbiters that are taking it way too far, and they have been the whole time. So I put those 2 videos out about it. They got 70% positive reviews. People really liked them, and a lot of people in the industry agreed with my take on it. And then you have a whole bunch of this core of people that actually want to push it and they want to have a conversation, but these orbiters are insane, dude. And I just don't want to deal with it. So for 10 months, I didn't talk
Probably
about
for
it.
something
I
he
didn't
did
say a
with
word.
Jim. Look,
And they've been sitting there seething, saying that I've destroyed their
You
initiative.
don't
You had 10
understand.
months to course correct.
These
You
Republicans
had 10 months to prove me wrong. And the only thing you can do is go and hurl insults to try and prove me wrong at that point? Like, dude, that's insane.
United States, and
Like,
classifying it as a
form a
fever
better argument.
excuses you from having to propose an alternative, coherent vision.
Drama baiting to
and allows
build
you to
support your
pretend
initiative
that
is
this is just an
suspect
issue
at
of
best.
messaging.
There was even
and
people
not
in their
merit.
Discord or in their Reddit talking about how they wanted to
busy
start
fixing the
drama
message.
in our community because it caused
Ambitious
more
Democrats
votes to go to
have a
their
new game
initiative,
plan.
and that
They're
any
gonna
views
yak
are
it
good
up about
views.
sports and go
And that
on
never
one
got moderated
podcast.
away. Those people didn't get banned.
Or whatever the hell
It was
this
just
is.
part of their movement. And now you're seeing all those people get banned in the chat. Like, dude, if you want to have an initiative that changes global economy and global business, you need to include the people that it's affecting, which are developers. And if you don't do that, and all you do is this shit, of course no one's going to want to engage with you. Why the hell would I want to deal with that shit?
Difficulty focusing on what you're saying.
Oh, shit.
Because I'm terrified that you're a hard yellow light away from getting ready with Dan Crenshaw.
And I realize it's not the entire movement, but goddamn is it a lot of people. Congress is on fire.
Obviously, that's not meant in any way to diminish Congressman.
Boss is almost out of armor. He's dead.
How he was wounded in Afghanistan.
Behind us.
The bot is directly on me.
AKA Get Ready With Me video.
He's got plenty of armor.
Now, one of Trump's big
You're getting
promises
rizzed.
for his second term was
Yes,
supporting
I'm indeed
violent
getting-
immigrants
He's
from America.
a
He often
unique.
mentioned one violent gang
Chameleon.
in
I
particular.
love Chameleon.
Trend Day.
Oh, wait, no, I didn't mean to equip it. Shit.
Remove the savage gang.
Let's try to pick it up.
Trend Aragua. Trend Day Aragua.
Let's
Trend
get up,
Day Aragua.
Oh, God. Oh, God. What's happening?
Trend
Bombs everywhere.
Agua. You know,
There's
the
a-
members of that gang are like, is that us he's talking about? Trump sounds like my grandfather ordering
Yeah, to
Chipotle.
be real with you, I'm not down to discuss it anymore, and the reason why is because the amount of abuse that has been hurled from that community for the last 10 months, even while I've been saying nothing about it, is just so absurd that at this point, I'm not going to get farmed for your initiative that I don't agree with. That's about it, man.
Imagine asking for someone's viewpoint and then getting butt mad at them because their viewpoint doesn't align with yours.
These suspected
That's
gang members would
literally
be
what happened.
afforded a rigorous
And then conspiring to
legal
use their
procedure,
community
including a
to
trial,
gain as
the
much,
presentation of evidence,
eyes
all
on
the
your
rights of
initiative as
due
possible by
process.
causing drama with them.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to be a part of your weird soapbox. I just
The
don't give a shit.
administration invoking an obscure law, the
Stand by
Aliens
what I said at the
Enemies
beginning.
Act
They
of
should have engaged with multi-industry
1798,
groups. They
which
should have
allows the
engaged with
government
lawyers,
to
and they
deport
should have done
people with
something
little to
much
no
more
due
meaningful than what they
process,
tried to
and was
pull, which
last
was
used to round up
politicians will
Japanese
fix
Americans during
this.
World War
When
II.
have
Louis-
you heard politicians fix anything they
Last
get their
used
hands
to
on?
round up Japanese
Honestly, Louis
Americans
Rossman had the
during
best take on it,
World
which is
War
why I
II.
commented on his video
Why
to
does
him.
Trump always have to
Louis
face
Rossman was the
oldest,
best in any of this. He was
racist
like,
laws
you
to
should
do
not
what
be
he wants to
attacking
do?
pirate software. You should have a
Cutting
discussion with
taxes
him.
under the authority
Like,
of the It's Okay to Drive
And he was
Italians
his
law of
his
1863.
video was at least measured and made sense. And that's why I commented
Sense
back
that
to
it's
him on it.
archaic.
So I have tried to
Invoking that
engage
law
on that
has
shit, but I
some
won't
big
anymore. That community is too toxic.
problems.
and
One
unhinged.
is that if you're
Not
deporting
interesting.
gang members, but there's no due
It's
process,
just too much vitriol
you
and people
don't really
flinging shit
know
all
if
over the
you're
ceiling. It has been that way
deporting
since
gang
the
members.
very
You're just deporting
beginning.
people who you think look like gang members.
Okay.
And if you
Can we
start
actually head
deporting
towards
every
our,
shady-looking
mission?
guy with questionable tattoos,
Oh, yeah, we do.
I mean, who's going to go to jet skate?
Yeah, Louis Rossman is awesome.
But
I like him. I like him a lot, and I like what he's doing for
You know
right
what?
to repair.
I'm sure
100%.
Donald Trump has the
Can't take criticism. That's not
cultural
criticism.
understanding to carefully
I know that you might be a
discern
Zoomer and you don't
who is a
understand
member
how logical conversation
what's that
works,
gang
but if you
name again?
run into a room and fling shit all over the ceiling and say you're a piece of shit, F you, that's not criticism. That's you being a jackass and unable to communicate with another human being.
This law, which is it's supposed to be used in wartime.
Really, really simple shit. Like, eventually you may learn this. Your parents should have taught it to you when you were
Venezuela,
young, but now you get to learn it on the internet
Not
when
to
you're
mention,
maybe an
a
adult.
pretend war is an
You don't act
extremely
like one, but
complicated concept to
you're the
throw at
age
the
of one.
Secretary of Defense on St. Patrick's Day. So, man. Okay. So, bottom line here. Okay, there's a
Whoop.
lot of legal questions up in the air. So on Saturday, a federal judge decided to pump the brakes.
That federal judge in an emergency hearing Saturday ordered any plane containing these folks that is going to take off
Let's
or
go
is in
see.
the air needs to be returned to the United States. Adding, this is
New to
something
the chat
you
in Division
need
2. Do you have
make
any
sure
tips?
is
Yeah, I
complied
think
with
Division 2 is like one of those really cool things where, like, you have so much environment to work with. I really like the combat system because of that. So, like, learning to use cover and, like, how your character sticks to the environment is probably the best thing you can do in the beginning.
Gave them due process, did the whole Constitution thing. I'm with you again.
Yeah, I mean that's really what it is. As Ob reviews is like you can't expect me to like deal with you or be nice to you when there's like thousands of people from your side that are just flinging shit. I'm just not interested.
Donald Trump would
So at that point, I'm done. Like you don't get to use our community for your soapbox. It's not going to work, man.
I would have said.
Anyway,
that is a lot
I've been saying
later than I
for a while.
thought.
Like, if you go to a foreign country and you treat people with respect, you will be treated with respect. As soon as you go to someone's stream, treat the streamer with respect, and you will be treated with respect as well. But coming in screeching and screaming and throwing your own shit at the walls.
Donald showed a lot of restraint.
How are you expecting to be treated when you do that? Honestly.
Of course, the administration didn't just come out and say, we don't listen to judges from now
has
on.
Pirates ever stopped playing Dune? No, we just decided to play Division 2 because there's a DLC out.
Come up with some bullshit.
The White House argued that both
so to be real with you, I don't
have
have anything more to say on it. If you want to know how I feel about it, use the SKG command. You can find the 2 videos that I have up for that. They're nearly a year old. And that's it, right?
Is that how rulers
I haven't
work?
talked about it since then, but I'm happy to be your boogeyman for an initiative that I haven't spoken on in nearly a year.
Arguing that oral doesn't count. Look it up. Look it up.
Got a monster closet on the left.
Terribly impressed with that argument. So Trump's
Cleared
lawyers went with another response, which was, "Can't catch me, force field."
The Trump administration argued that the court no longer had jurisdiction once the planes were over international waters.
Yes. Okay. Apparently, the Constitution is not in effect over international waters. That explains Carnival Cruise Line's new ship, the SS Cruel and Unusual Punishment. And while the Trump administration is saying that it has the right to ignore judicial orders, President Trump himself is somehow going even further.
President Donald Trump just took to Truth Social and deemed this judge, responding to this decision here, calling him a radical left lunatic of a judge, a troublemaker and agitator who was sadly appointed by Barack Hussein Obama. He says this judge should be impeached.
You're the most prominently outspoken critic of the initiative, which drew the attention. Sure. And I have videos up for that, and I haven't talked about it since.
If we had heard it in time to, actually, this lunatic judge should be impeached. And if you would have told me,
if your initiative can't survive criticism from a person who doesn't agree with it,
wow, again,
one person literally making 2 videos,
now,
you probably have a bad argument.
Jordan, enough about this constitutional crisis. I want to hear about another constitutional crisis. Well, you're in luck.
Last night, the president posted on social media, it said, quote, "The pardons that Sleepy Joe Biden gave to the unselect committee of political thugs and many others are hereby declared void, vacant, and of
God, dude, Division 2 still feels really good. I wish we had combat like this in Dune. It just feels like, it feels like environmental shooting galleries, you know?
That he's fighting the judicial branch in the present. He's also fighting the executive branch in the past.
That's fair.
He's causing
more
problems in the multiverse than Jonathan Majors.
Getting flanked.
But yes, I guess Donald Trump just found out about auto pens, which
my bones
to one of the most annoying events in a Trump presidency.
These monster
Donald
closets,
learns
man.
about something new, so we all have to learn about it too.
Presidents Biden and Obama both used an auto pen device to sign official documents, a practice that is
The nice thing is this game is not level-based, it's open world.
Use of the auto pen dates back
What's the LMG? It's the Bullet King. I farmed this for like 100 hours and then finally got it, and it's the basis of my entire build.
When you have that many
The way that it works is all of your bullets are in one clip,
busy man. Now, to be fair
which is
to Trump,
super
he's
fun.
not just saying Joe Biden used an auto pen. It's something far more sinister. A conspiracy so evil that Trump took time out of his busy schedule waiting for the airplane bathroom.
That's a lie. That guy's totally vital and dead. It's on fire.
Did he know what he was doing? Did he authorize it? Or is this somebody in an office, maybe a radical left?
Want to see something funny?
Signing whatever that person was.
Boop.
Yes. Good question. Did Joe Biden really
Love that
sign
ability,
the
dude.
pardons that he said several times he signed, or did a radical left lunatic sneak into the Oval Office and start signing whatever was in the room? Pardons, laws, doctor's notes, yearbooks. I mean, did Joe Biden really want Cindy to have a great summer, or was it the deep state? You know, my favorite
I'm doing like
part of
500,000
this whole
damage a
story
bullet,
is
by the
how
way.
Trump tried to claim that he would never use an auto pen, only to remember that he actually
There was a 700K in there.
use an auto pen.
I never use it. I mean, we may use it as an example to send some young person a letter. It's nice, we get thousands and thousands of letters of support for young people, for people that aren't feeling well, etc.
You'd love to see it.
If I'm doing important things like pardoning January 6ers, I'll sign it myself. But for doing stupid shit like writing letters to sick kids, DocuSign is
Yeah, what people secretly want, an LMG with an infinite bullet feeding mechanism. The best part is, this character class, every 60 seconds I get a percentage of my maximum amount of bullets back.
I love it. Now,
They go directly into the clip.
the leader of Doge and guy who thinks Sauron is the hero of the story.
Yeah.
And say what you want about Elon, but he certainly...
And it gives that to my whole team, by the way.
I love Tesla.
Not Dune today? We played Dune for like the first 6 hours, man.
I'm not saying Donald Trump is
because
racist,
we changed the game category in Australians, we automatically hate the previous game we
Sneakiest
were
with
playing. That's how that
500
works.
spice said, hey Paul, you get a tech job, you ask for the documentation for an internal project, they tell you there is no documentation, just look at the code. The code has no comments, the variable names are 3-letter long acronyms, most files are 2,000 plus lines of code.
What are you doing to stop the activities of
That sounds like hell.
unelected
Thanks.
and unconfirmed Elon Musk?
Elon Musk does have a security clearance.
That's when you write in a comment, "Here be dragons," and then you put in your 2 weeks. That's the way.
Elon Musk has conflicts of interest out the wazoo.
I support Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency.
Next TTX.
Oh, tough crowd.
Zombie Killer 5072 with 500 spice said good morning Paul. I have made some great progress in losing weight and gaining muscle. I can now do certain exercises on the gym machines and pull down over 100 pounds.
Hell yeah. Also, for the people in chat that are mistaking Louis Rossman for Ross Scott, very different people. Yeah, very, very different. That is not the same person.
Again,
You should at least know who you're talking
the handle. Papa needs his Pinot Gris.
Yeah.
And some people are not content to just scream about Elon. The parking lots.
What LMG you're running? Bullet King? Feels good. I love that it glows when it shoots for like a super long time.
Teslas and Cybertrucks. This dramatic video shows multiple cars in flames. Police say the attacker used Molotov cocktails. It's the latest in more than a dozen
There's so many new
instances
cosmetics,
of arson
like everywhere.
and vandalism targeting Tesla.
The same suspect shot more Teslas with a gun. Tesla
love things.
Cybertrucks were set on fire in Kansas City, and earlier this
It's
month,
the dopamine hit
shots
of
fired at a
unlocking new
Tesla
stuff for
dealership in Oregon. Cybertrucks on fire in Seattle.
Case on the floor.
Oh,
Wow,
an
you guys
echo.
like petty acts of domestic terrorism, huh? Wow. Okay, let me just say, nobody should be breaking the law and blowing up Teslas. Especially because if you just wait a few minutes, they'll probably do it by themselves.
It's grim.
And in case you're wondering why people might do this, some have been leaving
I'm standing in
helpful
dead people echo energy.
This is what Tesla employees in Encinitas saw when they arrived to work today. The vandalism is too graphic to show in its entirety. We blurred out the swastika on this white Tesla, as well as the F word on 2 different windows in front of the dealership. Nazi and scum were written as well.
Oh, that's messed up.
I think you might have wanted to blur out a little more there because now it just looks like they just wrote. I mean, obviously Elon has a lot of kids, so he's got a lot of, but
And he plans on playing Death Stranding too? I don't know yet.
you don't have to be so overt.
I feel like I'd have to play
Point
Death
is,
Stranding 1
There's
first.
a ton of rage directed at Elon right now, which is why last night he went on Sean Hannity and made the case for his victim.
Bullets are being fired. Charging stations are put ablaze. Teslas
TTS
are being put ablaze. What have you done that warrants this? Because
Kill_Roy with 500 spice said, hey Thor, hello, there. The angel from my nightmare. The shadow in the background of the morgue, the unsuspecting victim of darkness in the valley.
Oh.
We can live like Jack and Sally if we want. Where you can always find me, and we'll have Halloween on Christmas. And in the night, we'll wish this never ends. We'll wish this never ends. I miss you. Miss you, I miss you. Miss you, where are you? And I'm so sorry I cannot sleep. I cannot dream tonight. I need somebody and always.
Glass thing going on, kind of like
What was that from?
Mobile that
What is it from?
It's got door handles that are hard to find, which is what everybody wants in a door handle. Everything in the car is electronic, so if it malfunctions, you just drown in it, you know? It's like a free coffin. It's cool. It's cool. I give them credit. I don't think people, though, are mad at you because of the Teslas, Elon. If I were to hazard a guess about why they'd be mad, it might be because in the last several weeks, you fired tens of thousands of federal workers, you made cuts to veterans care, life-saving foreign aid, and food banks, you canceled important medical research, sometimes so abruptly that this happened.
Jesus.
Clinical trials funded by USAID, medical experiments have been stopped midstream. Some people have medical devices still in their bodies because the trials were abruptly stopped.
Yeah! People might get a little upset if you stop their medical trial halfway through them. Imagine you had to stop getting your malaria medication or going home with half a butt lift. Imagine it! Imagine it! You'll never buy pants off the rack again. Or here's another guess. Maybe people are mad at you because you don't seem to know what's needed. I'm guessing.
Nice.
Because you fired aviation safety staff, then you had to hire them back. You fired nuclear safety inspectors, then you had to hire them back. You cut funding for Ebola prevention and then said, oopsie.
One of the things we accidentally canceled.
My damage is so high.
Ebola prevention. I think we'll want Ebola prevention.
I'll check in with scouts.
Yeah, I think we do.
Kill_Roy with 500 spice said, please tell me why. My car is in the front yard and I'm sleeping with my clothes on. I came in through the window last night and you're gone.
Isn't
It's no
it
surprise
delicious?
I am my
Many
own
people
worst
can
enemy.
start munching away
God
at
damn
it
it.
and
Now and
enjoy
then,
it
I
without
kick the living
thinking.
shit out of
But
me.
what if you have a milk
The smoke alarm is going
or
off.
gluten
There's a
intolerance,
cigarette.
or
Still
you
burning.
might be allergic
Please
to
tell me
foods
why.
such as
My car
nuts
is in the
and
front
fish.
yard, and
These
I
are
sleep
foods
with
that
my
many of
clothes
us
on.
Why
take
is
for
this
granted
happening?
but not if you have food allergies.
Could be either way.
A guest with a food allergy has a lot to think about, but there's a
I feel
lot
like I did a little bit of damage.
hospitality can do to help
Elon,
them.
if you genuinely
First,
want people to
familiarize yourself
you
with
could
these
focus
14
on the things you
allergens.
are good at. I mean, you did get those astronauts back. It was a beautiful
You probably
moment.
know about a lot of these, but there are some less obvious and can be hidden in the recipe. It's a legal requirement
looks like there's
for
a
us
phone
to
device
provide
downstairs.
accurate allergen information for our guests, so they can make informed decisions.
How about this welcoming committee?
Next, be aware that symptoms can be really different. A reaction can come in the form of a rash,
SpaceX Dragon capsule.
You know what? I think that's great. Look, I have to not be a hater for a second, okay? Elon brought them back safely from space after being stranded there for months, and dolphins even showed up to say hi. That is incredible. I mean, I wish the dolphins hadn't welcomed them back with a Sieg Heil, but still. Donald Trump made lots of promises
New
during the
uniques.
presidential
That's interesting.
campaign, and he emphasized one thing.
Or high grades or whatever they're called.
Starting on day one, we will bring competence and common sense back to the Oval Office, restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government.
Kamala says vote for her.
20 months later, still working on your game? Hell yeah, dude.
Staying on your toes and watchful is the easiest way to stop a fire from starting.
Yeah, this game just launched a new DLC. Pretty recently, actually. So Chronos and I are playing it. I love Division 2. Like, I've been super into it.
The more you say that something is real, the more people believe
Yeah.
you. My real girlfriend lives in
No, it's not a free
Canada.
DLC. It's a
She's
paid
just-
one. But I like
Not
Division
just sort of
2,
my girlfriend,
and
she's
it's
my
been
real
years since
girlfriend.
they
She's
launched like a
real, and I
DLC
touch the
thing.
real
So
movies.
I'm into it. Yeah, it's $15.
By the way,
Sun is hitting you?
room
It might be.
is that?
I moved my air conditioning to the
I feel
other
like the beast must
window.
have Belle trapped in the room next door, right? But yes,
So I
Trump
should just be
promised
able to have
his
it closed
presidency
all
would
the
be
time.
marked
But you
by
might be right.
competence. And now that we're 2 months in, let's see how that's going.
Some serious security concerns over the newly released JFK files and real anger
You played Scum?
after
No.
social
With
security
500
numbers
spice
and
said,
other
"Yah,
private
cheer, 500
information
good
of more
morning,
than
Thor.
200
I just
people
wanted to
were
say
made
I
public
always
on
love your
Tuesday.
content,
The
and
Washington
watching you
Post
test this
reports that
talent,
among them are
Gearbug was
former
really
congressional
interesting.
staffers
Thank you.
and
You
one
were
of
very
Donald
thorough.
Trump's
The
most
devs in your
vocal
community are
defenders,
so
his
lucky
former
that they have
campaign
someone who is
lawyer,
both
Joseph
very
DeGenova.
devoted and has
He is
extensive
furious,
QA and
telling
dev
the Post
experience.
it's absolutely
Honestly, it's really...
outrageous.
Oh, no, you rock. It's honestly really fun to test that kind of stuff like that and, like, talk about, like, what we need to do is to test around an issue to try and figure out what the hell is going on. And that was a fun one to find. And I think that when that gets fixed, that's going to change the game pretty dramatically because you can't have you can't have a valid like balance system if you have a bug like that going on.
JFK papers was who killed JFK.
Like you can't balance the game if your items are not always giving you stats.
He's probably
like that's rough, dude.
Represented you in your 2020 election fraud.
That's why that's such a critical bug, because like it could have serious implications based on their like balanced environment. Because imagine balancing the game around statistics that are not expressing themselves. You know,
turns out they can't even do.
It's a really scary one.
DEI purge right.
Tonight, the Pentagon sparking outrage after removing from its website a story celebrating the Army record of
Kronos,
American icon
you're looking a little
Jackie Robinson.
A senior military official tells us tonight that the Pentagon relies on computer software to scrub DEI content
I'm
from
gonna
its
open this
website,
garage.
and that ultimately those stories about Jackie Robinson were removed by mistake.
Suddenly had a shadow. That's neat.
Oh, don't blame us.
I don't have a cat to pet right now. Is he sleeping in the other room? Because he broke into my office over and over again, stanced in the door, aura farmed, and left.
Classic mistake.
That's basically all he's done today.
The Jackie Robinson mistake wasn't even the most embarrassing
I don't have a cat.
In
He's
some
just a cat that
cases,
lives in my
photos
house.
seem to be flagged for removal simply because their file included the word gay, including service members with that last name, and an image of the B-29 aircraft Enola Gay, which dropped the first atomic bomb on Hiroshima.
Lol.
That's how lazy they were with this. They just Control-F for gay-sounding keywords and deleted anything that showed
I used to have this build where I was using these BTSU gloves and firing chems. And I could do gas clouds basically the size of this room. Stupid. So everything in the room would light on fire, including me.
What's extra tragic is this could have all been avoided if they had just named the plane Enola Gay No Homo, you know? But maybe getting things right isn't this administration's top priority. They have a crisis on their hands.
It was rough.
Tesla stock.
Then they changed the way that worked, and it didn't work anymore. Oh, that didn't. Corrosive gas clouds were pretty cool. The explosive gas cloud is what I was
of the
using.
Trump administration, and more importantly,
Yeah, I'm out of ammo, but I'm not out of
Republican
options. Exactly.
So, last night they sent Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick to Fox News to make a pitch.
I think if you want to learn something on this show tonight, buy Tesla. It's unbelievable that this guy's stock is this cheap. It'll never be this cheap again. When people understand the things he's building, the robots he's building, the technology he's building, people are going to be dreaming of today. And Jesse Waters and thinking, gosh, I should have bought Elon Musk's stock. I mean, who wouldn't invest in Elon Musk? You got to be kidding.
Whoa! Gross, a bit gross. Cabinet members should not be shilling for companies, and that includes those Henry Kissinger Hims.com ads. But to be fair, he wasn't just out there shilling Tesla stocks. The Commerce Secretary was pushing Elon products that hadn't hit the market yet.
Go online and look up Optimus. It is the coolest thing you've ever seen. We're all going to be buying robots. They're going to cost about $30,000. You're going to be buying a Tesla robot, and anybody who doesn't buy a Tesla robot is going to be silly.
You hear that? People who don't buy a $30,000 robot that isn't on the market yet and will probably strangle you in your sleep? You're going to look silly. These poor everyday Fox viewers must be so confused. They came here for the xenophobia and pretty ladies, and now they have to mortgage their house to buy a robot with a thigh gap. It's so embarrassing that this guy is using his position on TV to sell shit to the American people. Why are you so hungry for Musk's approval when you should be hungry for a Taco Bell build your own craving box? A Chalupa Supreme, a burrito, a side, and a drink for under $7. It's called integrity. And it's how you live Moss. You know, it's not just the Trump administration. The whole team over at Fox News.
How to access OpenAI.
I own a Tesla.
Okay.
Amazing.
How I should navigate a deal with them?
I think we should buy a Tesla.
You should probably reach out to their bounty program, is what it sounds like.
I'm going to buy a Tesla today, by the way. I'm buying a Tesla today.
Nice.
Nice.
Like
nice.
that sounds like a bounty program thing.
Oh,
Like,
man, pretty soon even Fox is going to stop saying Merry Christmas and replace it with Happy Tesla December to Remember sales events.
Let's see.
President Donald Trump. God. No. Respect his authority. Honestly, geez, so much comes at us every day with him. I can't even sleep, organize thoughts,
Just
eat.
sucks.
And
Shay just found out about Hytel getting canceled.
He's toying with us. Here he is on
That sucks,
Tuesday
man.
of last.
Because we had been talking about it for months of like putting block game in it and like doing all kinds of shit. Shay actually wanted to do models for block game once we had it in Hytel. So.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Oh God.
So we
I didn't realize
know
you.
how
I was
to-
unfamiliar with your game. There you go. You're dead now.
Should we wear our good pants or the ones we?
Yeah, it was really sad, dude. Like, didn't need to be like that. I'm gonna turn the game down a
This
little bit.
big
you guys.
announcement. Just tell
Canceled how? They canceled Hytel. It's over. They're no longer developing Hytel.
Friday or
Monday
before we leave.
It is not ever coming out.
Why are you mentioning it? Is it sweep? Is that what this is? But fine. We
Up
will
I
keep our
go.
eyes out for any announcement bombshells.
They gave a reason as to why it canceled. They overscoped it. It cost too much money, and they didn't think they were ever going to be able to make what they wanted to make. And so after 7 years of development, they have canceled the development process. And that's it.
The government, the United States.
So it never came out. Never will.
Actively looking.
My hope is that they sell it off
suspending due
so somebody can buy the rights
the
to
rule
it.
of law.
But
That's a
if
big
it's in that bad of a state
Big enough
and
for
Riot
Stephen Miller,
owns the rights to it, I'm
bursting into flames.
wondering how bad it really is. Because they started reaching out to creators like me to do creator program stuff only a couple months ago, which means it had to be in at least a state where they felt like maybe it would be showable at some point soon.
Without the
you know?
authorization of Congress, was
So that's
Abraham
pretty sad.
Lincoln during the Civil War.
Riot's canceled a lot of games as of late. Maybe it's a money issue. You know, it might be that. If we're by Hytel, that's going to cost like millions of dollars. And I mean millions. Like 40 millions, right? Like it's not, I don't have money for that.
Big announcement.
I have money to build a ferret rescue building, and I'm using it for that. That is where I'm putting my money.
Pretty essential part of the rule of law. So certainly,
And that's going to cost about $500,000 to about $1.2 million. That's the current projection for the cost of the building. So,
Trump administration is thinking of
and I got money for that
Constitution,
and
so
basically
here
nothing
in
else.
Washington,
Yeah.
we're hearing a lot of. One legal scholar even said, "That's weird."
There we go.
So maybe that's the announcement. Suspension of habeas corpus, unless there's something else.
Oh,
President Trump is
up on a
appointing
roof.
former New York prosecutor Janine
What is money?
Pirro
A
as
tool to get
interim
things
US
done.
Attorney.
Money is what you use to buy spice.
Also
You may
true.
say to yourself, well, that can't be the announcement. Because that's just not that big a deal. Yet in this new world that we live in, this announcement registers the same as suspending habeas corpus on the eyebrow-meter.
Janine Pirro,
Is it
a lot of
forkable?
eyebrows are being raised.
You can fork money, but then it loses half its value. You get twice as much money, but it's worth half as much.
Hey, Janine! You're going to be the new U.S. Attorney in D.C. Yeah, I know! We're surprised, too! That is, by the way, the sound. Oh, also, they're suspending habeas
Monster
corpus.
closet.
Say-
I mean, I tell you, Spud, I know what you mean. I don't know if we could fork it because it's not open source, so it's not really something you can just fork. Hytale was a closed source entire engine / video game that was set to rival and replace Minecraft.
The Trump administration
created by the Hypixel devs, which create I believe it is the most popular Minecraft server in the world.
Jumbo jet, which has
At least it was at the time, like a year or two ago.
$400 million. The aircraft would be used by President Trump as a new Air Force One and then transferred to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation shortly before he leaves office.
What? Qatar is giving us a plane that Trump gets to keep.
You just not need to reload now with this gun. This gun has all of its bullets in one clip. It's its unique magic perk.
I get a jet, and that's it.
It is called the Bullet King, and its whole gimmick is that you never reload.
Why does his library need a jet?
Oh, here, let me go into the auto moderation settings and remove that comment so you guys can actually use that command. One sec.
About Trump by morning, and the book must travel
Moderation,
style.
block terms and phrases.
From Qatar.
It's known as the
All right,
most
there you go. Now you can use the SKG
jet in the world, described as a
Enjoy.
flying palace. It features the biggest master bedroom in the sky, as well as some very plush living quarters and several private offices.
Yeah, my bad.
Some of the
I forgot
9
that was on the
bathrooms
auto
on
loop
board
or
have
auto stop.
full showers and even a bidet.
What's SKG? Use the SKG command. I have 2 videos that I put out about 10 to 11 months ago regarding this, and you can have all the information there.
That is not a plane. That is a flying.
How I felt about it, everything. How I still feel about it.
I'm not going to tell
Everything I
Trump
wanted
about
to say
business,
has
but,
already been said.
I would steam the shit out of those carpets.
Yeah, I played Dune for like 6 hours this morning, man.
We can trust them.
And we're playing the
They're
new
not
DLC
suspect
for this.
No, we hate Dune now. I guess you didn't
Working
get
to
the memo. 'cause we
undermine
stopped
us
playing.
like
Come on.
all of our other democratic allies in Europe.
Qatar is considered an American ally, but it is also
what?
an ally of
Why is there a
Iran
5-second
and China
timer? Oh,
and even
God.
Hamas.
Because I'm at the next objective.
Trump's going to take a $400 million jet.
It's teleporting
people
you. You'll be
he
fine.
would expel from Columbia University.
What's unique about Division 2? Imagine,
This is shocking.
like honestly, I think it has better gameplay than in terms of fighting mechanics than
I think I know what this
Dune,
news
but
might
Dune
do
has better environment and tension.
It raises many, many eyebrows to have this sort of deal at all.
Actually, that's how the plane flies. It overcomes Earth's gravity, power, the raised eyebrows. Look, obviously, the president would understand that a gift of this magnitude from a government with questionable ties to terror organizations, combined with Article 1, Section 9, constitutional prohibition against the president accepting a foreign flying.
Light him up!
He would understand that that's a legitimate. I'm just kidding. He was appalled.
They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, don't give us. I want to pay you $1 billion or $400 million or whatever it is. Well, I could say, thank you very much.
Hostile reinforcements en route.
It's not a free jet. That's the point.
Behind us.
You know the expression, there's no such thing as a free one. That's about being skeptical of the motives of somebody who gives you a sandwich.
I got the boss. It's down.
A sandwich, a BLT. Now,
Shit.
imagine that BLT has an engine, 9 bathrooms, and funds proxy wars.
Nice.
So in the dizzying run-up to this big announcement of the
Glad I got that
possible
self-res
suspended
hive.
maybe the appointment of another Fox News star or the naked
what is
bribery
that
of our
menu
highest
system?
elected officials,
Oh, it's
none
not
of those were Trump's big announcement.
President
Which
Trump
gun is that?
just
Bullet
announced
King.
that prescription drug and pharmaceutical prices will be reduced by
Pestilence got
30
buffed?
to 80%.
No way.
Almost
I'm going to
immediately.
check that out. That's
This
a cool gun.
appears to be the major announcement that the president has been teasing for days.
Yeah, I don't like running Crusader.
Having wanted that for years. Pharma has exploited the American consumer while we have in turn subsidized their whole industry with tax incentives and direct funds.
You're doing great.
I like this.
Not fealty.
But without getting into the weeds, explain this thing that I've wanted for a very long time, like I'm incredibly dumb.
Drug prices will come down. We're getting them down 60, 70, 80, 90%. But actually more than that, if you think about it in the way mathematically.
Let's go get it.
If you think about it mathematically. I don't want to brag. I often think about numbers mathematically. How is this going to work?
The rest of the world's going to have to pay a little bit
His
more.
voice was so funny, dude. It was so badly
Basically,
acted.
what we're doing is equalizing. There's a new word that I came up with, which I
It was
think
all
is probably
flat
the
monitored.
best
That
word
was
we're gonna
hilarious.
equalize.
We got a deep fake. That's wild.
Europe, Eureka, Euclid. Yeah, here it is.
I already have a deep fake. It's called Forgo Robbie, and it's one of my favorite clips.
Oh, that's a good one, dude.
It sounded familiar.
I did that live. Yeah. Why are we playing this game? So Kronos and I really both like Division 2 a whole lot, and they just released this DLC for it, and we're both checking it out. And I don't know, Division 2 feels just as good as it used to. I'm very excited of getting out there into the dark zone and like see if we can do that too.
Look, I would like to think that the tenacious pleadings of progressive leaders like Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders helped make this possible.
We are sick and tired of paying by far the highest prices in the world for prescription
Gained another
drugs.
level.
I'm going to attack the prices on commonly used drugs. Put a cap on the cost of insulin, a cap on the cost
sewer
of
people.
prescription drugs.
And not one of those child caps that you can't. And I have diarrhea.
Jesus.
What's happening? Unfortunately, it turns out credit for the biggest, most important announcement in the history of this presidency.
Yeah, I can't go doing 24/7 without going insane. I found a new pretty critical bug that I sent into them that
man, very, very, very top
Yeah,
guy.
I'm just
Most
gonna
of you would have heard of him. A highly
wait till I
neurotic,
get spaced.
brilliant businessman.
Because we've got two critical bugs that are happening now. The gear issue and then the Deep Desert delete all your shit issue. And it's just, they both need to be fixed. What bug? So I turned this in earlier. Find a piece of gear like the shaded hood that gives you sun resistance. Wear it and then log out and log back in. You are now more vulnerable to the sun.
Anyway, I'm sure public press coverage is a rough way.
Then take it off, log out and log back in, and you reset back to normal, and then put it on. You are now less vulnerable to the sun. They are not putting item statistics on your character correctly at logout.
Who's very famous, successful.
We tested it for 3 hours until I figured out what the hell was going on, because I've never seen anything like that.
Seriously overweight.
So I don't know which stats are affected, but we know that one is.
The fat shot drug.
Thank you for your service. Yeah, it was nuts. I was tearing my hair out trying to figure it out. We thought maybe there was like the sun was different at certain times of day, or maybe there's two suns on Arrakis, like all kinds of shit, dude. But it just turned out to be that. It was super weird.
I got another friend, brilliant real estate mogul. He takes
I'll read you off the bug report that I sent in a second.
This guy takes the fat shot. This guy takes the dick stiff pill. I'm sorry, continue the story.
Got him suppressed on
about
left.
this fat of a friend of yours.
And he called me up and he said, President, could I ask you a question? What? I'm in London and I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working.
Did you guys not want to complete the territory control?
Oh, this is territory control? I just was running at the targets to shoot them. They have blood in their bodies, and I need to remove it.
That is
I'll go back to
ice
territory.
cold. Your friend is like opening up, like, oh, I took
Is
this
that this
fat
flag
drug.
back
He's
here?
like,
Where
it's
is
not
it?
working. He's like, I'm drunk.
it's
This
left.
poor
It was,
guy. He's
this
just catching
direction
strays
down.
in the middle of a
Yeah.
presidential press conference. Trump's talking about drug pricing reform, and he's like, hey, when
We
this
meant to
guy
pull
goes to
two
the
groups of,
hospital, the
yeah, it was
nurse
just
gives
a
him
gear
50
stash that we didn't
cc's of
claim.
Crisco.
Oh, okay.
He's fat.
What are you going to want to claim?
Hey, my friend, he's very successful. Went to London.
Things die
and when
fast
they
when you
saw
start
him,
shooting
they
them.
changed
The
the
reason
name of
why is
Big
because
Bang
I'm
to
using
Just Bang,
literally a
because this guy's
perfected
fat.
optimized build. Like, I've played this game a lot,
piece of shit,
and
this
all of
guy.
my gear is very specific. I have my specific unique weapon.
Anyway, back to,
the
life-saving
supporting
drug pricing.
high grade, or supporting like a special item, which is called the Contractor's Gloves, high end. And then I
What
also
does
have my
any of
full
this
set
have to
bonus.
do with pricing?
So,
He said,
yeah, that'd do it.
I just paid $88. And in New York, I pay $1,300. What
Yeah, they're telling us to
hell
never
is
reload
going
on this one, and then also
He said, so
I have a
check.
passive that regenerates my
And it's the
bullets,
same
and for
box,
bullets of everyone in my
made in the
party.
same plant,
Like, this is
the
a
same
perfected
company. It's the identical
build.
pill.
Yeah.
This is a great businessman, but he's not familiar with this crazy situation that we have.
There's likely better ones now because they've released so many new items, but at the time, this was the best you could possibly make. And it still holds up because I do about 500,000 damage on every bullet strike when I'm full bore.
Shot somehow turned into a fat pill.
Once we get going,
In the middle of the
but I
story.
gotta get
That's how
stacks.
you know the story is true.
Yeah, DPS machine, dude.
But whether the story is true or not, Donald Trump's point is, if you
I used to use it for
find
bosses
in
was
the
the thing, because the
socialized
longer I stay on a
healthcare
target, the more
systems of
damage I deal.
and you want to
Like,
run
it just
out
starts
and
ramping.
get some Ozempic and some fish and chips, don't bother, because his fat of a friend
Rude.
ate them all like a pot of orcas on a tuna bender. But the point is,
No, I used it in raids and everything. It's fun.
right now his poor friend is at home going, "Don't look at me."
Yeah, ramping damage is cool. It's
It feels like
pull
a
this up.
decade ago that they threatened to
The way that it works
suspend
is every
atheism.
bullet that I fire increases my weapon damage by 0.65%, stacking up to 100 times.
That long ago yesteryear
So.
when the Knicks were still up 2-0.
No, I don't use a secondary. I just
And
bullets.
since then, we've
you
had
know?
the largest bribe ever given to an American president, the seeming surrender of a trade war we started,
A backpack, you
and
say.
the socializing of our pharmaceutical industry. What even is this country? And what operating?
That
4 months ago, we were a standard issue democratic constitutional republic. Now we're some kind of anarcho klepto socialist.
Anyway,
communist
the bug
Silk
report that I sent
Road
into the devs
reality
is
show.
this. It's pretty wild.
The only foundational unchanging
this.
edict that we can even
So these are
hang
the steps
our
to the
hats on
bug.
anymore is that whatever
One,
we
wear
are
a
now
shaded
as
hood
country,
and log out with it on.
country
2,
is
log back in
closed
and cook yourself in the
any
sun.
refugees.
Write down the time. 3,
Stephen
remove
Miller
the shaded
said,
hood
"America
and
is
do the
now
same
for
as step 2,
Americans
so
only."
log back out again.
So hopefully there
4,
will be
log
no
out with the shaded
more
hood off
surprise
and repeat steps
announcements
2
that
and
overturn
3.
that apple cart.
The shaded
After
hood is
pausing
applying
virtually
its bonus
all
in
refugee admissions
reverse
for those
when you
fleeing
log
war
out with
and
it
famine,
on
the
and
Trump
rejoin the game for the
administration is now
duration of your
planning
play
to
session.
welcome
So for the rest of your entire play session, if you log in with that on, you will be more susceptible to the sun. You must remain logged out until your character leaves the world instance for this to occur. The same thing is happening when you're changing subzones, mesh zones in the deep desert. It's incredibly bad, dude. Because that calls into question, like, what stats are even expressing on your character? What stats are being expressed from your items? What's playing in reverse? I don't know.
Wait,
Yeah.
this wouldn't have anything to
And
do
like,
with the
that's
white
why I gave it to them. I was like, you need to test
Their
around
land
this.
is being
This is really bad.
confiscated in South
And it can
Africa.
have
I don't care
wider
about
reaching
their
implications.
race,
It may
their
just be
color, I
that
don't care
stat,
about
but it
their
also might
height,
not
their
be. I
weight.
don't know. Yeah.
Oh, you care about their weight.
You know what?
You always heard
Being
Division 2 is a
an
highly
American
monetized version of
president
Mass
is
Effect?
hard. People
No.
criticize your
What?
policies. They nitpick your
I have
moral
never bought anything except for
deficiencies.
DLCs for
Every
this
time
game.
you even suggest removing habeas corpus, people start whining. No, we need that. Boo. You know, sometimes.
Happy
you just
birthday,
gotta go
Pirate. My
somewhere
birthday
where
is next
people
month,
don't
you go.
pick apart your flaws, and they treat you like a king.
Overnight, President
Yeah, that's what I was like,
Trump
Mass
touching
Effect? What are you
down in
talking about?
Saudi Arabia,
Destiny 2?
escorted
Destiny
by
2 is
military
ridiculously
jet.
monetized.
A lavish welcome
That
for
is-
his first visit to the Middle
That's
East
a wild
since his
statement.
re-election.
The Saudi prince greeted him at the airport, and he got a horse escort into the Saudi palace.
What? A horse escort.
Oh my
I gotta
god, they
say,
gave us so many
when
field
you hear that
proficiency
Trump
caches,
got
Kronos.
A horse escort.
I love
This
field
is the
proficiency caches.
best
I'm just,
version of
I've
that
got some
story.
raiders I'm just working on. It's set.
Alright, I'm gonna open all these caches.
But I gotta tell you,
Is it a new DLC?
Saudi
Yep.
Arabia, oh man, they went all out. It wasn't just the horse escort. They greeted Trump with a full brass band. That was.
I don't mind the monetization Division 2. I've never bought anything there. Why'd you delete that? So, Krista, what happened was because I put that up there, the people from that initiative went after me on every social media platform that we had and just started screaming vitriol. We had to ban about 450 people from our social media accounts. They review bombed my game Heartbound. They went after me on Reddit, on Twitter, on YouTube, on our Discord, and I started getting weird phone calls to my cell phone. So I deleted the tweet, and all of the statements that I have about SKG are going to be in the videos that I released 10 months ago. They're going to stay there, and I don't give a shit.
At the carpet going, you know, these things fly.
You guys may have an initiative that you believe in, but you have a number of people that have co-opted your initiative and are acting like horrible people. And that's that.
But look, a horse guard and purple carpets, that might impress the average world leader. But Donald Trump is no average world leader.
And we can disagree, and that can be fine. But you guys have a lot of people inside of your initiative that are taking it way too far and don't know how to have a conversation outside of doing heinous shit.
Mobile truck come on site so that President Trump could
With
have
respect,
his favorite
fuck
McDonald's.
That's kind of how I feel about it, too.
Perfect. Oh, I gotta say, it is nice to see they got another use out of the horses once they were done with that escort. It's good to know. It's good. It's good. It's good. You gotta hand it to the Saudis, though. They know the fastest way to Trump's heart is through his stomach, out the colon, with a little bit staying behind in his arteries.
That's a big
but
crit
not
chance,
everything
Bob.
in the royal kingdom was to Trump's
That's 5.7%. I wonder if that's actually better than that.
arrived,
Hold
the
up.
Sardi's served some coffee, but while everyone else
What is the
drank
way
theirs,
to
Donald
modify?
Trump just held his in his hand the whole time. Look at that. Look at that, right? It looks like he was waiting to give a urine sample to the nurse.
Is that it?
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I get this. Honestly, I get it. Unfamiliar coffee on a trip is risky. One sip is all it takes to go from traveler's constipation to traveler's, you guys go without me, I'm gonna hang out in the room for a while. It's a smart move. It's a smart move, Mr. President. You don't want to throw a wrench into that perfect gut
You only mod
biome
chest summon
you've
backpack
created.
now?
Now,
I
that
guess you're
being said-
right.
That being said, Trump
How do I
maybe
mod that?
regretted not taking that caffeine shot a few minutes later.
Mohammed bin Salman is
This
saying
UI is
we need
unfamiliar
a
to me anymore.
resolution
I
on a
haven't played this in ages.
Palestinian state. And I don't necessarily recall several years
F-mod.
ago,
There we go.
pre-October 7th,
Click
as
damage.
that being a demand that he had necessarily stated publicly.
Click chance 5.9.
Do you think his position has changed, or do you think the way he has expressed himself, has that changed?
Mr. President, come on, you can't fall asleep there. This isn't an intelligence briefing. Come on, man. Look, it's not actually a big deal for the president to have jet lag. I'm not so much of an asshole that I make fun of someone for nodding off a bit on a trip. But you know who is that much
I
of
think
an
critical
asshole?
hit damage in this case is
Joe
going to be better than
Biden, the guy
chance.
can fall asleep instantly with the press watching. Who the hell wants to sleep with these people watching? And he's out cold. You see the dribble coming down the side of his chin.
Well. Look who's sleeping now.
Hugs from Brazil. What up, dude? Brazil is awesome. You're awesome.
Tell you what.
All right, I have opened all of my
You
caches.
must be loving. Oh, and he's passed out. Never mind. Of course, it's in the
Okay,
Saudis'
I'm ready
interest to
to
give Trump the royal
get the
treatment. But
plane
I'm
to our
sure
location,
the
our
president of the
objective
United
to do
States
this.
understands that the Saudi
Sounds
crown
good.
prince is not without baggage. Just a few years ago, that
Well,
he
there we
murdered
go.
an American journalist.
I got a shotgun
So,
called Thorn.
I'm sure the president will keep a healthy
only it was like
distance from the
Destiny
crown
still.
prince.
I like
The
him
old
a lot.
days.
It was like Destiny. Yeah,
I like him too
indeed.
much. That's why we give so much, you know? Too much. I like you too much.
Okay, I've started. I think you guys need to ready up.
Too much.
I've got an option on the screen for it.
Yeah,
Regardless,
I'm
you know
accepting.
what? It was a very nice
There we go.
start to this trip abroad.
What are we
We'll
doing
visit
on this
not
one?
just Saudi Arabia, but then
This
Qatar
is-
and then the UAE. But
Okay, so
you might be wondering.
we had to
why did
clear the
Trump
refinery
pick
as part of the story
these
mission.
Countries for his
Okay,
first foreign
that's cool.
trip. Well,
We're not playing Dune right now? No, we played Dune for like the first 6 hours of the stream.
with you.
I found a critical bug. I sent it over to the devs. We did like 3 hours of testing and building and
His
shit.
sons, who now run the Trump Organization, have lucrative real estate deals in the works in all 3 countries the president is visiting.
Yeah, the Trump boys have projects in all 3 countries.
You probably don't want to deconstruct everything.
never thought
I
I'd say
definitely
this,
do.
But can't these countries go back to doing something more?
There are very few
constructive,
items that
like
I actually need
funding
anymore.
terrorism. But Donald Trump doesn't see any of these business.
Yeah, this is the new DLC. There's still,
In fact,
I think, the tower and all that kind of shit.
he's
The
taking
roguelike thing.
conflicts to a,
Yeah.
to a new height, as in heights like the sky.
We turn to the uproar over the $400 million gift from the government of Qatar tonight. A
I'm
luxury
suspicious of this environment already.
747
There's a number
jumbo
of
jet
monster
to be
closet
used
doors
Oh,
as
that I
Air
don't like.
Force One.
Look at this.
until
It's a
the end of
spice
Trump's
refinery.
term, when the White House says it would be decommissioned and donated to the Trump Library.
Yeah, there's a lot of monster closets in here.
You know, I think we could stop pretending that this airplane is going to be transferred to his presidential library. This is like the news reporting your aunt is bringing her good friend Linda to Thanksgiving.
Oh, wait, it looks like the mission is down the street.
Cooter, people. That's what's happening, okay?
We just ran into a random
Apart
facility.
from being a security concern and a potential bribe, it seems
this is definitely the right place, but I just need to press the
unconstitutional to
button,
give the
apparently.
president a gift like this. You know
We're
what?
ineligible.
What do I know?
Why?
Attorney General Pam Bondi, what say you?
Why are we ineligible?
Attorney General Pam Bondi says the gift is, quote, legally
Locked by
permissible
report
and
to
not
the bridge.
a bribe because Trump isn't giving Qatar anything in return.
You guys are going to have to drop out and go and basically do one conversation in your solo mission and then come
Trump
back.
hasn't given them anything, and it's been like
Classic
36
Division 2.
hours.
Yes.
All right.
And I trust her. She's the Attorney General.
No, it's not,
Just a
Karas,
quick
you're fine.
fact check. What did she do before she
Classic
was the
Division
Attorney
2.
General?
We should point out that Bondi previously
All right, where
worked
am I?
as a foreign lobbyist for the nation of Qatar, earning about $115,000 a month.
Returning to Brooklyn.
You know, it looks bad.
Standard
You have to
Ubisoft nonsense.
understand,
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. And money feels good to have.
Honestly,
and
love
to
Division
spend.
2, same.
So now I get it. Today, Trump's visit to the Middle East brought him to Qatar.
Like
It's
a
also
gold, dude.
acceptable to say Qatar. However, Qatar
Like
is
a
not
goal.
acceptable
Oh, look, it's
under
Agent Hoskins.
any circumstances. Pick an instrument, you synth pop coward. Now, yesterday, Saudi Arabia greeted Trump with horses. And today, Qatar said, oh, you think that's cool? How about horses and camels?
Hey, Kronos, I talked to the lady. I can read you in your group now.
Yeah! Whoa!
Okay.
That puts a lot of
I'll send
pressure
you a
on
thousand
us
invite.
tomorrow.
It
to
was
the
so
UAE.
necessary.
I bet they're
It was
sweating right now. You know, we're just gonna give them an edible
difficult,
arrangement. What
wasn't
the f are we gonna do?
Dude, it took me hours to finish that.
Of course, Qatar didn't just give him a sword dance show. They also offered him a $400
Division 2 is an
million
underrated game for sure. I
luxury
actually
jumbo
enjoyed the shit
jet.
out of it.
Now, this
I've
plane
always
has
thought it
become a
was
huge
novel.
controversy. It's a
Ooh,
security
wait, mission
risk.
options.
The optics are terrible. It's
Challenger.
clearly
Can we only do Challenger right now?
unconstitutional, So you gotta wonder, why does Trump want it so bad?
And you know, these planes.
Oh, increased loot availability
Is almost 40 years
for
old.
Heartbreaker.
And
So
when
there's
you
a
land and
unique
you
that drops
see
out of here
Saudi
that's
Arabia and you
a higher
see
chance for it to drop here. Can you
UAE
change
and
the
you see
difficulty
Qatar
up by
and you
one?
see all this, and they have these brand new Boeing 747s mostly, and you see ours next to it. It's much
should be.
smaller.
What's
It's
the
much
stakes?
less
More XP
impressive.
if I
I
change
believe that we
these.
should have the
I
most
do
impressive
like
plane.
experience. Yeah, genuinely surprised there's more updates for Division 2 coming out. Agreed, dude. I'm actually really impressed that
still
they
talking about
launched
planes?
another DLC. I'm pretty happy about that.
We're on the tarmac.
Did you know
next to each
52,000
other,
Australians
you
have
know,
signed a
I'm not
petition to
supposed
change
just look
Australian
straight
currency to
ahead, but
dollar
I
reduce?
took a little peek over
Australia,
there,
if you
peek
don't
over
change your
there.
currency to dollar reduce,
It was huge,
I will
man.
be disappointed.
Honestly, it's getting a little embarrassing watching Trump fly around the Middle East getting sword dances and free jets. I mean, is he going to do any?
They actually working on more new stuff? Oh,
policy
that's
stuff?
cool.
I will be
I'm really happy
ordering
about that.
the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness.
Wow. You know what?
We call it that anyway? I know you do.
This seems like maybe.
Did you
actually
change the
a good
difficulty?
idea. You know, Syria has just thrown
From
off
those?
decades of dictatorship.
Between the
Trump thinks the new
multiplayer stuff
government
around a little bit.
deserves a chance
Going
to
up to
Oh, you-
Heroic isn't a great
free
idea.
of U.S. sanctions.
Oh, you baby.
Maybe I was wrong.
It's
Maybe I was
just
wrong
not.
about this guy.
You
know, he
big
doesn't just
baby.
Think about himself.
Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Shara, reportedly offered to
Here we
build
go, now we
a
actually have
Trump
enemies.
tower in Damascus.
God damn it! God damn it! I
They
spoke
die
too
so
soon. Am I
fast.
speaking too soon.
These ones do.
But hey, you know what? Good on you, Syria. Whatever it takes. You know what? PBS, maybe you could learn a lesson from this. Instead
Shoot
of
him in the
lying about
knees.
Trump
Oh,
cutting
Jesus Christ, what is that?
programming, have you thought of offering him a Trump tower on Sesame Street? You know?
The amount of flamethrower guys is
Win-win.
nuts.
But let's move on.
I mean,
just because
trying
Trump's
to be
out of the
expected with the
country
cleaners, I
doesn't mean
guess.
his team isn't shaking things up at home. Today,
I just love shooting those
at the
shield guys
congressional
in the feet,
Robert F.
you know?
Kennedy Jr., Health
Yes.
Secretary
It
and
feels really
human
good.
wet market, faced some tough questions about whether he wants his own children to be alive.
That guy's just cooking stuff over there. Why is that gas canister? Oh, there we go. I was like, why is the gas canister not blowing up?
Vaccinate that child for measles?
For measles,
Oh, what's he doing?
probably for measles.
He's being a bitch. That's what he's doing.
Oh, he's a bomb. Goodbye, Calrus.
Vaccines are irrelevant. I don't think people should be taking
Lost
advice
half his
from
armor
Israel.
instantly.
Then what is your job?
I love that Cowers just walked up to the bomb guy, just hugged him to death, dude.
You know what?
What a man.
You know what? Call me an idealist, but it'd be nice if people could take medical advice from the
We got turrets. We need gens.
health secretary. You know, but maybe it's actually pretty good advice to not listen to RFK's advice. Because here's how he spent his weekends.
Robert Kennedy Jr. may be Secretary of Health and Human Services, but if you want to stay healthy, don't go swimming in a sewage-contaminated creek, and for sure, don't take your grandkids in there.
That creek that RFK Jr. is
off that
splashing
direction.
around in isn't exactly pristine. In fact, it's a sewer runoff and is polluted with widespread fecal contamination. Swimming and wading are banned. But in this photo,
I'm gonna go get
RFK
Cowers.
Jr. is totally submerged.
Whoa. Hey. RFK promised us he'd find the cause
Got
of
him.
autism, remember? I mean, at this point, it's like RFK Jr. is going out of his way to be gross. Does he just go on Google Maps and search
down.
disgusting things near me?
Stem the bleeding.
These pictures are so wild. The fact that he went swimming
I threw
in
my
jeans
hive
is
at
the most
Cowers to
normal
get
part
him
of
up.
the story.
And they got flamethrower
Maybe
guide.
if he was just taking a fecal dip himself, we'd let it slide. But he brought his grandkids. And as a parent, this is a whole new level of grandparent overstepping. Usually it's just like, we asked you not to give the kids candy. Not, we asked you not to take them swimming in E. coli tainted sewage runoff. Conservatives are sending really mixed messages about protecting children. They're like, kids shouldn't be at drag shows. They should be bobbing for apples in a porta potty. And listen, it's not lost on me that there is a whole
And there's the set bonus.
about how America just has bodies of water out in the open filled with
You gotta set
sewage
at him.
and human shit. Yes, that is definitely something we should look into and fix. But until we do, don't go fucking swimming in that. This morning, Donald Trump said goodbye to Qatar, but not before making an appearance at an American military base where he sashayed for the soldiers. Oh, look at that. That's sexy, right? Oh, that's sexy, yeah. Show the boys what we're fighting for over there, right? Sexy, baby. And of course, Trump once again was serenaded in person by proud-to-be an American singer Lee Greenwood, which begs the question, did Donald Trump kidnap Lee Greenwood? I mean, I get having him sing at a campaign rally, but dragging him all the way to Qatar? Is Greenwood like that Mad Max guitarist? You know, is he just chained to Trump's podium at this point? Lee, are you being held against your will? If you are, give us a sign. Struggle to hit the high note.
But there ain't no doubt I love this land.
God, he needs help. Oh, God. Someone call Liam Neeson. Or Mel Gibson, probably. He'll do it, yes. Anyway, after blue balling our troops, Trump was off to the United Arab Emirates, the country Americans always click on accidentally on the drop-down menu. Remember when we used to be at the top all the time? You know what? You want to win my vote? Make that your campaign promise. America first on the drop-down menu. I'll vote for that every time. No, and as we've discussed, been discussing all week, Trump has been receiving a huge welcome at each stop on this tour. Saudi Arabia gave him a horse guard. Qatar gave him horses and camels and a sword dancing ceremony. UAE, you got a lot to live up to. Show us.
It's actually really cool seeing all they do cosmetics. Oh, they have cosmetic slots for hands, knee pads, and backpacks. I haven't touched that in ages. All right, ads are over. Welcome back. We continue.
A group audition.
You've taken so much psychic damage from Kronos already. He's barely half a month streaming. Bro, I have been taking psychic damage from Kronos long before he started streaming.
Well, look, this wasn't a sightseeing.
This is no
Trump
news.
was there
Sorry,
to talk to
but I'm not.
the main
You're
event
not.
of the day.
That was
Round table
awful.
with some of America's top defense
Are you on fire?
contractors. A chance for
I
Trump
just
to
ran
focus
through the
on
purple
selling
fire. Okay, it's fine.
American goods.
I did hear
So,
or see like a purple
make that
glow
sales
behind us,
pitch.
and I kind of
Bring it
just
home.
let it do its
Coming up
thing,
with a new
whatever that
system
thing
of
was.
drones, because drones are really, if you look at the war that's going on, it's horrible. When you look at what's happening with
And with the
Russia
set
and
bonus.
Ukraine, the drone is killing tremendous numbers of people. You hide behind a tree and the drone comes down and it circles you with fire. You don't have a chance. And the tree
Long.
comes down also, by the way. It's so intense. I mean, you see these trees being knocked down like they're being sawed down by a top-of-the-line timberman, like you know who, Sean?
Is that gun of no recoil at all? Not anymore.
Okay.
I have enough points in like no recoil and
This is about
accuracy that
drones.
it basically is a
We're
laser
getting
now.
off track here.
It's
Not about
just a
trees or the
laser
Timberman,
that has
so let's get
effectively
back to the road.
infinite bullets.
Forget about Sean Duffy.
Do you know that Sean Duffy, the head
It's
of
my
the
last gun.
Transportation
Don't worry about it.
Department, who's working right now on the airports and getting a system because Biden didn't do a thing for 4 years.
Incoming.
Okay, airports.
Calrus, you seem to be on
Joe
fire.
Biden.
Now let me put you out.
Shit.
There you go.
I know what's about to happen. Okay, everyone stay calm. We're entering a weave. Okay. All right.
That's the weave.
Buckle up, everyone. The man's been up for 4 days. This is a jet lag.
Yeah, that Calrus is so hot
all
right
right? This could
We
get
got a battery going over
Biden
this
didn't do a
way.
thing for 4 years, and Pete Buttigieg was the head, and he goes bicycling to work. He takes a bicycle to work.
goes
Can
to
you believe
there.
He's running
Oh.
the biggest air system in the world, and he takes a bicycle
Oh, it
to
went
work.
the other direction. Right.
So Pete Buttigieg should have
I was so
taken a
confused. I
plane
was like,
to work.
that
Is
looks
what-
like I'm supposed to shoot this thing, but I
I'm
guess not.
overthinking it. I'm overthinking. It's a weave. You got to steer into the spin.
And they say he's going to run for president. I don't see it. Who knows, right? But I don't see it.
Delicious bullets.
Have you ever been in a corn maze and you just can't find your way out? Okay, all right. Buttigieg for president, I mean, who knows? Probably not worth speculating about with a bunch of Middle East businessmen. Can we just get back to what we were talking about?
But what people don't know about Sean,
I mean,
is
I
mentioned
can broadly
lumberjacks.
work out how long ago you played Division because
Wasn't about
the
lumberjacks, not about
acronym for our
lumberjacks,
guild
okay?
is still
You were
GPS, as in
talking
Go
about
Pirate software,
drones.
so it's
Forget
before
about
you
the
had
lumberjacks.
your change.
That is true.
Lumberjacks.
That was before
Sean,
we rebranded
you
back
probably
to
know
like to
this,
Pirate Software
I'm
Group,
not
which
talking
actually
about
let me
this
have
Sean.
the real
This
name.
Sean, this is a different Sean.
That's
Sean
hilarious.
Duffy, the head of transportation.
That's how long ago
He's
it
a
was.
great Sean, though, I have to tell you.
He's a great Sean.
GPS at the time was so clever too.
We're just ranking Sean's now. You got Sean Hannity, Sean Spicer, Sean of the Dead, Shonda Rhimes. At this point, everyone in the room was probably like, can we just give you
Look at those
our
gifted
prize and
subs.
go
That's super nice of
home?
you.
Mr. President, look, no.
Really nice of you.
I believe. Mr. President,
PvE co-op or
I believe in
PvP?
you. You
Yes,
can find
all of the
your way
above.
back to the drones. Take us home, Donnie.
And you're seeing
He's
a
a great
very,
Sean,
very
though, I have
geared
to
out
tell you.
character.
But Sean Duffy was the world
I have been playing
champion
this a
for
long
5
time.
years, climbing trees and down, up and down, world champion. So that's what you call a serious lumberjack. He's doing a fantastic job, too. A really respected guy and terrific guy. And the champion, because when somebody's a champion, he's the world champion. Long time. He came down, when you come down to the trees, coming down at a rapid, he said that started getting you back. Often break your back. You miss a shot and you're coming down faster than the human body was meant to come down. But he's doing a fantastic job at transportation.
Gained another level.
Look at those faces. This man right here is a Boeing executive.
Can we get a build walkthrough at some point? Sure. Yeah,
he's
that'd be no
sitting here
problem.
like, now
I mean,
this is
I've showed it off earlier, but
disaster.
it's basically the hardest thing to get on it is
Can you
Bullet
imagine
King and the Contractor's
translator at this
gloves.
event listening
Bullet King,
to all of
Contractor's
this
gloves,
shit?
Coyote mask. It's kind of those are the big deal things.
He said he loves it here. I don't know.
Can you build a Division
All right,
2
so,
map
okay,
in
just
Doom?
to recap here.
Not really, no. Think about
right,
Division
what do
2
we have?
versus
we
Doom's
went
combat
from
system. Is Division 2 is about like
drones
hitting yourself up against
lumberjacks,
walls and like
to
using
Sean
cover and
Duffy,
things like this.
to Pete Buttigieg, back to Sean Duffy as a sexy lumberjack. And I won't play the rest for you because he went on for 13 more
It's
minutes.
a lot of
with
third-person
mentions,
cover
and this is
fire,
all
right?
true of the stock market.
I love cover
You got
fire.
into there for a little bit.
It's very
Lee
fun
Greenwood,
because you can like do this and like sneak
obviously,
around.
and how the 2020 election was.
It's a lot of shooting galleries too.
In case you're wondering,
So you see like
Blaine
environments that kind of
weaved
set
his
up
way
like
back to
galleries.
the drones.
You can also shoot over
Never-
like inaccurately if you don't aim.
Never get that. Leader of the free world, everyone.
Agent, you saw what the Purple Flame did to the clinic. If you want to blow something up, please go blow that up.
Meanwhile, the process of streamlining our beautiful democracy continues.
Yeah, I want to do the Dark Zone too for this. Like we haven't done that in a very long
4 to
time.
7 terms. He continues to live up
Love the
to his
Division.
vaunted
Got hate
apprentice
because of the
catchphrase,
PvP, but I love the PvE. The PvE in it is amazing. The PvP at the time was kind of.
The IRS
There was like
began to lay
bad
off more than
imbalances at the time, but I still
6,000
liked the Dark Zone.
employees.
The Dark Zone was like my first extraction shooter experience in
The
Division 1.
U.S. Postal Service will trim its workforce by 10,000.
Dark Zone is mostly cheaters nowadays. Yeah, I heard about that, and it kind of is sad.
Veterans Affairs looking to cut 80,000 jobs.
People cheating and finding hacks and shit. It hasn't gotten love in a long time. Yeah, to be real, I'm not too worried about that. I like the PvE in
Those
this.
veterans
You know,
shouldn't have been having affairs in the first place. That's on them. And by the way, do we need a department for that? The layoffs have been harsh, unpredictable, and needless to say, the mainstream media has been outraged.
So what's the end game here? Killing American jobs?
They're risking hurting those hardworking Americans. That bothers me.
You're playing with real people's money, real people's jobs, and real people's lives.
Rooting for Americans to lose jobs.
I'm sorry, that's meant to be for Tesla. Apparently at Fox. Those are the only hardworking Americans whose jobs matter. But the question is, with hundreds of thousands of civil servants
God, we'd
being
love to see
often
it.
haphazardly fired, is there any corner, no matter
Kronos,
how
the longer
small,
that I play this, the more American I get to become.
safe
That's how it works.
from Musk's chainsaw of efficiency?
President Trump telling NBC News he has no
I get to measure the amount of bullets I fire in feet.
Controversial Signal group chat.
Yes! Veterans Affairs, Department of Education, USAID, you. Because all is right.
Why is he playing this? Because I like Division 2, and Kronos and I wanted to play together. You still playing Dune? Yeah, I played it earlier for 6 hours. I know that a lot of times when a streamer switches games, people believe, oh, the streamer hates the old game. I do variety stuff on here. Most of the time it'll be game development. Sometimes it's playing video games. This month was basically Dune month.
People that the Biden team
Like, that's literally my job.
Get it? What did you do this week at work? Number 1.
And it's dead.
I repaired
Oh.
damage done by
Yeah, LMG is very good against Robot Dog.
How could I be f***ing up now at my job, considering how bad Joe Biden f***ed up before?
Yeah,
It's not
no
possible.
dog
You need
outsmart
to be in your
Bullet.
job to repair his
Robot Dog can do
Who has
nothing.
the Hooters
Oh,
because Joe Biden wouldn't. Or couldn't rage eat that many wings. All right. Now, you might be thinking, these Doge guys are slicker than that. They're not just going to fall for blame Biden.
Love a great support, better than DPS build. I used to really enjoy playing support in this, and then they changed it completely. I was like a fire AoE, and then I did like a healing build for a long time, and then it was like an electronic CMP build, and then I switched to this because I just like Bullet.
Hillary Clinton's
Eventually, we all come back to Bullet. You know.
bit bleaching. Who amongst us hasn't tried to bleach our own bits? I think Obviously, I'm referring to anuses. So, what are we talking about?
Did your Dark Tide get a new class? Yeah, I
Throw a
did.
slash.
Yeah, they really kneecapped the tech support builds, and like when that happened, I was like, finally, the Bullet King dropped for me, and I was like, oh, thank
In the
God,
trunk of her car shouting Benghazi.
because it was not fun for a while.
I know that's a bit of a big swing for your number one thing, because here's the problem. Neither Joe Biden nor Hillary probably work in your office, which is why for the number two thing you're going to write to the
You missed Division 1 Dark Zone over Division 2? I really like Division 1 snow areas. Being able to do like survival mechanics was really nice in Division 1. And I kind of miss that, to be real. And I heard somebody said there was a rumor that they're adding snow back to Division 2. And I'm hoping that ends up being true.
So, CIA Director Ratcliffe, who are you faster than?
I've understood from media reports the Secretary of Defense has said the information was not classified.
By the way, nothing like the director of the CIA going, I read in the paper the Secretary of Defense was the guy to blame. I don't get reports. I just read the New York Times. I have no idea. He's blaming the Secretary of Defense. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, what do you say?
Armor patch.
I'm wondering if you feel, as the leader of the Defense Department, you have any level of
We got rushers behind us.
Thank you for the question. I'm responsible for ensuring that our department is prepared and ready to deter and defeat our enemies.
Cleared him. More.
My biggest weakness? I'm glad you asked. I think it's that I rule too hard. I may be too awesome. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, maybe you should
God, it's a lot of dudes.
Classified or who was on the text chain.
I defer to the Secretary of Defense, the National Security Council.
Oh, the National Security Council has entered the chat. That's you, Mike Waltz. Do we have ourselves a blame census?
Bullet.
J.D. Vance.
Members of the administration, including my dear friend Mike, have taken responsibility for it.
I love the headshot noise in this game, dude. When you kill a guy with headshot, makes that like this squishy bullet noise.
Brutus, you were saying about your dear friend Caesar. Now,
Chewing up them ankles. Yeah, when they got a shield, you got to shoot them in the feet. That's the only way.
Do you want to join the pylon?
Mike Waltz, I guess he said he claimed responsibility, I would imagine. Had nothing to do with anyone else. It was Mike, I guess. I don't know. I was told it was Mike.
Commandeer the crane. Don't mind if I do.
Why are you asking me?
There's
I'm just an innocent passerby.
There's a phone in here somewhere. It's
I didn't see
downstairs.
the accident, officer, but I got to tell you, it looks like classic Mike.
That wasn't. That might have been me.
Did you blow something up?
There you have it. Looks like the bottom
Yes.
stopped spinning
I mean,
on
no.
Mike Waltz. Time for you to take
Mm.
responsibility.
If I wasn't meant to, you can't prove it. If I was meant to, then I did it.
Why there's so much fire out here? Why boat destroyed?
Why small
Laura,
fire
I'm
when
not
many
a
fire better?
Conspiracy theorist.
Oh look, friends.
Normally, that's a disqualifying position for this administration. But go on.
But of all the people out there, somehow this guy who has
Up we
lied
go.
about the president, and he's the one that somehow
self-destruct sequence.
gets
Oh,
on
okay.
somebody's
I guess I should
contact
probably
and then gets sucked
get
into
on
this
that.
group.
I mean, we're all getting it.
Somebody's contact.
I'm going to stop and loot though. That's more important.
That's a good idea. You know, you don't want the loot to get self-destructed
And he
either.
wasn't sucked in
Exactly.
by unseen gravitational forces. You added
Oh
him
shit,
to the
we actually have a timer. Pressure valves.
Brings us to number two. Number two on your Doge list. What did you do this week? I did a ton of stuff. All of it was right until I was tricked by the
Not good.
mainstream media. Can I tell you something? It's very hard to write backwards. All right. that
Did they
might save
change
your
the voice
job if
actress
you're a low-level
for the robot?
staffer. But what if you're the
Seems that way.
department head and Doge wants to know the 5 things that you did? How are you going to keep your job
that was
when
close,
it's
wasn't
your
it?
name on the
A little bit.
Well, it's step 3.
We got 2 more of those to go.
Definitively.
Monster closets are not stopping.
Nothing.
My bones.
I've heard I was characterized
Oh, they got an upside.
was texting war plans, and that's all I have to say about that. Nobody's texting war plans. I know exactly what I'm doing, exactly what we're directing, and that's all I have to say about it. I noticed this morning, out came something that doesn't look like war plans. And
No
as a
game, I'm
matter
stuck
of
on the
fact,
wall.
They even changed the title to attack plans because they know.
Get off the wall, you piece of shit. They did that classic Division thing where it's like rolling into the wall and trying to grip the wall the whole time.
We didn't endanger troops in a war plan.
Yeah, that's been claimed.
We endangered them in an attack plan.
We got one more.
Who's the asshole now? You know, he must be so upset.
Okay, taking these guys out.
Every time he lands, everywhere he goes,
You got it?
the
Nice.
reporters keep finding him at every stop. He's probably like, shit.
I'm going to get all these set bonus items.
Did I mistakenly add you guys to my travel group?
Yeah, I'm looking for them.
Number 3.
Boop.
What did I do? I would tell you, but you're probably too stupid to understand, but it was awesome.
Shit.
I'm awesome.
I'm in a corner, covered in fire.
That's number 3.
I'm going to run through the fire because I'm smoked.
Yeah, you're pretty smart, dude.
4 and 5. 60% of your work week is done. We're past hump day and cruising the TGI.
The bridge is back at attack.
Sweet government cheese. Maybe by day 4, it's time you stop justifying your actions to do.
Do you know their best ops are in the field?
Celebrating your actions.
Are we their best ops? A bit worrying. We're the best ops.
Yeah, it's not good. They're screwed.
Is that the mission was a remarkable
I shot Calrus
success.
earlier to make him not on fire anymore. We're not the A-team, dude.
Mission. The real story here is the overwhelming success of President Trump's decisive military action against Houthi terrorists.
I guess the best way to see Division 2 for anybody who doesn't know about this game, it's Diablo with guns.
Yeah, I guess so. That's kind of
That's all it is, dude.
Not to be that grammar
It's a third-person shooter Diablo. Look at all the loot, dude. It's literally Diablo with
You
guns.
can't. But the point is, for number 4 on the list, if they're not buying 1 through 3, what did you do this week at the
You're a
Department of
Division agent,
Agriculture?
Henry.
I bombed the shit
Oh, Hellgate?
out of the
Hellgate London was so much fun.
That
Game was so
I
bad.
don't want to be a Division agent.
Now, obviously, these
And he hands
strategies
you a
may
Glock.
lead to some of your superiors saying things like, so just bombing the Houthis stops the whole problem? Because I think we've been bombing
Hi,
Yemen for
friend.
decades. Do we have a follow-up plan to that? And will journalists be on that follow-up chain too? At
All right.
which point,
We're
case
just kind of
return
hiding
to
away in a
number
corner,
5.
having a,
It's a
having
Hail
a cry.
Mary. President Trump has spoken about how important it is for this administration to own themselves.
We're bringing honor and integrity and accountability.
I'm on the
back to
boss.
Our government. We're going to bring
The boss hurts.
and accountability back to our government. You know the old statement, the buck stops here, right? Famous statement. Well, I can say the same thing. The buck stops here.
It's too many extra ads.
That old Harry Truman chestnut.
I gotta get on the boss itself.
This is President Trump living those accountability values. Here he is.
Damage.
I know nothing
That hurts.
about it. You're saying that they had what?
More bullets.
I'm sorry, there's a buck now. What?
Oh, my damage is up to 700K.
And you people bought it. No, my friends. Number 5 is.
Secondary system online.
Yeah, my build is to kill bosses.
What?
So if I can single target a thing for a while, it
Jail
dies.
free card. When all other justifications fail,
We gotta exfiltrate.
you can never go wrong with
It's over
your
this
last
way?
list on your
There we go.
5 things you did this week should always
Oh,
be.
okay, this is
I
a
have
really
no
useful
idea what the
map thing, I
you're
think.
talking about.
There we go.
Okay, so
Hold on, I
around
think I'm
here
getting
and
a
then
call.
upstairs.
Trump has deployed
And then
this
over to
strategy
here.
better than
Found
anyone.
it.
For instance, when asked if we're actually deporting like gay hairdressers with
Got any
Real
robots?
Madrid
We had a
tattoos
robot
instead of
dog earlier,
Venezuelan
and I
gang
blew it
members,
up.
The president stood on that principle.
I don't know.
Decent parses, yeah.
Not in my Arrakis.
Or how about the Justice Department's bizarre
Yeah, no
decision
thinking
to
machines
pause its
allowed,
case
dude.
against Eric Adams if he
This is
promised
actually
to
just
cooperate
Arrakis of
on
the future.
immigration.
Yeah.
Know nothing about it.
Well, okay, but those are
I don't want
just
to see that
his
hype. I want to see
central
it go
policies.
kaboom.
Surely the buck literally stops
No
Trump
helicopters.
with the launch of Trump's own crypto coin.
I don't know much about it other than I launched it.
We did it.
I don't
Yeah,
know
this
where
is the
track
Butlerian
is.
Jihad, actually. That's true.
You have to start a file like that twice to get diagnosed with pyromania, so the first one is free.
President of the United States.
True.
I don't know much about it except I launched
Thoughts on the
it.
hightail stuff? I'm
Crypto
pretty
coin,
upset about it, man.
nuclear missiles. I don't
Like,
know much about it. I just launched them.
we were going to be
Mr.
working with them.
President, could you take this?
We're
Yeah,
going to be
we're
putting
gonna
Block
do it.
Game
Launch it.
in hightail. I should probably do an announcement on
You
Discord.
start to wonder, does the buck stop anywhere?
Let me
with
go
this
do
dude?
that.
I don't know when it was signed because I didn't sign it. Other people handled it. I
Yeah.
don't know. You'll have to ask them. I don't know what it is. No, I don't know what
Any
it
button
is.
I need to press for this?
heard
It
about
kills
at the
the
same
frame
time.
rate when I'm
Maybe
not.
you heard about it. I don't know
Tab
nothing
out,
about
yeah,
it.
when I tab out.
I don't
It's
know
really
the
weird.
situation. I know nothing about WikiLeaks. It's not my thing. I don't know her. I never met her. I have no idea who she is.
Yeah, they don't even last long enough to destroy weak points. It literally doesn't matter. Like normally, I'd be shooting like the packs on the sides and like their canisters and shit like that, and focusing on those. But there's
January 6th is
no
like your whole brand.
there's no reason to at this difficulty level.
It'd be like the Hawk Tuah girl going, actually,
Like
I
I'm doing
only do
500,000
hand
damage per bullet. You know. Like,
stuff. Now you're grossed out.
got a lot of snipers.
So many things that Trump seemingly has no involvement in. Is it possible he's been severed? Is that what all the choreography and merriment is about?
Yeah, I hadn't posted about Hytel being dead yet. I need to make an announcement on the Discord.
It's pushing 80. Maybe it's
It changes our development process going forward for Block Game, so that's really important.
I have a good memory and all that stuff, like a great memory. I have a great memory. One of the great memories of all time.
Oh. Well, then the only other thought here is that the I don't know,
They got a heavy machine gun.
is a cynical
I think that's
strategy
ours.
to avoid the buck stopping anywhere near you and evading accountability at all costs. If only there was one claim that answered that question. Definitively.
Did I say I have a great memory or what?
I'm going for the gen.
Generator located. I mean, I don't remember.
Got it. Generators down.
The second Trump administration is off to a roaring start. If you don't count the economy, inflation, rampant corruption, cyberbullying of ally nations, and we're all going to die of measles. So it makes sense that on Sunday he said he's considering running for a third term. But of course, the liberal media is freaking out.
New fallout after President Trump did not rule out the possibility of a third term.
A move that would require breaching the two-term limit outlined in the Constitution.
Caroline, with the president to potentially run for a third term.
Look, you guys continue to ask the president this question about a third term, and then he answers honestly and candidly with a smile, and then everybody here melts down about his answer.
Yeah, right. Oh, right. Obviously, this is the media's fault, okay? If they ask the president a question, of course he's going to give you a deranged answer. He's the president. What do you expect him to say? No,
Nice.
I'm constitutionally barred from running again. Come on.
Very chill game, though. Yeah, it really is.
The guy's just having a good time. His fellow Republicans know.
We got to do something about
nobody gets
PvP
comedy
anxiety.
like the
Oh yeah, no, I think the new update to Dune is going to change a lot of the PvP anxiety that people have, which I think is important, man. Like you need to have environments where people can, even though they're nervous about PvP, be in a PvP-enabled zone and then get used to it.
And he's doing that. This is another jump scare that has just lit up the internet.
Yeah, guys, relax. The president of the most powerful nation in the world is he's in his Dennis the Menace phase.
Oh, God.
You're in charge.
The point is, everybody knows he's joking. Trump isn't serious about a potential third term.
Trump insisted he was serious about a potential third term. Trump
What was
said,
this
I'm not
message?
joking.
Who the hell are you?
I'm not joking.
No, that can mean anything. That can mean anything. Look, the truth is, Trump doesn't really joke so much as he jokes, right? The same way that guys joke to their wives about having a threesome.
Yeah.
You know, that would be so wild. Obviously, we
Boop, boop, boop.
never do that. I mean, definitely not with my coworker Cindy that you said was pretty once, and I'm sure she's open to stuff because her nose is pierced. That would
So
be
true, your
so
family member is on a South Park episode? Yeah.
hilarious, right?
Yeah.
Or
He also streams
What would
too.
be
You can find him at Your Joy.
personally, I'm not freaking out that Trump is going to defy the Constitution because he's already been doing it. For weeks now, ICE has been rounding up any immigrant who they suspect is a member of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, or as Trump pronounces it,
Trendy Arguay.
Muy bien, señor presidente. But this week, we found out that instead of sending these suspects to a trial or a hearing, you know, all the due process shit in the Constitution, the ICE agents just fill out a checklist
I'm going to see if I can fix
on the
this
suspect. And if the suspect
FPS issue.
scores an 8 or more, they get deported to an El Salvadorian prison. Look, I'm not a
Can
legal
we
expert,
stop it from
but
dropping
I'd
frame
rather
rate
not
when
be
not in
sentenced to
focus?
life in a foreign prison with the same checklist system that Cosmo uses to decide if I'm good girl hot or bad girl hot. By the way, I'm bad girl hot. Woo! And reading through the checklist
You
doesn't
can't?
make
It's
me
just
feel
like
any
that?
better either. Okay, you
That's
get
kind of
points
terrible,
just for having
actually.
a tattoo of a star or a clock
Yeah.
or the Michael Jordan logo.
That's
It doesn't even have
when the
to be
game's
a
not in
tattoo.
focus, it
You
just
can
drops the frame
get
rate to like
points
nothing.
for wearing a Bulls
Anyway,
jersey.
I've not been
So
a
have
big
fun
fan.
in prison.
I'll put up an
Hannah
announcement on
Montana,
Discord, so we'll do that.
if that's even your real name. But hey, I'm sure the famously detail-oriented Trump administration isn't going to deport people without making sure they're hardened criminals, right? Right? Right?
The Trump administration now admitting that a Maryland father from El Salvador was mistakenly deported to a super prison. Government lawyers just confirmed that the man who was granted protected status in 2019 was deported due to, quote, an administrative error.
Oopsie doopsie, I did a poopsie. Could it be that the geniuses who added Jeffrey Goldberg to the strike team group chat aren't great at identifying the correct people? If only there is a way that they could have presented this suspect before another person, someone who, I don't know, and I'm just spitballing, maybe could have judged whether or not the person could have been deported. Maybe that person, I don't know, could be behind a tall desk and they hold a stick and with a robe and they're federally appointed and they say things like, another DUI, Mr. Costa? I'd put you in prison, but you're too bad girl hot. No. Let's just do another checklist. Thank you for that. But hey, no harm, no foul. We can just get that guy back on the next flight, right? Right?
But here's the thing. The administration argues he can't be brought back because now he's in El Salvador's custody.
What are you talking about? We can't get one person out of a prison that we sent to that prison? J.D. Vance is out there calling dibs on rare earth minerals underneath Greenland and Ukraine. But with El Salvador, suddenly they're like, hey, sorry, no hablo español.
So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, you have been warned. Beware of
Seeing all these constitutional crises pile up, it makes me wonder what sort of evil
See
machinations
how
Donald Trump is
filmmakers brought the
plotting
magic to
inside
life.
the Oval
Warner Brothers
Office.
Studio Tour London, the making of Harry Potter.
A friend of mine, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. I know him as Bob. But he's been a good friend for a long time, many years. And he's been
as a Bob.
after something that is for the good of a lot of people.
Mr. President, I don't mean to alarm you, but the guy next to you, he's scoring a lot of points on that checklist right now. Let's kick things off with that big Supreme Court
Wilkinson's
race in
sword,
Wisconsin.
Blade Masters since 1772.
We've all been following closely ever since everyone started telling us how important it was for reasons we tried really hard to understand, but ultimately ended up just taking their word for it. Well, last night, despite Elon Musk putting $25 million to back the conservative, the liberal judge won the race. That's right. Yeah. Suck it, Elon. Now you only have $340 billion. What are you going to buy with that?
Yeah, I said Hightail has unfortunately been canceled. We've been working with their community managers to do some collaboration stuff later on. The plan was to port Block Game into it and have a better future for the game as a result. With this being canceled, we're going to increase our efforts in making Block Game work well in Java and Minecraft, at least for now. With the canceling of Hightail, the studio building it is also shut down. Hypixel Studios was the game dev wing for non-MC development, it seems. If you're in the industry, please look out. Please seek out devs and see if you can help them land on their feet. It's a great opportunity to do good and get some great people in your company.
What an
if your
amazing
company is
day
looking.
for Cory Booker.
Because like that's really what this is all about. Help those people land on their feet, help them get jobs again. If they lost theirs, and it's a shame that Hightail's done.
It was a long speech, and
that's it.
Booker not only set a new record, he broke the 1957 record held by segregationist Strom Thurmond, a man so racist we never even talk about how weird of a first name Strom is. Is that short for Stromboli? What the hell's going on here? You never want a huge racist at the top of the record books. If, like, the world record for eating the biggest burrito was held by Hitler, someone should probably beat that sooner.
You see what I'm saying there?
And the amazing thing is that Booker didn't just get up there and read from Wikipedia. He stayed focused on condemning the Trump administration's
I think that would be a really good
idea. And the rule of law.
Very,
so you can imagine that when he was done, the media had a lot of questions for him about these serious issues.
Hightail died, dude. They shut down, the studio shut down. That's it.
No sitting,
It's really, really sad.
Couldn't take a bathroom break.
How did you not have to use the restroom for 25 hours? Were you wearing anything that allowed you to not have to go to the bathroom?
Who's currently the clan leader? Is it
Senator,
me?
Senator, PP? Senator.
Oh, some guy named Packers fan 12020.
This is why our country is in the shape
It's
that it's
the
in.
current guild.
The media won't talk about the substance of his speech.
That's very
They'd rather
funny.
talk about how he held it in for so long. No one
Yeah,
cares
it switches around based on who's like active, so it'll switch back to one of us.
Curiosity, how did he do it?
My strategy was to stop eating. I think I stopped eating on Friday. And then to stop drinking the night before I started on Monday. And
Wait, did we get a new ability? Did I hear that right?
Yes, yeah. The downside is that he was hungry the whole time, but the benefit is that he can go straight from the Senate floor to his colonoscopy. So that's a bonus. But that is pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. He didn't eat for 3 days, although he is a vegan, so that's not much of a sacrifice, you know? Oh no, a weekend without tempeh.
Hightail being shut down is sad, yeah. All right. I'm going to do TTS.
Because while Democrats were congratulating themselves for their bladder control, Donald Trump was shitting out a new
ADHD
holiday.
Santa with 500 spikes said from being a small streamer to what you are now is truly amazing. With that said, the amount of hate you get shows me that we made the right person famous. Most people would cave or shut down, but you don't. I hope you realize how much hope you give up. I've watched 1,000 of streamers over the last 10 years, and I can proudly say I'm a pirate for life. You showed me to never give up. I'm proud to say I'm fully going into game development because of you. Sorry for the long post.
Widespread, what he calls reciprocal tariffs, at least 10%.
Honestly, thank you very much. That's
on
very nice.
practically all goods coming into the United States.
My fellow Americans, this is
You kick ass.
Liberation
Seriously.
Day.
You really did.
April 2nd, 2025 will forever
What?
be remembered as the day
Dude, they added a support
American
setback.
industry
Look at this.
was reborn, the day
Skill
America's
haste,
destiny was
repair
reclaimed.
skills, explosive resistance. Every +1 skill tier for each ally agent that is, or receive +1 skill tier for each ally agent that is within range of your hive or smart
But if you
cover.
give me a day off from work, you can call it whatever you
Well,
want. To be
well, at
honest
least
with
at skill tier 6, have at
You might be
least
thinking,
one
what
ally
am I
agent
even
in range
being
of your hive or
liberated
smart cover
from?
for 4 seconds. Will
The
grant
ability
you
to afford
overcharge
goods and services?
for 15
Yes.
seconds.
But what Trump
Mortars
is
and
hoping
enemy skills that
happens
enter the range of your hive or
is
smart
that
cover will be
businesses
destroyed. You create a like
to
a
America.
bubble
But
barrier.
Until then, Republicans are
Nice.
preparing
That sounds
Americans
good
for
for
the inevitable
That's a hive
rocky
build,
road
dude.
ahead.
I feel like in some ways in the economy, this is kind of like a kitchen remodel or a bath remodel. There's a bit of a mess at the beginning, but everybody has a long-term look of where we're headed.
I mean, if you're going to remodel your house to make it better in the end, it's going to be really annoying in the short term when your house is getting remodeled. And there's drywall
That's
dust
wild.
everywhere, and there's workers in
Yeah,
your living
no,
room.
that's
The
freaking
reality
wild.
is
I want to set up a
gotta
build
happen
around
in
that.
order to make things stronger and more.
This one
stable
came
in
with
the
skill
back end.
haste too, which is even more
Great.
disgusting.
It's like a home remodel. I feel much better about tariffs now that you compared it to something famous for costing people way more than they ever expected. Nobody likes a remodel. And they especially don't like
Smart
the
cover's a
people
new
in
skill.
charge
I
of the
really,
remodel. Even the
really like
homeowners
that
who hired
build.
Jesus
That's
to be their
very cool.
carpenter
That's a
hated
cool
him.
set.
Is he seriously going out for another walk on water? I'm going to kill that guy. But look, guys, whether
do I
you
get
like
out
it or
of here?
not, Republicans don't want to hear your bitching because we all knew this was coming.
It's going to be a rocky road, and Trump has admitted that.
Trump has acknowledged that there will be some minor inflationary aspect of that.
As he begins to realign the economy to put America first. Everybody knows. And when they voted in November,
We have to take over the Ellipse Fuel Depot control
what they were
point and take over the
voting
Vault control point.
That's right, voters. You can bellyache all you want.
And we
but
can get
all
named
knew
items.
what we were voting for. Trump was very honest.
That's it with the Hive Exotic
during
gloves?
the campaign
Exactly what I was
that
thinking about,
tariffs
dude.
would drive
Like
prices
100%.
higher, right? Right?
Oh, it's a whole map, too. Nice.
Right?
You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
Not going to drive them higher.
Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices.
Okay. Technically, he said prices wouldn't go up.
It's not that big of a
in
map.
his defense,
Michael
he was
33,200.
I think it goes like here.
500 Spice said,
so
hi
that's
Thor.
on you.
I want to get into cybersecurity but don't know where to start. Please advise.
Yeah, perfect.
Join our Discord. Go to discord.gg/piratesoftware. Choose the hacking role in channels and roles. Go down to the hacking section and look at resources. There is a shitload of stuff in there for you. Oh, it's small, so it's not that whole map?
It's a little volatile
Kinda
right
sucks.
now, but people have been very happy and very
Yeah, a shitload of
enthusiastic
resources, man.
since the
Massive
administration was inaugurated.
Look, I wouldn't watch the stock market every hour, every day.
I really hope that somehow the average person out there can separate themselves.
Throwhammer with 500 Spice said in a process called creaming penguins produce an oily substance near the base of their tail. They cover their feathers in oil this creaming process to waterproof themselves and keep away the cold weather.
Gross.
So you see, the oily bird gets the worm. Worm regard.
The oily bird gets the worm. God damn it.
Why would you think that making money was something this guy cared about? Just because it's on the desk and the screen and the wall?
Absolute monster.
And the other wall? Life isn't about making... Oh, also another one on that same wall?
It's very funny, dude.
Yesterday, Donald Trump
Orange Hands
announced
TV
sweeping
with
tariffs
500
across the
Spice said
entire
Canadians
globe.
say
Asia,
sorry
South
so
America,
much that it led to a law
Narnia,
in 2009.
Wakanda,
The Apology Act
Bachelor
in Greater
Nation.
Minnesota
If
makes
you can
apologies
imagine it,
inadmissible
Trump
in court,
slapped a
saying
tariff
sorry
on it.
can't be
And
used as an
today,
admission
the
of guilt.
reviews came in.
You know, I never actually thought about that, and that actually makes a ton of sense. That really does. Because if they're using sorry in language like so often, like you would need to do that. You'd have to.
It is ugly out there. Worse than
Because they'd just be like, this is a normal part of language, not an admission of guilt. Yeah. No, I can see that.
$2.5 trillion vaporized.
Reviver armor
$2.5
repair.
trillion vaporized.
Yeah, that makes a huge
Your
amount of
kids'
sense.
college fund disintegrated.
I think that's hilarious,
401k
actually.
Given the death penalty. Your pension waterboarded in Guantanamo.
XX
Those
McDoggets
stocks
with
your nana gave
500
you 20
Spice
years
said
ago
sitting in
accidentally
front
stepped
of
on
my
a landmine
computer,
while
chilling and
vacationing
get
in
entertained by
Vietnam.
gameplay and Thor's satisfying
Economists
sexy
say
voice.
we could
Not
be on the verge of a
understanding what is
recession,
discussed
so
right
things
now,
are
lol.
looking
By the way,
scary.
greetings
That's
from
fine.
Germany.
But don't worry. The only thing the
Greetings from the United
president is
States.
better at than
I'm opening up
negotiating
cosmetic
is speaking
caches that I
soothing
found while playing the video
words of
game.
comfort in times of need.
We have heard from President Trump. He took to Truth Social, wrote this: "The operation is over. The patient lived and is healing. The prognosis is that the patient will be far stronger, bigger, better, and more resilient than ever before."
Boy, I feel so much better now. You know, I mean, always reassuring when the surgeon comes out screaming at the top of his lungs.
Did that say Minnesota instead of Canada? Yeah, it said Greater Minnesota, which is the proper name for Canada.
Does anybody have a mop? The thing is, the patient didn't need major surgery. We just needed a teeth cleaning. Keep it clean and shiny. No one wants to wake up from heart surgery to their dental hygienist shouting, "I think he's
Not
gonna
funny.
live."
That's 100% funny. Greater Minnesota is hilarious, and we've been saying that for like 6 years. What's the matter with you?
Was the surgery a penis enhancement? If so, what kind? Was it latex injection?
And I'm Canadian? Good.
Scrotoplasty, ligament
You're Greater
extension,
Minnesota now. That's how it works.
ventral phalloplasty, a fat transfer to enhance girth. I mean, I think those are the options. I don't know. Now, look, you could argue that it's
Blue
bad.
Thunder
You basically
10,000
talk about that, yeah.
one with 500 Spice said for that person with a job having tons of code with no documentation or notes, I feel your pain.
Yeah, it's
I
rough,
joined
dude.
IT for this company and him having to write tons of the documentation. As a network engineer, like 85% of my work wasn't listed for my work. I originally was hired as level 1 help
We
desk.
do it to them.
Oh.
Very simple.
Yeah.
That
It's
is,
very simple.
help desk is always the
And
entry
it is
point. I always tell
simply
people to
not
like
true.
do
All right, the
help desk,
reality-
like you really should.
The reality is that the
And
numbers on his board are
as
not
long as
the
you use
tariffs
help desk
other
as a
countries
as
are
a lead
charging us.
pad to get
They're
into other stuff,
actually-
I think it's a
they
good
actually
idea.
represent the trade deficit.
Some people don't though.
between
Some
the
people
US
actually end up
and
wanting to
those
stay in
countries,
it, which
meaning
is fine.
we buy more
The hardest
stuff
part
from
is that there's
them
not like a lot of
than they
financial
buy from us. I'm just gonna
benefit
repeat
to
this.
staying in help
Those
desk.
numbers don't represent the tariffs.
Cool.
They represent that we buy more stuff from them than they buy from
Is
us.
Quebec included in Greater Minnesota?
We're
Definitely.
basically punishing other countries
That's
for
what makes
selling
it
us
greater,
stuff that
right?
we want.
Large.
This is like me going to John Varvatos and beating the shit out of him because I like
We
his
barely
socks.
include
Why don't you
Quebec in
provide
Canada?
My socks, John Varvatos.
Oh.
I don't make any socks, but that's no excuse. But that's really what's going on. It's not actually about tariffs. It's about other countries not buying enough of our stuff. Although Howard Lutnick, Commerce
Dude, I have so
Secretary
many
of the Lone
cosmetic
Sponge,
boxes. This is
had
nuts.
another way to put it.
I mean, the European
Blue Thunder
Union
10,801 with 1,000 spice said, Yar hype Garlitskia Dumpy Gore. I await the day you play one of the many Legend of Heroes games on stream, along with Metaphor and War Tales. I really believe you would love all of them. Just a bet. Enjoying June and Division 2 streams.
Yeah, man. I actually really like Division 2 a lot.
Yeah, although I'm not sure.
Give us the
tariffs are
kitten
reason we can't
snakes.
sell
Go
rice
to
Asia.
the Ferret Software Channel. It's over there.
I think they figured rice out about 10,000 years ago.
The ferrets are in the Ferret
Now,
Software
if they
Channel.
want to
Always.
add
You can always see
aroni,
them.
well, then let us know. We got that figured out. By the
All
way,
right. I'm done opening those.
Europe's beef is weak?
You get those through normal gameplay, by the
sure
way.
that's
You
not
never have to
true.
buy
They
a cosmetic
famously
box
have a
ever.
running from the
And I
beef
never
event
have.
where the beef
And I have
tramples
hundreds of
people.
cosmetic items. Because they just play the game and they just give them
Not
to
too
you as you level
concerned
up.
about
Like,
Donald Trump not
yeah.
understanding how his tariffs work because he's
Early
Donald
tour
Trump.
visible? Are they
He doesn't
sleeping?
understand how to
Is
make
that what's going
money
on?
running a casino. The important thing is that there are adults in the room, like Scott Besson, Treasury Secretary and college dean who understands that boys will be boys. That guy
You can buy the
have
keys, you
answers.
can, but there's no reason
What do you
to.
expect
I've
the
never
stock
bought
market
them.
to look like when it opens?
Never
tomorrow?
ever
Your
bought a
reaction
box
to
in my
this?
life. You just
Should
open
we
it.
view these as permanent?
Yep. Yeah, the way that it works is every time you level up, you like get caches and stuff, and then like during seasons, there's like challenges you can do, and you get cosmetic boxes. Like that's always been a thing in the game. Like you can do this, go to caches, and like I've just gotten these through playing. Right?
is that?
Items collected 42 out of 71, and I just get those. And you get textiles, which is like a currency to unlock stuff if you get duplicates, which is cool, right? And like I've never bought a cosmetic ever in this game, and I never will. Hi, Tail got canceled. Yeah, I put an announcement about it on our Discord.
Clarification because there isn't clarification. We just assume they have a good reason for imploding the economy because why else would you implode the economy? But then you uncover something like this and you realize, I'm not sure they even know what they're doing.
Every country on the list.
Any skill injectors?
faces
No,
at
this
least
isn't Eve.
10%
Thank you.
tariffs. Even small, remote places like the
Yeah, no Eve on
Donald
this.
Islands. They are near Antarctica and covered in glaciers. Home
Local
to
snack
many
dealer with
penguins,
500
but no
spice
people.
said, Hey Ford. Her name
Sure.
is Noel. I have
We
a dream
put a
about her. She rings my
10%
bell. I got
tariff.
gym class in half an
We
hour.
put a
Oh,
10%
how she
tariff
rocks in
on an
Keds and
island
tube
that
socks,
only
but
has
she doesn't know who I am and she doesn't give a damn about me.
Trump
Because
would
I'm
have been
just a
better off
teenage
tariffing that
dirtbag.
island
Baby,
Tom
yeah.
Hanks
I'm
got
just a
stranded
teenage
on.
dirtbag. Baby, listen to
At least
Iron
it had
Maiden.
one guy,
Baby,
that little
with me.
volleyball he was f***ing. Is this a mistake?
sounds
Look,
so
I know
terrible.
old people butt dial strangers all the
Oh
time,
my god.
but this is the first time I've heard of someone
Princess
butt
Akana
tariffing
with
an entire
500
country.
spice said hello Thor. Multiple sclerosis girl again. Settling
hey.
for a lot of good news.
Hey.
First, last week's MRI said I have no new brain damage.
Good.
Second, savings are getting thin, but I just delivered and got paid for my first project at my new print business.
Good.
Third, the client meeting and delivery went great and I'll have more business from them in the future.
That's great.
It's
We can
thanks to
often
your
get
talk
cynical
about
about
doing
the
the
state of
things
things in the
despite
world.
imposter syndrome.
A cycle
Thank
of
you a
despair
million times.
as though the
Much
horrors
love to you
and
and chat.
deprivations of our modern
I'm really glad
world
that you're
can never
doing
be
better, at least for now,
overturned
and
or
I'm really
undone.
glad that things are looking up and that your business is doing
Then at
well.
our
That's
lowest,
freaking awesome.
we
That's
get
really awesome.
images like these
Just keep doing what you're doing.
from this weekend.
Do everything you can.
Moment in
That
time
is
of
that's a rough hand to be dealt,
unalloyed
and you're
joy.
playing
The
it with style.
delirious, almost
good job.
uncomprehending excitement for a people celebrating a suddenly bright
Boop, 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 boop,
and
boop.
hopeful new future. Yes, even the people of
Kronos, do you
Syria
have a shield?
are
Is that what you're
celebrating
doing?
the New York Mets signing Juan Soto,
Playing Shield Man games.
chanting.
Hey, dear, how
You
else can I
heard
soak
them.
up that delicious
You
enemy
heard
fire?
them in the streets chanting. I can
Where's our
only
box that we have
assume
to-
we're going to the series.
Oh, there it is. Here's stuff. Delicious XP.
I kid, of course. Those images were jubilant Syrians celebrating the end of the 15-year
It does look solvable, doesn't it?
of the murderous, despotic Assad family, a result that would have seemed incomprehensible even 2 weeks ago. And you know what's the real deal?
It looks like there's a missing fuse
Because they
of
sealed
some
it
kind.
with the universal
There's
symbol
a
of fallen
yellow blanket at the back end,
dictatorships,
so we can
the
climb down.
traditional
It looks like we should be
toppling of the
climbing down.
statues. They pulled them down with
Wait, is it this?
They toppled the horse.
I feel like it's this. Oh, we got to put a fuse in the fuse box.
Assad signaled field goal. They even
Is that a
paraded
Express?
Assad's
What?
head through the streets like a decapitated
Is this a sponsored stream? No.
Macy's Day Parade.
Legally, I'd have to disclose that it was a sponsored stream. In the title of the stream is hashtag sponsored or hashtag ad. And I'd have to disclose it by setting branded content on the stream. That is a federal law and an EU law.
You realize
Kronos and I just like Division 2, and they just released this new DLC and we wanted to check it out.
skimping on statue structural integrity.
Or you have poor connection to server, more information in settings, network stats? What? That sounds like you want me to reveal my IP live on stream.
And you will.
And like that menu will do so.
They're just going through these statues.
I don't feel like I
it's
have poor connectivity. Everything's playing just
I
fine.
mean, this one here. Look at this one here. Guy just pushes it over with one hand. It's all there. Boom. It's just one guy. This statue is a symbol of my eternal power and iron fisted. Oh no! Don't touch it.
Say so, bottom left. Oh,
It's just clay.
I will ignore
Wood
that.
shavings.
Am I still shooting? Are things dying? Yes, but that's fine.
Told me if it's worth putting up.
It's
a
probably because
symbol of
Kronos is the host
autocracy,
and he's hosting from the UK.
It's worth doing it right. While the dictators could have made it
I'm
fun for people
currently
by
shocking every single
killing the
internet
statues
broadcast
with candy or
regulator at the
something.
level of gunfire that's being broadcast from the UK.
Assad's
every
former
time.
subjects are still finding a way to have fun.
Rude.
With the toppled totems. It's like their new public transport system. Some kind of Syrian version of a Club Med banana boat.
Saved a hostage.
Chat with hostages.
By the way,
Already done?
I don't speak Arabic, but I'm pretty sure that what they were chanting there is
Listen, easy. There's
mustache
somewhere
rides 5
nearby
cents.
is recording.
I know that fella there is feeling the sweet taint of
Yeah, there
freedom.
it is. It's over here. Looks like it's up. What armor am I using?
A generator of some kind.
I am using the Striker pack. So I got Striker 4-piece. I've got the glove, which is Contractor's Gloves, which is 10 LMG damage. I've got a Coyote's Mask with a perfect 15% weapon damage, critical hit chance, critical hit damage, and critical hit chance modded on. And then I'm using the Bullet King, because the Bullet King is great.
Ooh, that's so sweet.
Climb up is
Yes,
over here near me.
Putin has given Assad humanitarian asylum
TTS.
and then immediately
Oh, wrong
sent
button.
him
God
to
damn
go
it.
fight in Ukraine. They're very short-handed.
Wolf Zero M with
Obviously, it's a great
500
decision,
spice said
by
maybe you can
Assad.
help me understand
I think no
something
leader
about
can
modern
go
game
wrong in their
development.
exile choice.
Whatever
There's one
happened to
simple
the art
question.
of file compression? Every
would
triple A
Steven
game these
Seagal
days,
do?
I feel, has become increasingly bloated when it comes to file size, and I
But
can't
also
I
the ones in
agree.
Russia, you know
understand
what that
why.
means.
Not when
I
I see a
agree.
number of indie games or
It's
smaller
open out,
studios
people.
put together
The estate
games with
sale
better
begins.
graphics, rendering,
Crowds are
etc., and
pillaging
still
the
not break
palace.
20 to 50
They are sitting in his
GBs.
chairs.
No, I'm
Are
super
they just trying
in
to be the
agreement.
only game on your
Taking
system?
pictures in his chair.
No.
They are
No.
stealing our chairs.
Uncompressed stuff ends up just being really common. And I super agree with you. I think that
problem in this country.
tiny games are cool. Like, look at Animal Wall. Animal Wall is like 30
And they're
megs or
just
some shit.
taking the chairs.
It's a lot of bloat. A lot of it can also be like localized files. Localized audio is a big one. Some games will actually include every localization's uncompressed audio, which is just stupid. Like, there's not really a good reason there
want to show
for
you real
that.
quick
But that does
my
happen.
favorite moment from the looting of Assad's palace. A gentleman in the palatial room.
How much do all multiple language packs add to the file size? Not a lot, dude. Like, if it's audio, huge amounts. Yeah. Also, if a file is compressed, you have to uncompress it and then load it. So there are file streaming considerations you have to make if you're going to be, loading a file and how fast it needs to load.
In that part of the world, you'd think there'd be an abundance of at least Ottomans.
Hill_Roy with 500 spice said, Thor, this is for the lions living in the wiry broke down frames of my friends' bodies when the floodwater comes. It ain't gonna be clear, it's gonna look like mud, but I will help you swim.
God damn it.
I will help you swim, I'm gonna help you swim. This is for the snakes and the people they bite, for the friends I've made, for the sleepless nights, for the warning signs I've completely ignored as an amount to take. Reasons to take more, it's no big surprise you turned out this way.
It could be any other way. Did you eat avocado, Lizard Man? I have totally eaten avocado. Here, I'll eat one right now. That's a good avocado. Yep, that's it.
Zoom in on there.
Delicious. As such, I'm not a lizard.
No! No way!
Avocados are toxic to lizards. You've never seen Jeff Bezos eat an avocado, have you? Yeah. You haven't.
He rode that city bike? Is that? Actually,
that's what a lizard would say.
Today, they did appear to catch that guy today at a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania. It's true. Look, I'm sorry, guys. Apparently, a bystander
Wolf0N with
at the
500
McDonald's
spice said, how has the Division 2 shaped up since launch? I
really
played
good.
it back when it came out because I honestly enjoyed the first game. Thought, I'll be honest, I'm more of a story and exploration than just a fan of urban environments. Kinda fell off when the end game started filling the streets with all these robots and some off-the-books Black Watch type PMC I think it was.
They were so
It just
annoying.
felt like everything we did in the story was kinda pointless.
Yeah, I agree. I super agree with you. I don't know where the story on this one's going, but we've been playing around with it, and it seems fun so far. The new mechanic is fire is purple. So far, it's just fire is purple. But enemy AI seems pretty interesting now. Where like if you pop a cleaner's backpack where they're going to explode in a few seconds, they run at you now, which is interesting. A lot of weird environments too, because Brooklyn is very different. So the amount of clutter is pretty cool. The amount of like lockable walls is pretty cool. Everything here is interesting, but purple fire is sort of not all that interesting.
So we've got a former Al-Qaeda guy in charge now. What does he have planned for the new Syria? I'm assuming it's some Taliban-esque, brutal, fundamentalist.
I'm new to the streams. What's the deal with the sevens?
There must be a legal framework that protects and ensures
7 is the longest digit by syllables that you can say out of 0 through 9 that actually still comes to run TTS.
But a conquest entirely.
So what people have done on Twitch for ages is they just spam the shit out of 7. And now that I've said 7, chat can't handle itself. And it's going to say 7. Enjoy your 7s. Yeah, it's super funny.
The new leader of Syria is a Swiftie? How many
Tetragrammaton with 500 spice said, Yarcheer 500, I can't stand Russian gold. They're so full of themselves.
He's so dumb.
I'm a Swiftie. Seriously, though, how did an Al-Qaeda associate suddenly turn into Deepak Chopra?
It's Rose the Devil with 500 spice said at Parade Software, what's the battle for Brooklyn DLC like? It's been a while since I last played the game.
So far, it's the same as Division 2 normally is. Run around, shoot dudes, try not to die, but this time, try not to get lit up by purple fire.
These experiences naturally
There's like a new mechanic. Fire, but
a person in their 20s
more.
will have a different personality than someone in their 30s or 40s.
I get it. Who amongst us hasn't gone through an emo phase or a goth phase or a 9/11 phase, you know?
Spice fire, yes.
You know how kids are. I don't like jihad anymore, Dad. I'm into horses. Let's start with
Kerdal with 500 spice said, sad to hear about the Hightail news. Any idea how it affects people who bought the pre-EULA rank offering beta testing for their upcoming game?
That I don't know,
allowed
dude.
service to keep such perks for people who already bought them. Unfortunately, no archive.org copy of the store page at the time because it had an enter username form, but there is the wiki history available mentioning this perk. Link incoming, https://
Boop, killed the link. It'll be up on Discord. I don't know. I don't know anything about their monetization over the years. I don't know anything about any of this stuff. The only thing I know is that I was excited for Hightail, and this sucks. So, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of drama and bullshit and everything that happens out of this. I'm mostly just surprised that they just canned it instantly, right? Like, I'd be interested in knowing what was going on in that room because
annoy the shit out of me. But fine.
That's a lot, right?
He's Italian. Does that
like
mean
that's a lot.
Probably,
so
but what
I don't know. I want to find out more.
What evidence do they have that this is the guy?
According to court records, the suspected killer had 3D.
And it sucks because we've been talking to their community manager, and the community manager was the only community manager for the game.
$8,000 in cash and a 3-page
for 7 years.
Manifesto.
Okay, that's a lot of evidence. What else did they find on him? Was he wearing a T-shirt that said, "I shot a CEO and all I got is this lousy
Which is
T-shirt"?
7 again. There you go.
Also, are they sure that New Jersey ID was fake? I feel like if your name is Luigi Mangione,
RNICH77 with 510 spice said, "Yar cheer, 510 yar stinky 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 yar my stinky yar 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 stinky.
Why are you like this?
Stinky Tilda.
Just read your announcement, and it's not a great opportunity to get good people. Riot already got rid of all the good people. Okay, no. There's a number of people that we've been interacting with there that are good people and have been doing awesome stuff. So don't be a dick. A bunch of people just lost their jobs and don't get to work on something they've been trying to bring out for over almost a decade.
You guys
Don't be a
looking for the
jackass.
killer? We're going to see if he wished on any lucky pennies down here. Hey, did the
We got a
killer use
turret up top.
Because we found 5,000 of them down here. So now that we know who the suspect is, it's time for society to indulge in its favorite pastime.
Holy shit,
obsessing over every detail about this guy's life like he's a K-pop idol.
Hey, I think we're dead.
Prominent Maryland
That turret
family,
just ripped
which
us,
owns
dude.
multiple country clubs in the state.
He was valedictorian at his graduation from a $40,000 a year private school.
Honestly, the turrets are super scary because you get close, it's a flamethrower. You get far away, it's a grenade
In
launcher.
his buttonhole.
Yes. And we have to find the battery pack to bring it
Who
down.
fills his buttonholes with buttons.
I tried to go on the side and I found a patrol which had just arrived at the same time, which did not go my way.
School because if
Fantastic.
they become a murderer,
When Riot
that
acquired
tuition, what a waste
Hytale
of
a while
money,
back.
right?
Yeah.
And that's why I
I'm not a dick, just saying it's the third game Riot's great for good devs and closed. You don't know what their employment status is. You're assuming, and you're trying to be a dick about it, dude. Think about the humanity of the situation. You have a whole team that has been working on something for very...
expect to become a murderer. I mean, I expect him to crash the housing market, but not kill a guy. So we know he was privileged. He was apparently smart. But were there any other clues that something might be going wrong?
He spent time in Hawaii at a co-living space during 2022 and 2023. And two people who knew Mangione during that time say that he was dealing with frequent back pain due to an injury. One added that Mangione started a book club, but several members left due to discomfort over what he chose to read. An online book review from January of this year, apparently written by Mangione, praises some of the writings of the Unabomber Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah, you know, this is a classic mistake. You never want to start your book club with the Unabomber. I mean, you kick it off with some Sally Rooney, then a little Jonathan Franzen, then when everybody's like, we're so bored, that's when you hit them with the mail bomb stuff, okay? But if you're looking for something that will make you a hit with your book club, try this one. Lucky Loser. Adventures in Tennis and Comedy by me, Michael Costa. This is an actual real book that I wrote, and it's available to pre-order now for the holidays. Consider it my manifesto for wanting your money.
Whoop, whoop.
So his medical
Yeah, you can
issues,
shit on Riot or you
bit of
can try to do good by
motivation,
the people that are
Ted
actually
Kaczynski love,
impacted
bit
by
of a
this.
red flag. And recently there was something else raising alarm bells.
Does the publisher have to own the IP? I don't know if the publisher owns the IP in this case. It is common practice. That's not something we do at Off-Brand Games. That was the first thing that I changed when I got there, is none of our contracts will ever contain any lines that allow us to own the IP that you are publishing through us.
If you can't honor them, I need to know so I can plan accordingly.
That's not an allowance.
Yeah.
With
Sorry, bro.
Jesus
but Luigi
Christ,
was busy
man.
planning the most important day of his life.
That sucks. Where's the battery?
But this is a good reminder. When you get mad at someone for not responding, be kind. You never know what they're going through. They might be plotting an assassination.
Oh, God damn it.
But now this guy's been arrested, and normally, most people believe that getting a suspected killer off the streets is a good thing. That's not exactly what happened this time.
Surging support
Got
on
the battery.
social media for
I had to run through fire for it.
Luigi Mangione. The hashtag Free Luigi trending worldwide.
Y'all saying murderer, I'm saying freedom fighter.
The comments posted in
Why'd you delete your tweet? Because the people that I was talking to on there, the SKG movement, decided to go and brigade all of my social medias, including Twitter, Reddit, our Discord, sending me emails. They also review bombed Heartbound, and they started calling me on my phone. So I deleted my tweet because I don't want to have anything to do with that. If you want to know about my takes on SKG, please use the SKG command in chat and refer to my videos that I released 10 months ago.
On national television. Look,
I do not have the times nor the spoons to have the same argument with you that I did a year
America
ago.
needs free,
Leave me alone.
universal health care funded by taxes. But shooting a real human in the back is not heroic, and it's not going to get people what they want. And if you want real change, but we have to realize that comes from a lot of people working together, doing a lot of small things, organizing, educating, voting for politicians who will actually pass universal health care. And that might not be exciting or thrilling or sexy, but if you want that, why don't you pick up a copy of
Yeah,
my
they called
new
me on my
book,
phone from a VoIP number,
Lucky
so you
Loser.
just can't do anything about
It's
it.
available for pre-order now.
It's whatever.
And it's inspired 0 murders.
It's just
so
annoying
far.
shit.
Now, there is one other reason
Oh,
this
shit.
guy's built such a fan base.
God damn it.
He's a total snooze.
Wow.
And also, let's not
I got
get your head
cooked.
around the fact a lot of people find the man attractive, and so that has
Could he
become
be
this
the
whole
new
thing.
hot felon? I don't know.
And there was talks about how some people were saying he was an attractive-looking killer.
So much.
Cowers tried to res me and I got downed, and he got downed.
This segment are driven by the fact that this is an attractive. We got to drop the banner.
Did they remove the flame design? Yeah, it's a new mechanic.
It is deeply troubling that we are celebrating this
Oh,
person.
oh, shit.
I love how CNN is like, I can't believe people are romanticizing this monster control room. Can we zoom in on his giant dong? My question is he really even that hot? I mean,
Jesus Christ,
take away
dude.
the hair and the abs, the face, the arm, that easy smile, the way his eyes light up. I'm sorry, what are we talking about? Syria? What are we talking? Oh, we're talking about the guy with the incredible abs. I know everyone's getting all horned up because he's got muscles, but that's not what makes him man. You know what does? Providing for your family. Watching most of a documentary, thinking about Googling
There's so much
security
fire.
you heard about. That's masculinity, all right? Let's begin with the story. Everyone is still talking about the arrest of Luigi Mangione.
Boss down.
Alleged CEO killer, and the reason conjugal visit is trending on Google. Everyone's been wondering what his motivation
we've got
was,
our
and
front
now
list
they
call, so
have
it's
his
going to immediately start the
manifesto.
attack wave as
Although
well.
for a manifesto, it's
Fine with me.
surprisingly modest.
The U.S. has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we
This
rank
looks like
roughly
from
number
the
42
West.
in life expectancy. Obviously,
heading
the
up.
problem is more complex.
also the
but
South.
I do not have space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified
I need
person
to
to lay out the full argument.
Med kit.
Okay.
Or armor kit.
I don't really know what I'm talking about. Is
That
a
purple bar on the
surprising
armor is
thing
rough,
to put in a
dude.
manifesto.
And yeah, the fire just
This
hangs
is the first
forever,
murder
man.
manifesto I've read that could have ended with, but no worries if not. You know, either way, you never see the Taliban like death
Well, that
to
was-
America.
it's a bit
although
rough down
we're
there.
not experts.
Do you still like
so
Dune? Yeah, dude.
Grain of salt.
We played it for 6 hours earlier. There's just major bugs right now, and I've turned them all into the developers. And Kronos and I wanted to play Division 2, because we both really like this game, and the new DLC just came
I know you
out.
were inside that courtroom today with the suspect.
So there's
How
all
was
new
he behaving?
content.
Nora,
It was.
I like how tough the enemies are starting to get. My Bullet King is starting to fall off.
He seemed defiant. He was looking around. He kept looking back. And a couple of times I felt like he was making eye contact.
He looked at me. He saw me. We had a moment, and Nora, I'm getting new reports just now that I can change him. Okay. Can I just say, this is confusing as a straight man to me. I don't know what I'm supposed to do to attract women. One day it's do more work around the house. The next it's be a better listener. And now apparently it's execute the leader of a Fortune 500 company. Which one is it, ladies?
Bye-bye.
Let's move on to someone who never has to go to court again in another edition of Trump 2.0 coming for the White House.
I'm going to come.
That's goodness.
Look, there are over 20 countries in the world, and the president has to appoint an ambassador to every one of them. And being an ambassador, it's a pretty sweet gig, all right? You get paid 6 figures to move to some mansion in another country, and you can't even get arrested when you plow into a group of tourists with your motorcycle.
I love the detail of like the car's alarm going off because I was shooting near it.
Just announced the latest lucky person to get one of these coveted positions.
President-elect Donald Trump tapping another loyalist with close family ties to fill out his administration, naming Kimberly Guilfoyle to be ambassador to Greece.
Kimberly Guilfoyle. Why does that ring a bell? Why does that hurt my ears?
She has no diplomatic experience, but she's a longtime Trump loyalist, firing up the Republican National Convention during his 2020 re-election campaign.
The best is yet to come.
That's it. I remember the screaming lady. That's the screaming lady. Although I guess in Greece that's considered normal volume, maybe.
Oh, I screwed it up.
You might be wondering, why is Trump appointing Kimberly Guilfoyle if she has no diplomatic experience and seemingly no ties to Greece? Well, it turns out it might be a consolation prize.
In a statement, the president-elect calling her a close friend and praising her sharp intellect. But he made no mention of her 4-year-long engagement to his eldest son, amid tabloid rumors that Donald Trump Jr. is now dating someone new.
Alert level 4 control points are no joke. I know, right? And that's good.
What a great way to end a relationship.
Goodbye, Kronos. Meatloaf.
Forget about listen. It's not you, it's me. Now we've got listen. How would you like to be the ambassador?
Honestly, these new control points seem a lot harder. Like, the monsters, like the enemies are really more interesting than the old ones.
We did get to level 4 before we did it.
Yeah, we should. That's the way to do it.
It's okay. She needs it now, too. So, bon voyage, Kimberly. Your relationship is over. But now you get to move to Greece. Or as you might say.
Jesus. That's a heavy.
Oh, my God. It still hurts. Meanwhile, things are a little rockier for a different Trump appointee, Pete Hegseth, nominee for Secretary of Defense and veteran of multiple tours with Captain Morgan. Last
we got the supply room.
Last week, his nomination looked like it was in big trouble, probably because people were worried he'd have to blow into a breathalyzer before entering the Situation Room. Well, let's check in on how it's going now.
After a rocky start, Pete Hegseth,
another Nightcrawler.
President-elect Trump's intended choice to lead the Pentagon, is on the rebound.
He's much better off.
It looks like they're trying to do like a push for a pulse and heal build, which is really interesting.
Someone who's very close to Donald Trump have brushed off these reports.
I used to run a Pulse and Reviver Hive.
Is he a drunk?
Yeah, Pulse Reviver Hive is pretty cool. I mean, Pulse Heal Hive is what it looks like it would be. Pulse Reviver Hive also works for this. Yeah.
Does he piss martinis and shit olives? No? Well, then give this man security clearance.
What does XP taste like? I am not answering that question, you goblin.
Of his life. It's a pretty low bar.
Spice. Tastes like spice.
Which, by
probably
the way,
does
is
taste
the
like
only
spice.
Bar that Pete Hegseth hasn't
Everything
been thrown
tastes like
out
spice.
of. Look, you can argue what the exact definition
My eyes were
of a
naturally
drinking
blue. What are you
problem
talking
is, but
about?
I think a good barometer is everyone in the country talking about how much you drink? Then you probably have a drinking problem. So that's one excuse for putting Hegseth in charge of the Defense Department. But let's hear another one from Oklahoma Senator Mark Wayne Mullen. Yes, that's his name.
What I'm saying is, when you're talking about drinking at 10 in the morning, that's a drinking problem. Now, it doesn't mean that there's
Well,
a stigma.
There's a lot of politicians that have a drinking problem, Jake.
Yes, of course. But I guess my question
they've
is,
been flooding the
and then
forums
there's
and the
probably a lot of
Steam
media that
forums
has a
again.
drinking problem
You gotta go
too.
delete all these.
Yeah.
go check
Yeah.
other places.
A lot of people have drinking problems, but they're not trying to run the Pentagon. So yeah, it's different. It's different. And you agree, that's why you're clapping. It's like he's saying, oh, nobody cared about my drinking before I got behind the wheel, and now all of a sudden it's a problem. Yeah, it's a problem. Yeah.
One sec, guys.
Ultimately, it's worse if you're an alcoholic in certain jobs. Like, you don't want to have an alcoholic pilot, but a drunk Daily Show host? I mean, what's the worst that happens? I pee myself behind the desk, and I need LaToya to bring me new pants right now. LaToya, new pants. LaToya, new pants. But even if he's confirmed, Pete seems to understand that being blackout drunk 23 hours a day might be a problem, which is why he's offering to change.
He's been telling members of the Senate Republican Conference that if he were confirmed as Secretary of Defense, he would not drink alcohol at all. He would abstain from drinking.
This is the biggest deployment of my life, and there won't be a drop of alcohol on my lips while I'm doing it.
It's good enough for me.
Yeah,
when has
not,
an alcoholic ever promised to do better and not follow through? What a deal. Just put me in charge of the largest military
if you're wondering the kind of stuff that we're deleting, just so you guys can see this. Quick question for the devs. How do you live with yourself? Gaming Judas. Right. This is the kind of shit that they're posting. Yeah, so there you can see that. This is the shit that I'm going through on Steam and deleting from our video game.
The fact that he said to some senators reportedly he'll stop drinking if he gets this job. Does that worry you?
While we were doing that control bomb, we also managed to lure in the territory control that was next to us.
Some people can stop eating.
So if you're wondering why it's like this, that's it.
All right. I think I speak for everyone when I say, sir, no, you couldn't. All right. I guess he means eating junk food. But still, there's a big difference between alcoholism and eating.
And no, I don't work on a live service.
Dad, you came home full again. You know what's weird? It's almost like
I didn't know any of this game today after he ditched promoting Dune Awakening and moved on to playing an Ubisoft game instead. I've been playing it for 3 hours. What is wrong with you?
Totally forgotten.
How dare you enjoy a different game other than the one game you've been playing for a month?
His only qualification is that he quit drinking to become Secretary of Defense.
I played Dune for the first 6 hours of the stream. This whole post, I didn't know of this game today after he ditched promoting Dune Awakening and moved on to playing Ubisoft game instead. After all the drama of how people were lied to about Dune being a 10 of 10 game of the year. What?
Sam Jacobs.
She just bans everyone who mentions Dune in his stream?
I'm super excited to be here, please.
Playing the Division 2 of all game out of the blue, question mark. Then rants about this game that anyone asking the Dune haters are this person's just LARPing. Pity party, the lady is a D-bag. Lady? I'm a dude with long hair. I've only been playing Division 2 for 3 hours. What the shit, dude? This is nuts. I'm just banning this person.
That's how I act when my sister gives me scented lotion
for
banned.
Christmas. That's insane.
Hey, there it is.
I think we're getting attacked.
Dream. Thank you.
This is the shit that they're posting on our Steam pages.
Donald Trump is the person of the year. At this point, he's basically America's main
ban
character.
That user.
So him winning is not surprising. What was surprising were the finalists.
These were the
post history on
finalists here in no particular order. Vice President Kamala Harris, the Princess of Wales, Elon Musk, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and President-elect Donald Trump.
Okay, look, no disrespect, but Kate Middleton was a finalist over Joe Biden. Joe Biden is the president of the United States. I mean, sure, Kate Middleton
no,
is the
Sans
leader of
Undertale is
Hamas,
not making an
still,
appearance in 2035.
It should be the sitting president as a finalist, but I guess once again,
should be
time has not been kind to Joe Biden.
Insane, dude.
But also, why did they put Kamala Harris on the list? I know they're trying to pay her some respect, but all they did was just make her lose to Donald Trump again. Kamala, we just entered you in a golf tournament.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about before, which is why I just had that command, and that's it. If you want to talk about the SKG shit, unfortunately, your guys' movement has been co-opted by a lot of people that are just fucking awful. He accepted his award with a speech at the New York Stock Exchange. Have fun with that. And if you want to know my take, I gave it to you a year ago. You can see the videos by doing !SKG in the chat.
Americans
have fun.
Really suffering for real.
Why are you spending the stream banning people? Shouldn't be playing the game. No, I run a whole thing. I'm banning people off of our Steam page because they're review bombing my game because they don't like my take that I gave a year ago.
And she looked and she saw the price and she said, "Would you excuse me?" And she walked one of the apples back to the refrigerator and came back to pay for the 2 apples.
Yeah, weird ass shit.
She left with 2 apples, and the woman at the counter said that was so sad.
Yeah. You know, never in America should an old woman be forced to return an apple to the refrigerator at the grocery store where they
You haven't promoted Dune? You've played Dune? I told people that I really like the game, and the thing that I always told them is that you need to look into the game to see if it's something that you enjoy and that I enjoy it. And if you find that you enjoy it, then you should buy it. But I can't tell you if you should buy it. I've said that probably 1,000 times throughout playing.
By the way, that old woman's name?
Yeah, but should I buy it?
Yeah.
Granny Smith.
Every single time someone asks me if they should buy a game, I tell them.
Seriously.
Nope.
Seriously, that was the worst.
Yeah, tell me what to think is insane. That's the clip I've seen over and over too. Yeah, and people get really mad about that. They're angry that I won't say buy this game. I'm like, dude, I'm never going to tell you to buy an entertainment piece. That's a subjective experience that's different for every single person, and I don't know what you like, right? And I shouldn't be deciding that for you. You should be deciding based on like what you see for the game, like how much it costs, what your financials are, like what do you think of it? Is it good for you? Yeah.
That beats me. I don't know. Beats me.
Should I buy Solitaire? You already did. It came with Windows.
It's pretty bizarre.
You bought Solitaire, and Windows came with it.
Demanding information after a wave of mysterious drone sightings.
Since last month, dozens of drones mysteriously hovering in the skies at night.
A New Jersey legislator posting on X that the drones appear much larger than typical hobby drones, in some cases up to 6 feet. They often fly with their lights off, making them harder to detect.
That's right. UFOs over New Jersey, or as they call them in New Jersey, unidentified objects. Oh! Now, mysterious drones in the sky are scary, and they raise a lot of
questions. What if you never
like,
activate Windows? You need to.
You know, and after the year, this has been, could they
John
please
Microsoft
shoot me?
will show up.
And now
He'll
the
steal your
people of New
pets.
Jersey are pointing their phones at the sky.
His name is also Winky, by the way. He's rapidly approaching the location.
That is a drone in the airspace.
Definitely not planes. And there were too many of them. There's no way planes could fly that close together.
You can hear that one. That is definitely a plane.
Don't worry, guys. New Jersey's on the case. In this drone looks a lot like my finger. Now, there might be a simple explanation for all this, but this is America, and we pride ourselves on doing our own research. So, cue the X-Files.
What's going on in America? Why doesn't our government tell us what's going on in these skies?
The other night, there was, right here over Picatinny, there was a drone just hanging out. I put my drone up in the air and went towards it. I had full battery life. Not 3 minutes into the flight, I lost control of the drone.
One family claims they followed a drone in their car, and while it hovered above them...
I'm surprised Division 2 is still online. They actually just launched this DLC for it, man. We're actually in a totally different zone that just got launched.
You know, Americans aren't allowed
They're
to
still adding new content, which is crazy.
And this all sounds like
I never
the
expected
world's
that.
most boring Steven Spielberg movie. No, I wasn't abducted, but my clock was slightly off for 1 minute. People are so dramatic, but I'm sure the New Jersey
Yeah, it is a good game. Super good game.
all this up.
I've always enjoyed
New
it,
Jersey
man.
State Police and
I've
the
been playing it
state's
a long
Office
time.
of Homeland Security say that the state has no information about who is behind the drones and why they're flying them.
Authorities in Toms River, New Jersey, launching their own
What you doing up there?
for a closer look.
I think I know what's going on here. We spotted a drone in the sky.
Oh,
so
he's
we're
the
going to
bomb.
launch a drone to find out, well, holy shit, now there's 2 drones up there. We should put another drone.
Don't like it, doesn't have survival. So I had heard a rumor that they were adding the survival aspects of Division 1 DLC back to Division 2 at some point, and I'd be really interested if they did that. I agree with you on that. I missed that aspect of Division 1.
And they
Very
can
much so.
provide us with sane, informed explanation.
New Jersey Representative Jeff Van Drew on cable news claiming he's been privy to top secret information about the drones.
From very high sources, very qualified sources, very responsible sources.
Love the PvE in this game? Yeah, it's super fun.
Steel_generation with 500 spice said, Yard cheer, 500 hello, Noob Lord of Arrakis.
That mothership
Story
is
time.
off-
My
I'm
dad
gonna
was
tell you the
regional
deal.
manager
It's
for a
off the East
construction
Coast
tool
of the
company.
United States of America.
In the 90s,
Look,
they
I know
wanted a
some of you are
website
like,
but
hey,
didn't
can you
want to
stop
pay
making
to
fun of
make
New
it.
Jersey? You
So
elected
my
this
dad,
guy.
as the only tech-savvy person in the company, did it himself.
Holy shit, there's an
When he
Iranian
retired in
mothership
2010, they asked him
launching
to hand
drones
over the
off the East
website.
Coast?
He
You know
said
what?
no
Probably
since
to
the
gather
company's
intelligence on
TLD
New
was in his
Jersey's
name
rich
and paid
tapestry
for the
of
host
shopping
himself.
malls.
They had to
This
pay
is
him
huge, though.
$50,000
This is a
for their own
national
website.
emergency, and a
It was a
congressman
nice
said it, so
retirement
it's
bonus.
definitely true.
The Pentagon Wednesday striking down claims that
that's
Iran is
wild,
behind those
dude.
drones.
There is no Iranian
That is
ship off the coast of
wild.
the United States, and there's no so-called mothership launching
You know,
drones towards
if they
the
paid him, they paid him.
No mothership? So you're telling me is that Iran doesn't have Independence Day technology? Can I still blame Iran for all my other problems? Because that was going to be my defense on all those reckless driving tickets. But this is progress, actually, because clearly the federal government knows what these things are.
Banshees is so
And all we
good,
gotta
dude.
do is ask them.
Tony Gonzalez.
50K for a domain is
I had
nuts.
This question for the assistant FBI director. Watch. You're telling me we don't know what the hell these drones are in New Jersey are? Is that correct?
That's right.
Wait a minute. The federal government, despite the bazillion dollars it spends every year on surveillance, doesn't know what's going on here? I texted the word vacation once to my wife 3 weeks ago, and Google's still serving me ads for Airbnb.
You got any AOL free trial discs they have? Dude, bro, what?
Above our heads, and the FBI.
I remember when we used to throw those down the street, man. Frisbee in the mail.
Tells me two things. One, we need to devote way more resources to our oppressive surveillance state. And two, there's some really good deals on Airbnbs in Slovenia. So pack your bags.
That's a weird monster closet. Oh no, I am actually from Resident Evil. Look, it's Raccoon City Police Department. Yeah, it is actually. This is actually from Resident Evil. They had a crossover in the game years ago.
President Donald Trump.
Yeah.
God. No.
A lot of people don't realize that. Like they had crossovers in this. Yeah, they did.
His authority.
The RPD.
So much comes at us.
Oh, sorry,
every
Raccoon
day
Police
with him.
Department.
I can't even sleep, organize, thoughts, eat. I
was like, wait, is that the RPD? Yeah, it is.
And he knows. He knows. He's
Like here,
toying with us.
I can go to here and go into
Tuesday
apparel.
of last week.
I go to this, and I think it was full
big
outfits.
announcement to make, like as big as it gets.
Where was it?
And I won't tell you on what.
Oh, good.
It might not have been a full outfit back then.
So we won't know
It
how
might have been
to
its own
prepare. Should we wear our good pants or the ones we piss
Yeah,
in?
it may have been its own thing, separate thing.
But fine.
But there's a shirt,
Don't tell us this big announcement.
which is this one.
And that announcement will be made
Is it a
either Thursday or Friday or Monday before we
I can't
leave.
remember what it is. I don't remember what it was. SMRPD was role-playing department? No. I thought it was a full outfit. I could have sworn it was.
But fine.
I might be
We
wrong.
will keep our eyes out for any announcement bombshells.
Covert
And on
Hunter,
Friday, I think we got
veterans.
The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus
Yeah, they did a
can
crossover
be
thing, like
suspended in a
ages
time
and
of invasion. So I would say that's an option we're actively looking at.
The government,
Did they
the
sunset
United
that?
States government,
Is that a thing I can't
is actively
get
looking
anymore? You have all of
at
Leon's gear?
suspending
That's cool.
due process.
Oh, look at those
and
goggles.
the rule of law. That's a big announcement. Big enough for Stephen Miller to risk bursting into flames because of the touch of God's sunlight.
Yeah, I don't know where it came from.
The
But yeah, Leon Kennedy RPD shirt, and then Umbrella Corporation operative pants, and then Covert Hunter boots,
was Abraham
and then Umbrella
Lincoln
Corporation
during the
operative helmet.
Civil War.
Yeah, they had a whole thing for it.
was
I guess it
the
wasn't an
last.
outfit.
Really?
I thought it was.
So back
But I
when
guess not.
slavery was legal and the treatment for diarrhea
Yeah, it's all
was
Umbrella Corporation shit,
amputation.
which is pretty cool. I dig
But
that.
that being said, this is a big announcement.
As you know, ability of some.
Was it an Aliens crossover? Well, they might have had an Aliens crossover. I know they crossed over with a lot of different
part of
shit.
the rule of law, so certainly
Yeah.
raising a lot of eyebrows with that comment.
It's literally just pieces. Is that what it is?
Just eyebrows. Just, the Trump administration is thinking of tearing up the Constitution. So here in Washington, we're hearing
We
a
should
lot
take
of,
this control point.
One legal
Because it's
scholar
level
even
4.
said,
You guys going to join me?
so maybe that's the announcement. Suspension of habeas corpus.
Making some
unless
friends in the
there's something
sewers, and I'll be right with you.
President Trump is
Okay, I'm making some friends not in the sewers.
Jeanine Pirro as interim U.S.
One of them is a
attorney.
turret, so I'm leaving. Jesus Christ. Those new turrets are terrifying, dude.
You may say to yourself, well, that can't be the announcement. Because that's just not that big a deal. Yet in this new world that we live in, this announcement registers the same as suspending habeas corpus on the eyebrowometer.
I'm fighting a grenade turret.
Jeanine Pirro, a lot of eyebrows are being raised at this pick so far.
On the little ones or on the big ones?
Big lead.
Okay.
Hey, Jeanine!
So it looks like the new enemies are immune to fire.
Attorney in DC.
However, they still flap their arms when they're on fire.
Yes, they're immune to the burn, like the damage from burning, but they will still burn and therefore
also
react
they're
to
suspending habeas corpus. Tell me.
Okay, one electricity point down on the turret.
Cool. What?
So maybe
that turret is not
maybe
happy
that's
with
the
me.
big announcement.
Got the veteran down.
We've got until today for any other announcements. Was there anything else?
The Trump administration is preparing to accept a
Another veteran.
luxury Boeing jumbo jet from the royal family of Qatar.
That luxury jumbo jet, which has a value estimated at $400 million. The aircraft would be used by President Trump as a new Air Force One and then transferred to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation shortly before he leaves office.
That turret has rockets.
What?
By the way.
Yes.
Qatar is giving us a plane that Trump gets to keep. He's like the reverse Oprah. I get a jet, and that's it. I get a jet for my library. Why does his library need a jet? Why would your presidential library need...
Come on.
So it should be gone.
Europe, and I need a book.
We got a veteran out here suppressed.
About Trump by morning.
Oh, I've got sight on him.
The comfort and style we can only get from Qatar.
It's known as the most luxurious private jet in the world, described as a flying palace. It features the biggest master bedroom in the sky, as well as some very plush living quarters and several private offices. Some of the 9 bathrooms on board have full showers and even a bidet.
I didn't even
Do they have a medic somewhere?
go there. Okay.
A lot of these guys have overheal.
Holy crap! That is not a plane. That is a flying palace. I'm not going to tell Trump how to run his business.
Oh, that's why. We have an elite convoy.
Shit out of those carpets.
Oh, okay.
But hey, it's a jet from Qatar. You can trust them.
Yeah, it hit at the same time.
Suspect like Canada for working to undermine us like all of our other democratic allies in Europe.
Qatar is considered an American ally, but it is also an ally of Iran and China and even Hamas.
Oh!
Sorry for the ads.
He's going to take a $400 million jet from people he would expel.
Show me the photo from last April in Lisbon.
Protected by not vaulting, your memories are safely encrypted and secured so that your data stays yours.
This is shocking.
Your privacy secured.
I think I know what this news might do to our eye pubes.
Alexa, talk to the front door. It raises many eyebrows to have this sort of deal at all. Right. Actually, could you pick up some basil, please?
Actually, that's how the plane flies. It overcomes Earth's
Always
gravity.
know everything's under control with Alexa and Ring.
Delicious iced coffee in a single shot. New Nescafe Espresso Concentrated.
From a government, questionable ties to terrorism, combined with Article 1,
This wasn't
Section
just
9,
about who's the best.
constitutional
It was
prohibition
about who
against
had
the
to
president
win.
accepting
This amount of money is it's life-changing,
he would
not just
understand
for
that that's a
them,
legitimate.
but
I'm just kidding.
everyone that is close to them.
They're giving us a free jet.
It's crazy.
I
They're
could
so
say,
good
no,
at the
no,
game,
no, don't
they
give
can
us.
make
I want
millions
to
of
pay you
dollars.
$1 billion
Who
or
are these
400 million or whatever
One
it is.
win, one
Or I
chance.
could say thank you very
For
much.
everything they carried with them.
Since the beginning of time, the unique taste of an Oreo cookie has come from real cocoa. It takes cocoa to make a cookie like this, that tastes and looks good like this. The new Oreo Original with even more cocoa so you can eat it like this. The tastiest Oreo ever made.
Now, imagine that BLT has an
a dream
engine,
holiday means printing out
9
a map of abandoned
bathrooms,
theme parks, renting a car from Enterprise, and
proxy
taking the whole
wars.
family to visit.
So in the
every
dizzying run-up to this
single
big announcement of
Whatever
the
your
possible
dream
suspension of
holiday,
habeas corpus, or
we're here
maybe the appointment of another Fox
Enterprise.
News star, or the naked bribery of our highest elected official, none of those were Trump's big announcement.
President Trump just announced that prescription drug and pharmaceutical prices will be reduced by 30 to 80% almost immediately.
On our 6.
This appears to be the major announcement that the president has been teasing for days.
I am having wanted that for years. Pharma has exploited the American consumer while we have in turn subsidized their whole industry with tax incentives and direct funds.
Also going to apply some ground pressure on these guys to keep them out of cover for you.
Into the weeds, explain this thing that I've wanted.
Oh, there's one in our group behind.
Drug
Killed it.
prices will come down. We're getting them down 60, 70, 80, 90%. But actually more than that if you think about it in the way mathematically.
I'm not seeing any medics, but I am seeing overheal.
Yeah.
If you think
the horror is beginning. I'm actually running out of ammo. Yep.
I want to brag. I often
I
think
think it's enemy better. I think he might provide over here.
Is that what it is?
How is this going to work?
The rest of the world's going to have to pay a little bit more, and America's going to pay a lot less. Basically, what we're doing is equalizing. There's a new word that I came up with, which I think is probably the best word. We're going to equalize.
Enemy AA is way better than it used to be, that's for sure.
Yes.
Got a bunch at 3.
Yep.
Europe, Eureka, Euclid. Yeah, here it is. Equalize.
Nice done.
I thought it sounded familiar.
Look.
11 and 10.
He's trying to kill us all.
Getting the boss.
I like to think that the tenacious pleadings of progressive leaders like Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders.
Throwing him out of cover. There you go. Holding.
We are
he's
sick
dead.
and tired of paying by far the
That's
highest
the advantage of the
prices in the
shield. I just
world
basically put the
for
shield up and I move to
prescription
their
drugs.
flanks.
I'm
They'll
going
turn
to
and
I have
take
a-
prices on commonly
I had exactly
used
one
drugs,
bullet
like
left
half
when
on
we
the cost of
finished.
insulin and half on the
Wow.
cost of prescription
Zero
drugs.
Not one of those child cats
Oh, that was terrifying.
that you can't. I have diarrhea.
Oh my god. What a fight, dude. That was fun.
That was good. And we got an elite convoy at the
Unfortunately,
same
it turns
time.
out
That's
Yeah.
so
for
much
the biggest,
loot.
most
Jeez.
important
Yeah,
announcement
we
in
got
the
to pick up
history
the
of
loot
this
and we get all the
presidency
bonus XP for doing
goes
that
to
too.
someone else.
I mean, I'll tell you a story. A
Where's
friend
the
of mine
loot?
who's
Can you drop over here?
a businessman,
it's-
very,
yeah,
very,
right.
very
Going
top
around
guy.
the
Most of you
various
would have heard of
pillars.
him. A highly neurotic,
Oh.
brilliant businessman, seriously overweight.
Oh no, you're not bothering Charles. I'll do TTS in a moment, but yeah, if you want to add me to, let me see if I can add you.
That took a
How do I
turn.
find my like social shit on this?
Top guy, brilliant. You know him, famous, bit of a chubs.
If you want to add me, I don't
Anyway,
know
I'm
what
sure
the add button.
public press coverage is a rough way
Is there a way you can
for
give
this
them
guy to find
like a
out
thing?
that
Oh,
he
there
is
is.
saved in Trump's phone as neurotic.
Anyway, you can
fat
add me as
friend.
Pirate Sub. So if you want to add me, just add me up, and then you guys can join on my game
Well, what else
anytime.
can you tell us
Not
about
a big
this
deal.
friend who's very famous, successful businessman?
A highly
From the
neurotic,
overlay, it's really jank.
brilliant businessman.
Eclipse Vertical and
seriously
Refactor builds are your favorite? Mine
And he
is Bullet
takes
King.
the fat-
I love
the
Bullet King.
fat
It's
shot
super fun for me.
drug.
The fat shot?
Donating all of these
Do
resources.
you read any of your briefings? He takes the fat shot. You know, the fat shot. I got another friend, brilliant
Shift
real
F2?
estate mogul. He takes the dick stiff pills.
What? No, Shift F2 doesn't bring it up an overlay for me.
This guy
don't know
takes the dick stiff pills.
Bullet King
I'm
with
sorry,
Heartbreaker is your all-time favorite. I'm doing Bullet King with Striker,
of a friend of yours.
which is, and I've also been running Contractor's Gloves and
President,
Coyote.
could I ask you a question? What?
Coyote Mask.
I'm in London.
So like my damage output's
and I
really
just
high.
paid for this damn fat drug I
Like
take.
really
I said
high.
it's not working.
I like this game a lot. Too. Is this on hardcore? No. Hardcore is crazy, dude. I'd be playing completely differently if this was hardcore.
That is ice
like
cold.
completely. Is the DLC out now? Yeah, that's what we're playing.
Opening up like, oh, I took
Kronos
this
and I have been
drug.
wanting to play
Like,
this for a while.
He's like, I'm trying. This poor guy.
Oh, I had a Rikers key up here,
He's
Kronos.
catching strays in the middle of
Gonna
a
come get
presidential
this.
press conference.
Free loots.
Trump's talking about drug pricing reform, and he's like, hey, when this guy goes to the hospital,
I
the
love
nurse
free loots.
gives him 50
All
cc's
right.
of
I play this with Game
Crisco.
Pass. I wish the DLC was on Game Pass. Is the Battle for Brooklyn? Yeah, it's Battle for Brooklyn.
My friend, he's
It's the
very
DLC.
successful. Went to London, and when they
The
saw
the
him,
enemies
they
are a lot
changed the name
harder,
of Big Ben
like
to
mechanically,
Just Ben,
and
'cause
they
this guy's
fire a new
fat.
type of fire that's like
He's a
purple
fat piece of
napalm.
shit, this
Shit hurts.
guy.
We were likely out of range. There's no drop there.
Anyway, back to
For what?
life-saving drug pricing.
The Rikers key.
Again,
Oh, lame.
President Trump.
It happens.
What does any of this have to do?
Well, we got all
with
3
price?
control points in the zone.
He said,
At least 3 that I
just
can
paid
see.
$88.
I think there's
And in
more
New
on the way
York, I
to our
paid
next objective point.
$1,300. What the
Sounds
hell
good to me.
is going
The level
on?
4s are really, really
He said,
compelling.
so I checked.
Yeah, it's because we're going
And
around
it's
clearing the
the
side
same
objectives and just getting
box,
loads of XP
made
at the
in the
same time.
same plant.
It's great fun.
100%.
By the same company.
That's the fun
It's
part
the
about it. Is you can
identical
just run
pill.
through the city
This is a
clearing
great
objectives. You don't actually have to
businessman,
go and do
but
missions
he's
or
not
any set goal.
familiar
You'll
with
still have fun
this
doing it. It
crazy
still
situation
feels
that we have.
Uh-huh.
But he was stunned.
right.
Yeah, he was as stunned as he is fat. I mean, oh.
Super agree. There's my BTSU data gloves. Those things kick
By the way, I
ass.
don't know if anybody realized, but the fat shot.
Yeah, look at these.
somehow turned
So these
into a
have
fat
the
kill.
hive skill haste per skill
In the
tier,
middle of the story. It's how you know the story is true.
which is ridiculous. So you basically just have hive up all the time.
Donald Trump's point is,
Yeah.
if you
So you can
find
pop the
yourself
healer build now,
in the
the new one,
socialized healthcare systems of London,
which is
and you want to run
this
out
set
and get some
right
Ozempic
here.
and some fish and chips,
So you just
don't
get
bother,
constant
'cause his
fat
fat
hives.
of a friend
You've
ate
got
them
hi-
all
that's-
like a pot
I'm
of
sorry to hear
orcas
that.
on a
Maybe you
tuna
should see a
bender.
doctor. You keep getting hyped.
But the point is,
You know, I feel like they're an advantage.
Okay.
Thought I should say that.
right now his poor friend is at home going, don't look at
I'm going to give them to you.
I think I'm okay with that
It
hype.
feels
thank
like
you.
a decade
No, you're getting them.
that they threatened
They'll help.
to suspend
Trust.
habeas corpus.
Not sure
Still
they
wish
will.
for a third raid. They've never added a third raid.
That long ago
Yeah.
yesteryear when the Knicks were still up 2-0. And since then, we've had the largest bribe ever
what is
given
this?
to an American president, the seeming surrender of a trade war we started. and the
Glizzy
socializing
TV.
of our
Your name is hilarious, but
pharmaceutical
also don't
industry.
don't go
This
soapboxing
country-
my chat.
And what operating 4 months ago, we were
I'm
a
just gonna-
standard issue
gonna get rid of that
democratic constitutional republic. Now we're some kind of anarcho klepto socialist communist Silk Road reality
Yeah, if they can't get to me,
show.
they're trying to go like bother you
The
guys,
only
trying to convince you,
foundational,
like a bunch of
unchanging edict
Wololos,
that we
dude.
can even
No,
hang our hats on anymore
nope.
is that whatever we are now as a country,
I found some
that country
hostages.
is closed to any refugees.
What's soapboxing? They
Stephen
come in here
Miller said,
with
"America
a
is now for
objective
Americans
for what they want to spread within the community in
Hopefully there will
terms
be
of their
no
narrative,
more surprise
and they just stand there proselytizing that in chat. Right?
After pausing
No,
virtually
They're not
all
here to watch the
refugee
stream. They're not
admissions
here to
for those
engage with the
fleeing
community.
war
They just
and
want to
famine,
come in and push
the
their
Trump
narrative. And we
administration
just
is
get
now
rid of them.
planning
Yeah.
to welcome one group, white South Africans.
What the f?
There's another
White
capture point
South
over here, looks like.
Africans?
What is this red
That's
zone?
the only group we're open.
Oh, we have territory control back here.
You already have one. Why?
They're currently doing
You-
hostage
you know
control,
what?
so
Mr.
All right.
President,
Is Wololo an Age of
you
Empires
don't need
reference? Yeah.
30,
That's exactly
37
what it is.
South Africans. Now you'll make do with just one or two. Wait, this wouldn't have anything to do with the white thing, would it?
Their land is being confiscated in South Africa. I don't care about their race, their color. I don't care about their height, their weight.
Oh, you care about their weight.
You know what? Being an American president is hard. People criticize your policies, they nitpick your moral deficiencies. Every time you even suggest removing habeas corpus, people start whining. No, we need that. Boo-hoo. You know, sometimes you just want to go somewhere where people don't pick apart your flaws and they treat you like a king.
Overnight, President Trump touching down in Saudi Arabia, escorted by military jets.
Is this PvE? Yeah.
Welcome for his first visit to the Middle East since his re-election.
Hey, Kronos, have you tried
him at the airport and
living?
got a horse escort into the
Yeah,
Saudi
no,
palace?
Karas, no, bad move.
Oh no!
A horse escort.
No, that was.
I gotta say, when you hear that Trump
don't pick
got
someone
a
up when
horse
there's two
escort,
enemies watching the body.
Nah, pick him up.
No.
Res them or no balls.
this is the best version of that story. But
I'm fighting a bunch of dudes over here. I'd come over.
I gotta tell you, Saudi Arabia, oh man, they went all out. It wasn't just the horse escort. They greeted Trump with a full brass band that was really trying their best, you know?
Nice.
Then it was time for Trump to walk down the famous purple carpet.
Not cowardice, no.
And so he walked. And he
My man is dead.
Kept walking. You know, it feels like he could have stayed in the car for some. Oh, now we took an escalator.
Nice.
Great, we're done.
Appreciate
But no, we're still walking. Yep, that's fine. It's a cool
rescue
108 degrees. This guy
I think
can
he's dead.
handle it. You know.
No, we can pick Karas up from the
Trump's
dead state.
looking at the
But it's just
carpet,
slow.
going, you know, these
Oh,
things.
Division
fly
ferret
here,
emote?
right?
Oh, that'd be kind of cool. I wonder what we would do for
Don't
that.
they show me a whole new world or some shit like that?
Hey, there's a
shade watches, I
Look,
guess, on
a
it.
horse guard.
There's
and
a
purple
phone nearby
carpets.
too.
That might impress the average.
Yeah, I need to go and get
world
Karas.
leader. But Donald Trump is no average world leader.
It's one of your favorite
Saudi
games?
Arabia
I love this game,
knows
dude.
how to cater to a man with such refined taste.
Rude.
Saudi Arabia had a McDonald's mobile truck come on site so that President Trump could have his favorite.
Did Thor for real
McDonald's.
delete the tweet? Yeah, because the people who were responding, they brigaded our Reddit, our Discord, my Twitter. People started calling me on the phone with shit, so that's cool. And they also review bombed and flooded the forums for my game on Steam. If you want to know about my take on SKG, use the SKG command. I already made videos almost a year ago
But not
talking about
everything in the royal
You can find
kingdom
them
was to Trump's liking. Now, after they
I think
arrived,
that's what it
the
is for
Saudis
me. It's
served
like,
some
on your
coffee,
side, you made a
but
couple
while
of
everyone
videos where
else
people
drank
asked for your
theirs, Donald
opinion,
Trump just
and it was
held
10 months
his
ago.
in his hand
And then on their
the whole
end,
time.
they're calling your home phone and brigading your social
that,
media
right?
because they disagree.
It looks
Like,
like he was
which one of
waiting
these
to
has got the
give a urine
reasoned
sample
approach
to
to
the
people?
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I get this. Honestly, I get it. Unfamiliar coffee on a trip is risky.
I just don't want to have anything to do with it, to be honest with you. Yeah, no, they've been calling my cell. They called them from a VoIP number, so there's not really anything I can do about it. But what are you
Hang
going
out in the
to
room
do?
for a
Right.
while. Smart move. It's a smart move, Mr. President.
You have to understand that in any movement, you're going to have people that are unhinged, and
biome
when you
he's
act like a bunch of dipshits doing that stuff, like
that means
you are
that-
empowering
that means
people
that
that are
Trump
fucking
maybe
nuts.
regretted
Right?
not taking that
That's it.
caffeine shot a few minutes later.
Mohammed bin Salman is saying we need a resolution on a Palestinian
It's not everybody in the
state.
movement for that.
I
There are
don't
definitely some reasonable
necessarily
people that are part of
recall
that,
several
but
years ago,
without moderation
pre-October
and without
7th,
like
as
control
that
inside of
being
that
a
Reddit,
demand
which is
that he
what we've been
had
seeing for months,
necessarily stated
this is what
publicly.
happens. So
do you think his position
Anyway,
has changed?
if you want my
Or do
take,
you think the way
some
he
videos
has
I already
expressed
released.
himself,
Otherwise,
has that changed?
Everybody's up.
hey, we got a bounty.
Mr. President, come on. You
Yeah.
can't fall asleep there. This
188,000
isn't an
XP.
intelligence briefing. Come on.
Using reason to talk to people on the interweb? Oh, I'm not using reason for
A
that,
big
dude.
deal for the president to
I'm just
have
saying,
jet
like,
lag. I'm
it's
not
pretty
so much
rare
of
you
an
have a community that's
asshole
so
that I make fun
unhinged
of
as that,
someone
but that
for
is,
nodding off a bit on
that's
the
like
screen.
really unhinged.
You know
Yeah.
who is that much of an asshole?
Joe Biden, the guy can.
Yeah, it's new DLC, man.
Instantly. With the press watching.
You got a robot?
Who the hell
Oh,
wants to
Karas has a
sleep with these
robot.
people watching? And he's out.
You do a
cold.
class
He's
view?
seeing
Yeah.
people
So,
coming
like,
down the
I've got
side
the
of
Bullet King, which is a LMG that has all of its bullets in one clip or one mag.